to make a little bit of a further record on the Medina case and some research that I've done since then. 16.8.109 CRS section 16-8-109 permits a layperson to give an opinion regarding a mental condition of a defendant. Mr. Tellini has cited People versus Medina, 521 Pacific 2nd, 1247, Colorado, 1974, for the proposition that the individuals which the district attorney's office sometimes requests be permitted to give an opinion regarding sanity. You can go ahead and have a seat if you want. I'll give you a chance to talk. But the defense has objected on the grounds of Medina, and I reviewed the facts and circumstances of that case. And in that case, the trial court, this was back at a time, let's see, it was 1974. So it was back at a time when the issues of guilt and sanity were tried in separate phases. And actually, this case apparently had 3 different trials, all on the same facts regarding a robbery. And in that case, the trial court allowed a sheriff to testify that he thought the defendant was presently sane, and I note that word, presently sane, based on a contact that the sheriff had with the defendant while transporting the defendant from Dallas, Texas, back to Fort Collins. It does not say when the crime occurred, and it does not say when the sheriff had his first contact with the defendant. So that's not terribly helpful. The next person that was allowed to testify was an investigator. And according to the facts, the investigator did not first met the defendant approximately 2 months after the offense. And the Supreme Court ultimately held that it was that the trial court abused its discretion in allowing that testimony, saying that before such opinion evidence from a non-expert can be admissible, the specific facts upon which the opinion is based must first be stated by the witness, and his testimony must also show a close or intimate relationship with the party alleged to be insane. They also cite a case called People versus Cole from Michigan. And it appears to be that the emphasis of that case was that the witness must establish that he was sufficiently acquainted with the defendant or testator so as to testify to the mental condition on a comparative basis and not merely to some manifested idiosyncrasy or eccentric behavior. Also, however, reviewed the case of People versus Talley, 7 Pacific 3rd, 172, Colorado Appellate 1999. And I will tell you that there is an error in that case because it says that cert was granted August 28, 2000. That's not correct. Cert was denied by both the United States Supreme Court and the Colorado Supreme Court. But in that case, it involved I think it was a cable TV installer. Cable television company installer. And the one worker killed another worker for, I guess, infringing on his turf is how it's referred to in the case. And the defendant at that point in time, or some months before the killing occurred, told his supervisor that if the victim was not kept off his turf, he would go to a higher level of security. And the supervisor was called to testify at trial and was allowed to express an opinion on the defendant's sanity as of the dates other than the date of the offense. And the Court of Appeals in that case found that it was not error to allow such testimony. Also noted People versus Gallimanis, Gallimanis, 944 Pacific 2nd, 626, Colorado Appellate 1997, holding that it is proper to inquire into the mental condition of the defendant both before and after the commission of the act. And in this case, it said the defendant's supervisor expressed his opinion that the defendant was sane as of 9 days after the killing. Even if his testimony as defendant contends also expressed an opinion that the defendant was sane at an earlier date, that opinion referred to defendant's sanity only 3 months before the killing. So as I see this, I think that the foundation that needs to be laid for an opinion to be provided is what were the circumstances of the contact between the witness that is testifying, the circumstances under which the witness had contact with the defendant, how the defendant was acting, those sorts of things. I also note that in this case, everybody except for the defendant's brother and Mr. Stauch had contact with the defendant either at or near the time of the offense which is alleged to have been committed in this case. So it seems to me that a person can give testimony regarding whether or not, based on their contacts with them, whether they thought the defendant was sane at the time. They cannot give testimony unless qualified as an expert and a sufficient foundation is laid. They cannot give testimony regarding a diagnosis that may have rendered the defendant insane, but they can testify as to whether or not they saw certain things, whether she was, I think the prosecution has gone down the line of, did she refer to herself by a different name? Did she seem to know what was going on? In addition, with respect to, I think it was Van Nest was the name of the nurse yesterday. She's in a little bit different position. Number one, she was qualified to testify as an expert, true, not in as a psychologist or psychiatrist, but part of her job requires her to obtain consent from a patient in order to perform an examination. And before she can obtain that consent validly, as she testified, she has to make sure that the patient understands the procedure, understands what's going on, understands why she is requesting what it is that she's requesting, and that the patient has the present capacity to be able to understand all of that and make a decision regarding that. So I think her testimony regarding whether or not the defendant was sane was properly admitted. So with that, Mr. Tellini, did you want to make further records, sir?
Just briefly,
Go ahead.
in regards to the sane nurse, I think it's different her testifying whether or not she was mentally signed the releases and so forth. I think she has a training on that. And my objection, my objection to her confirming that she's sane. I think that has a legal connotation that she's not qualified or does not have the foundation. I understand the court's ruling, but just that's what my objection is too. And I understand there's Medina and there's, in my reading of Medina, there was kind of two issues that the court had with the officers, with the two basically law enforcement people testifying. One was, I understand the court saying the proximity and time when they're in contact with them. It also seemed that they were stressing that the contact was of somewhat of a limited duration. In it, I think one of them only had like an hour-long interview with them. Tally, and I understand Tally, it's unclear from the case how much contact the supervisor had with the defendant, whether this was, we've been supervising for years or been supervising for, a month. And so we don't necessarily have this that we had in the meeting focus on the time. It's depending on how this case goes out, we'll have some direction from the Supreme Court on how to interpret Medina, even though it's a 50-year-old case. It doesn't seem that there's a lot of cases subsequent to it explaining what the actual foundation is. And so I think I made, the record pretty clear. And again, I don't want, I'm not going to make a long record, in the
That's fair.
for this attorney, when they're asking that question, I'm injecting you, I'm going to have that foundation, and I think that would make it sufficient difference, so they understand what the focusing on.
All right. Prosecution, do you have any other record to add?
Yes, briefly. Good morning, Your Honor. It's the people's position that we agree with the court on the analysis of the cases that you just cited. However, the jury is also going to be instructed on what insanity is. They're also going to be instructed, at least in the packet that we provided, that a layperson can weigh an opinion about insanity. At the end of the day, all of this goes to the weight of the testimony, because they also going to be getting an instruction on the credibility of all witnesses. And they can base the amount of time that the witnesses have spent with the defendant and weigh their credibility on that. So the instructions of law will cure any concerns that defense has.
Okay. All right. And that was a long way to start the morning. Sorry about that. Anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Are you going to start with the video?
No, I'll start with some testimony first, obviously. Yeah. And there's actually will be 4 videos during her testimony. The long one will be her interview that she conducted on January 29th, I think it is. It's about a little over 4 hours.
We'll also need to find a breaking point this morning.
Yep.
Okay. All rise for the jury, please. Fine, it's all good.
Good morning to anyone who's coming in here. Make sure you hit the like, share it on your social media. I know people won't probably be engaging too much because they're probably at work, going in and out, or whatever you're doing. I appreciate any time that you're here. All right, so hit the like and share your thoughts to the replay watchers. And Nell, Gigi, Melanie, and Frugal, hugs and kisses to y'all.
Thank you, Nell. Be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. Yesterday, when we took our break, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume today. Mr. Allen, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Jessica Bethel. It's my understanding Mr. Cook is doing her cross. I don't know where Mr. Cook went.
Okay.
He's going to be right back. I will stand in for him.
We're good to go then? Okay. All right, Ms. Bethel, if you would raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony about giving this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may. Go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Jessica Bethel, Jessica Bethel.
Ms. Bethel, what do you do currently for work?
I'm currently a stay-at-home mom.
Okay. Did you at one point work for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
What was your last assignment with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was last assigned to the investigations division.
What kind of education and training allowed you to do that job?
I went through a post academy to become a sworn peace officer for the state of Colorado. And from there, I received on-the-job training and advanced my career into the investigations division.
Are you still a post-certified peace officer in the state of Colorado?
Yes, I am.
How long were you in law enforcement previously?
Total, including my time served as a civilian, would be 14 years.
I want to specifically get us oriented to January 2020 timeframe. Were you working at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office at that time?
Yes, I was.
What was your specific job assignment then?
I was assigned to the majors investigation team, which consisted of detectives that investigated homicides and robberies, assaults against people.
How many different homicide cases did you get involved with investigating, if you have a round figure?
Oh, boy. I would say more than 100.
At some point, did you become involved in the Gannon Stauch disappearance case?
Yes, I did.
What was your role in that case?
I was assigned as the lead detective.
What does a lead detective do?
The lead detective coordinates the investigation mainly on a typical case and receives the leads and the information that's being collected by the other detectives. And then from there, analyzes that information and disseminates further leads, eventually leading up to either an arrest of the person or, looking at potentially a different suspect.
You said in the typical case, was there something about this particular case that made it different from those, what you would classify as a typical homicide investigation?
Yes.
What was different about it just from the initial standpoint?
Initially, this case was receiving a lot of attention in social media, and the case quickly grew to a multi-agency case.
Do you remember off the top of your head how many different agencies got involved with this investigation?
I would say close to 10, if not more.
Did that include both state Colorado agencies like the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and other agencies, also federal agencies?
Yes.
Did it also include agencies in other states?
Yes, it did.
Would that include South Carolina and Florida?
Yes.
Because of the scope of this investigation, did that change the role of a lead investigator from the sheriff's office to some degree?
It did, yes.
In what way did that happen?
Because there was so much information coming in, I assumed more of an investigative role as opposed to sitting back and collecting all of the leads at once.
Would you classify the investigation as almost an all hands on deck effort?
Absolutely.
Speaking about just generally how the course of an investigation might go in a typical case, what are things that can influence the direction a case will develop into?
Things that can influence it, I would say whether or not we have witnesses available, whether or not there's video, whether or not the suspect is willing to do an interview with us. And those types of things can influence it.
What about the potential absence or existence of physical evidence?
Absolutely, that can influence it as well heavily.
You mentioned witnesses, willingness to give statements or lack of willingness to give statements. Can that also influence the course of an investigation?
Yes, it can.
What about misleading statements from witnesses? Can that have an influence on an investigation?
Yes, it can.
Those things that I just referenced, did some of those things occur in this case?
Yes, they did.
Did some of those things have a negative influence on the investigation?
Yes, they did.
Can you, in a general sense, tell us what some of those things might have been that caused a negative influence on the investigation?
This ultimately ended up being a homicide investigation, and we did not have a standard homicide scene where there would be, evidence of the homicide and a body. That was not present in this case. Also, the suspect providing alternate leads, multiple stories of what happened, also influenced how we proceeded with the case.
When you've got that sort of dynamic going where there's different stories being presented to the investigative team, do you have to sometimes chase those down to see if there's any validity to them?
We should always chase those down. Absolutely.
Okay, and why is that?
It's just as important whenever you're trying to prove that someone did something as to prove that they didn't do something. We need to act without bias. And so if they present something to us, we need to take that just as it's a credible piece of information and vet it before we determine that it's not a good lead.
When did you first become aware of this particular investigation? Do you remember?
January 28th.
So the day after Gannon was reported missing by a 911 call and a non-emergency call
That's correct.
by the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Because the initial call was for a missing or runaway child, did that cause a investigative impetus or momentum to try to find this child that potentially had run away?
Initially, patrol handled the case just as a missing or runaway child. But then later, when it was brought to our investigations, our attention, we realized that he was 11 years old. The weather, his medical conditions, it became more important to find him soon.
Were there lots of searches conducted in the area sort of surrounding the victim's home?
Yes, I was aware of many searches being done by neighbors, some coworkers of Albert's, and also law enforcement.
Did that include vast areas of field and even reservoirs and that kind of thing?
Yes.
Did any of those searches in the immediate area turn up any clues that would lead to any investigative leads that you could pursue?
No.
You said that you first learned of this case on January 28, 2020. Did you actually reach out to the person that ended up being the defendant in this case on that particular day?
Yes, I did.
Why did you make that effort?
I wanted to contact Letecia to speak with her more about Gannon's disappearance and to meet with her preferably at her home so that I could look at his room to look for clues as to where he may have gone, if he had left anything behind, a note, or any behavioral changes.
Were you able to talk to Letecia?
I was, yes.
How would you describe her demeanor on that phone call? Was she willing to talk to you?
I would say she was hesitant at best.
Do you remember how you described it in your reports?
I don't remember verbatim, no.
Okay. Do you remember if you described it as being apprehensive, that she was apprehensive to talk to you?
Yes.
Did you specifically ask her at that particular time if you could go to the house and talk to her about what had happened?
Yes, I did.
Did she agree to allow you to come to the house?
No, she did not.
Did she give a reason?
Yes, she told me that there were several young children in the home, and she didn't want them overhearing what we were talking about.
What did you do then as far as trying to get her to sit down with you and give some sort of a statement to you?
I offered to meet her at a place of her choice. She ultimately asked that I meet her at Starbucks located on Fountain Mesa.
Prior to this particular phone call, had you ever met Letecia Stauch?
No,
Had you ever talked to her on the phone?
no,
Did you, in fact, then meet up with her at the Starbucks on Fountain Mesa?
I did.
Who was present for that interaction?
Letecia was present. Albert was present. My partner, Detective Mark Riley, was present. Myself and Jason Hess, Sergeant Jason Hess, also was present during part of it.
Okay. Did you actually do this contact with her and Mr. Stauch inside the Starbucks business?
Yes,
So was there a recording made of this particular interaction?
yes, there was.
Can you hear sort of the normal chatter that you would hear in a Starbucks on the recording of this?
Yes, you can.
May I approach with People's Exhibit 335?
You may.
Ms. Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 335?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a disc containing a field interview with Mr. Stout and Letecia.
Is this the recording of what we were just talking about, your interaction with them at Starbucks on Fountain Mesa on January 28, 2020?
It is.
Have you had a chance to listen to that recording?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that interview?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I'd move forward admission of People's 335 and request permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 335 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And before we publish it, the person that you had contact with that identified as Letecia Stauch, did that person have the same voice as the person you talked to on the phone just a little bit prior to this actual meeting?
Yes, she did.
Do you see that same person in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Will you please identify her for the jury, pointing out where she is sitting and what she's wearing?
She's sitting at the defendant's table. She has a pink shirt on.
With her head resting on her hand?
Yes.
I would ask that the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
And then permission to publish People's 335, and it is 55 minutes and 54 seconds, Your Honor.
And is this audio only?
Yes, this is audio only.
All right, go ahead.
I wasn't sure I'll let you want to be in. Yeah. So, do you guys still want to stand out here or do you want to go in the? You can go in. I'm Detective Bethel, by the way. Okay. This is my partner, Detective Riley. Sorry, I'm just a little, I haven't said that. Yes. And I'm not that. I guarantee you, okay, if I put down there, so. So we were just notified about what's going on in Gannon, and so I just want to start from the beginning, to make sure that I have accurate information. So, your name, ma'am?
It's Tecia. And same last name, Stauch. AUCH.
Your date of birth?
8483.
Give me the address, because I don't think that street name's right.
It's just Mandan, MANDAN.
How long have you guys lived there?
A little over a year.
And your name, sir?
First name's Eugene. Last name.
Your date of birth?
82.
All right. Where do you work, ma'am?
The beginning.
Which school?
I don't know. I don't like if I think it's for the other college.
And you, sir?
I'm in Ashland. Full time.
So tell me a little bit about Mr. Gannon. How old is he? He's 11?
Which I'll put out. That's, I'm not attention, and that's not true.
Right. That's what I was told too.
So we were like, everything we do based on our mindset on it, based on that.
But someone actually takes.
Yeah, technically last night, he texted me. I was in Oklahoma at Fort Sill for training and I had to come home emergency. But he texted me last night. He's like, yeah, we saw him on the camera, came in, did not look distressed. Bought some chips, left on foot. I mean, I can show you the text if you want to see it. But
When did you go to Fort Sill?
when? Yeah, I left Sunday. I've been there one day.
What school does Gannon attend?
Grand Mountain.
Grand Mountain?
Yeah, it's in our neighborhood.
I was gonna say, I think that's a new one that opened up
Yes.
down there. Tell me about his friends.
Most of his friends are right there, like right around our house. Like he has boys that live right at the end of the street. He plays with them most of the time. Braden is his name.
What's Braden's last name?
I mean, I got all his parents' phone numbers and we talk to him all the time. But
If I could get their number too.
yeah,
So if Braden, I don't.
Braden, he's one. So they're like two families that live in the same house, but they're like related. So
Well, Connor, I know, but Connor is the Webster.
there's a Connor, but he goes to the web show initially, like because they rezoned him because of the new school or whatever. So he went there last year.
Connor's mom has been with us the past day or two.
She works at
Yeah, she works at Webster.
So this is one of them.
Ian,
So like I said, I think it's two brothers and their families live in the same house. And they got like 3 or 4 kids.
But that's associated to Braden.
I think that's Braden's uncle. I got Braden's mom in there too. But you can get to him through this guy. This is him.
When was the last time that Gannon went to school?
We've been last week.
yeah, so Gannon went to school on Friday.
Friday, yeah.
When does he return home from school?
I'm like 3:15-ish.
Yeah, 3:05 to 3:15.
Yeah.
They changed the new time of the school. Like it used to be like 3:30 to 3:45. Because of like snow days over there.
So Braden and Connor, are those the only two friends?
I mean,
He know, I don't even know the parents.
I'm looking.
He wants to meet them all on top of home because he has all their numbers. I don't even, like, I know them from coming to our house. Like, I don't have a flock down.
There's one more. This so Lily is my daughter's friend, but she has a brother that's Gannon's age as well, and they kind of live like right behind us.
What is the brother's name?
Reese.
Reese.
I do know that because I hear playing the sale all the time.
So they live on the next street over, and sometimes they'll ride their bikes over there, but they mainly play with these boys, these Braden. And then right next door to them is a group of girls that my daughter plays with. I just know their mom.
Campbell.
Canberra is the mom, and that's her number right there. 801.
Oh, yeah.
CANBRA, I think.
So that's a mom of,
My daughter's friends. There's like 3 girls.
But one of them is the age of Gannon.
Yeah, I mean, these kids are like, they range from like first grade to like they're 6.
so these are neighbors.
Yeah, basically they live 2 or 3 houses down, but they live next door to one another.
Okay.
And that's about it. That's all they really play with. Now, he's got some other friends at school, but he never really goes to their house and stuff like that. The point of concern was this right here. This is where the concern started. I'll show you the text message he sent me. Okay, so this was, he stayed at home yesterday because his stomach was hurting.
So we got hiking on Sunday.
Okay, so yeah,
I would tell her that part.
Yeah, sure.
She's about the stump. And we went to Garden of Gods and we get probably about, I don't know, a few miles out, a few feet in. He's like, oh, my stomach hurts. I'm like, it's probably because you haven't been, like exercising all day. He's had this problem for a while because he gets like really bad constipation. And so his stomach was hurting all through the night. And it was, you were either on the plane,
yeah, so that's
some
on the
people
way up.
were like texting back and forth. And I was like, should I just stay at home? Because there was like, all this stuff coming out of his butt a little bit. And so I was like, I didn't want to go to school like that and scared because it's coming like multiple under there.
Okay.
And he gets really down and embarrassed about
So,
that too.
yeah, so he gets embarrassed. He's very like emotional about that type of thing because he's sad about it. So he stayed at home. Well, we went about, we went and got good dogs, some, new outfits. We got 2 new puppies. So we went and got a dog some new outfits at the Petco. I think it's on Coles, Nevada exit maybe. I don't know the numbers, but I know it's Nevada and the Coles right there. And so we went to Nevada and the Coles. He sat in the car because he wasn't feeling well, but I wanted to make sure he was gonna eat, and I gave him some Pedialyte and stuff like that. I think that's about it. I came back, whatever. So when we came back, he was texting you, and that's where you wanted.
Yeah, so he had spilled a candle in the house, whatever, you know, because he felt like he was smelling bad because it was an accident. He lit a candle and was playing. He spilled the candle, so he got really upset because he made a mess with that too. So
it turned a big.
So then this is where he starts texting me. I'm in Oklahoma, so he told me my tummy hurts, blah blah blah. And I'm just trying to stay positive, you know. So he's worried about. Tisha said he was really worried about getting in trouble not for the accident, but for the candle thing. So then right here, I was like, we'll talk later. And he's like, do we have bath salts? And I'm like, immediately, I know what that's all about. So I'm like, what, what's going on? Where did he even hear this from? So I immediately texted her. I was like, we have a little bit for baths and stuff. So I was like, put all the stuff we use for our baths and put it away somewhere so he can't access it until we find out what's going on. And then I asked him for what.
Yeah. So with that, the day before, when he tells me this, I said, he came in and asked me, did we have any the day before, which was Sunday. And I gave him a bath bomb because I usually didn't know bath salt. I didn't know. So I gave him a bath bomb and went to the bath. I still was clueless to the bath salts until we looked it up.
So then he tells me this. My friend said if I got some, we could play this weekend. And I told him, no, absolutely not. But we were still talking at this point. And then he was like, he went on a little bit, but he's like, his brother has a car for a sleepover if I can come over Friday. And that's kind of the end of it, that we need some more haze. So that's where we get the idea that he may have left. Well, no, he told her he was going to play. So,
which she does,
which they do all the time. They walk out and they're like, where are you going? Be back at such and such time. And they're always, maybe he's 10 minutes late, but nothing like this. So, I don't even know who this friend is. That's the biggest concern on the surface. That's why she said, I always like to walk over there and meet, hey, this is blah, blah, blah.
We don't know anyone with the car.
Yeah. With nobody finding that has an older sibling that drives, none of his friends that we were aware of. So from these other people, we got some names of other kids on the bus that he plays with, and so we kind of hunted them down last night and heard what they did while I was on the way back. Found one kid named Jimmy, but he wasn't. They hadn't seen him, and then they were like, "Well, this kid has an older brother or whatever." And they went to their house, and they're like, "No, we haven't seen him." So that's when it really
gave us the information that Jimmy had an older sibling. So of course we all went.
We think it was putting people together.
Right. So then Jimmy's dad answers the door, and they show the picture to Jimmy Connor's mom, with the one with my daughter. She's a 17-year-old. So he's like, "Yeah, I think I know that kid." And then they were like, "Do you know Jimmy?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, that's my son." And then he was like, "I'm sorry to tell you guys, but we don't have a older child that drives." I don't know if she said Jimmy was the oldest, but whatever it was, Dad said there was no older boy that was in their home that drove. But it was like he said, pieces were coming in from different kids trying to give us information and names.
See, the big deal here is it's not like. And I know kids, they get influences, but he's a homebody. I mean, I'm like the same way. He would rather be at home playing his little Nintendo or, watching cartoons. Sometimes I gotta make him go ride his bike, that kind of thing. So he's not one just to walk off. And, he's had times where he's been a little embarrassed about his stomach problem, but never anything to drive him to something like that. So that's why I had to come to grips because I'm pretty convinced that something bad. We kind of took ourselves kind of broken down to, you either feel like he's at a house where some of this drug stuff is going on. They convince, you know, that they convince.
Has anybody called the school yet?
Yeah.
So the principal called this morning.
I emailed the teacher first, and I'm like, can you give us any information? I knew she couldn't, but I wanted to start that dialogue. I said, can you give us any information about Anna's friends or anything? She's like, no, but I can go to the administration. So, principal, somebody reached out last night, her principal said he waited up front just to make sure he didn't come to school today, side or whatever. And an announcement is that, hey, you have information, we're gonna help Gannon, and,
They also just sent an email on the, do not reply. The district, just came to us, where the principal said he's sending out all families.
okay, so yeah, so they're doing their due diligence.
So I just came to us just now.
What kind of social media accounts does he have?
I don't even let him get online with these things. I have
Does he have a phone? Obviously, he has a phone
Yeah,
that
it's in the
detects it.
truck, but like, we checked through that, I checked the phone logs on my TT account, and we hadn't texted anybody other than the one friend.
So we have the capability to do a download on the phone and potentially see things that are deleted that you and I wouldn't see immediately. It would be like in cache data or whatever. Would you be willing to let us look at his phone,
Yeah.
do that download, see, just to make sure that he didn't delete something that we need to look at? Okay. So it's an iPhone?
Yes. You want me to grab that?
We need to, take it with you.
Yeah, that would be great if we could.
I know we'll get to that, but I brought this because some of my buddies at work were like, they didn't know how to way to protect the device is hooked to the internet somewhere.
Okay.
Or maybe he's somewhere and play this game on their Wi-Fi or something.
Is the Nintendo Switch missing?
Yeah, he had it with him. So like he was going to play games. That's what obviously he was going to play games with his buddy or something.
What's the serial number on that?
That's going to be right there if I'm not mistaken. Everything should be in here. I think that's it.
Does he, other than the stomach issues, does he have any other ailments, disabilities?
He just, he takes, ADHD medicine, but that's never really caused him a problem other than, he makes straight A's. He actually got his first B this past time, so.
That's his phone there.
Yeah, that's 292 past.
2922.
Yeah, let me give you this phone number. And I don't know if you have the subpoena information or not, but so my friend looked this up and found, it said that, police can subpoena connection location for the switch, and that's the phone. And he found something on the internet that said that, so it's at least worth looking into, I think.
Yeah, we've got a database of stuff that we work with, so we'll be able to find a contact if that service exists with that.
Can I show you something?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you'll find it out, but I was just not sure about the history.
Oh, yeah, he had looked up only something that was.
Oh, where's the history?
Are there any other children in the home?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
You turned a 17-year-old. So, biologically both of yours?
No, so I have Gannon and my 8-year-old daughter. And their mom is on the way now, so she's gonna be here tonight. But
What's his sister's name?
Lena, Laina.
What's her date of birth?
1/22/12.
And you have custody of both of them?
I do.
What is
Well,
mom's name?
technically shared, but they live with me and go to see her summer. So we call it shared, but I really have to. Mom's name is Landon, Landes.
Do you know her last name?
Hyatt, Hiott.
Date of birth?
411?
4/11/85. And we have one other child in the home as well, her biological daughter.
Okay, what is mom's phone number?
Phone number?
Yep. And you said it's your biological daughter?
Harley. H-U-N-T, no, Harley.
Oh, Harley.
Yes, ma'am.
What's Harley Super?
5102.
You mentioned younger children in the home.
Well, mainly if I was meeting Lena because here's what happened. One of the people called this morning and she was sleeping and heard a lot of conversations and she's been like just crying and things like that. So, yeah, and she already has like a preconditioner with anxiety, but she gets very,
It's worked up.
worked up easily. So she's having a hard time because like the National Guard came earlier, so many people have been coming, so it's a lot.
So like you said, there, I guess the search history had been deleted, but like that one right there, Monday afternoon. I don't know, I don't see a time on that, so I don't know when that happened, but I'm sure that can be found. But it says, can my parent find my cell phone if it's off? So I don't know if he intended to take the phone.
What is this? Where does FGTV live?
That's, so this FGTV, some little kids show that they watch, what the kids watch, and they got
Like famous YouTubers.
it's like a YouTube thing that's going on. So but he left the phone.
Is he talking to any girls?
No, actually, I joked with him about that, but
He had a puberty class and he was like,
Yeah.
"Ew, I don't want to do like." And
yeah, they just had a little puberty class in school, so he's still in the ooh phase. Yeah, go ahead.
now, if you see the messages that say to mommy in the last day, that's me talking to his mom, because I don't give her my.
To see if you get any searchable stuff on the maps. So he searched for 10315 declaration. Was that you guys?
Declaration is probably
Don't go up on it.
somewhere. It's probably somewhere.
It's old.
Yeah, it's probably.
Oh, glory.
Yeah, it's probably something that we were. It could have been things that people.
What date was that?
10315 declaration drive.
When was that part?
It says classic homes, Wilson Ranch.
Yeah, I mean, that's our neighborhood.
Right.
Declaration.
I didn't look for any declaration.
Definitely was on Charlotte, so.
Yeah.
But we were driving around over there and somebody said that they saw a camera
That was the
on the Old Glory.
address on there.
Wow, I didn't think about looking at that. But this kind of doesn't make any sense because he went the other direction.
103. I feel like that's someone's address.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the people. Is it recently? Because like,
So this is how it was, when I pulled up his map.
I don't have his cell
You'll
phone.
observe that address is listed, that address. So when I click on it,
if you just put Orson Ranch, so is that the random address for that office?
After that declaration. It's on top.
bring up his map to see, look for hours. I'll send the car down to that. We'll figure out what that is. It's in most, I know it's right there, goes off to the south. So it's gonna be right by their house.
But it's kind of farther towards the school than our house, toward that backside.
Yeah.
We're up right at the front. That first section.
What model iPhone is that?
That's like a 6. Yeah.
Search.
That comes up with Zillow.
They're over here.
So this here is, it's a computer for but we're gonna use cell phone. So basically, what the cell phone waivers would say, is that we're gonna dump this phone with your permission. You have the constitutional right not to have it searched without having a warrant. I think that at this point, time would be good. Started.
Yes.
Everything that's on that, to include all deleted items, everything, it just makes a copy of everything. And then we'll get it back to you and we'll analyze the copy that we take from it. Again, it's, you're providing consent. I can't force you into doing it. And I would have to obtain a search warrant, if you didn't consent.
28.
I believe so, yep.
28.
So we'll keep the phone and start searching for that, searching through that. Where might he go other than, does he have any other relatives in the area?
Nothing.
No relatives in the area?
It's just us and those few friends who say. Yeah, I don't know. I don't recognize it.
We're listening to the car over there.
Okay.
Figure out why it's in the car. Did you ask about the bath salt count, the address?
Yeah, so we don't know just the friend. We don't know who the friend is.
I can show you all it said.
In that text.
He said to me was bath salts. Like, do we have any?
If you wanted to take him to a friend's house and treat them?
Yeah, and let me pull up so I don't get it wrong. Huh?
I was trying to think like stuff. What did you do for you?
Oh, thank you.
You're gonna get another water coming for you, guys.
Thank you so much. So you can just read through it. It starts, I was in Oklahoma, it starts right there, so you can just scroll down. So, to get this details we did with him, he's been having some stomach problems, so that's when he talks about his tummy. He had made a little accident, dropped a candle, so he's upset about that, but then you can read what's part about bath salts. And in context with that, at the same time, as soon as you said bath salts, I got on the phone with her and was like, hey, because we do have someone to take more legit take baths with and stuff.
Yeah.
That's like, get it all, hide it, put it away,
And I told him
figure
that
out what's going on.
you did ask me the day before,
Yeah.
and I gave him, because I didn't.
So, like, see, it's very vague. There's no, like, friend's name or where they live or anything, because the intent was to have that conversation face to face or whatever.
I'm sorry, when did you say you went to Fort Phillip?
I left Sunday morning. Well, actually, I went Sunday night because my mom flew out Saturday night. My flight was Sunday morning, and then of course, got there Sunday, that one day at class, and then this all happened Monday night. So, which was, yesterday I came back and.
What time did you guys go to Petco?
I don't know, I probably looked at what time we set the alarm.
Okay.
That was Sunday, right?
No, Sunday was, hiking Sunday.
Didn't go to Petco Sunday?
No, we went,
Petco Monday?
yeah, because it was just me again and again on the car, because the stomach.
Okay.
Because Lena went with us hiking, but Lena was. What's that date? So.
Tell you what, yesterday was 27. So we're at that address. You said you're sending a car to the house?
The only thing I can think of though, if that was the person that we took the jingle basket to,
How would you use this phone?
Anna was with me. So if it ends up being the person, like the neighborhoods do the jingle basket, that's the only thing, because it was somebody in Wilson Ranch. So you go like move people, but that would have been December. So I don't know what they got. I don't know if that's their address, I'm just saying that.
Any clothes missing?
I mean, like I said, like literally from what she explained, everything was consistent with, I'm going to play with my friends. So it was like, whatever clothes he had on, we make him put his play shoes on. We got nice shoes and play shoes. He had his play shoes on. So, I mean, it was pretty obvious that his intent was like, I'm not leaving, but I'm going to play. And I'm, doing everything I'm supposed to do. And she let him take his switch. I mean, don't really ever do that, so. It's in.
When was the last time he talked to his mom, his biological mother?
Or something? He talks to her, right? They talk almost, I'd say 5 times a week. I know he talked to her Friday and Saturday because my mom was here and, he was on the phone first, so.
Sorry, there's just a lot of 27 numbers trying to spare.
Bio mom's coming in from.
Yeah, she's on the way now. I think she just got on the plane, South Carolina. Yeah, that's where we're all originally from, South Carolina, but I'm right here for the military, so. I mean, not to add any confusion to it, but like, the mom's married to a guy that's got a lot of trouble with the law. That was one of my first instincts when it was like, when the come and go thing came up and they said that he walked in all nonchalant, like everything was normal. It was like the dude was here or something, because he's got a lot of trouble like that in his background. So I was like, it came to my mind with putting down, but I mean, I don't know if it's anything legit.
Does she have your address?
Yeah, she does.
I know it says I disarmed the panel at Monday, January 27th at 2:29. So that's when we would have, and I set the back door to close because I would have let the dogs out back in. So that's when you got home? Came home. I'm still scrolling up. I just didn't want to have to go to the back. And then, let's see, it says basement motion. I might have set the alarm. It's not showing when I set the alarm, but it says living room and basement motion at 10:10 a.m. Oh, here it is. Armed by master right here. So Monday, January 27th, I armed the alarm at 10:05 a.m.
10:05, guys, when?
That's what time I armed it. So I'm assuming, yeah, because we had motion that morning because we were there.
Which alarm do you use?
ADT.
What did you participate in? Bingo?
But they do these little basket things where like they would like a group on Facebook or wherever of like say 10 women or 10 families, just you set a dollar amount. It's like, okay, you bring a basket of stuff to their house.
Okay.
So it's like a secret Santa, I don't know, something like that, but for the neighborhood.
I could either look on the lady who sends it. You want to see that's the address she sent?
It doesn't matter, we're gonna send a card
Okay.
anyway.
Okay.
So we'll make contact,
Okay.
verify.
Okay.
It's weird to hear without that address on it.
Yeah.
Does that, I mean, if that's like recent, or I know we
I
have.
don't have a way to see when it was searched, I can just see what the address is, the only address on there.
Right.
Has he ever left before?
So, I mean, I know every parent says this, but he's a pretty straight up kid. And, if ever he does wrong, like the only thing he ever sneaks is, playing his games if he's grounded or something. That's it. I mean, other than that, he does his chores. I mean, he makes straight A's, kind-hearted. I mean, he fusses with his sister, but
And add to that, I know Spirit came saying that the counselor has said every.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I because of, so his mom and the situation with her husband, like she basically has lost everything. Doesn't have a place to live, gone through a lot, on drugs and stuff. So I got custody of them. It's been pretty hard, for any kid. And I went through some of that as a kid, so I was like, let's get them counseling, just to be certain there's nothing that they're dealing with, and they know it's okay to talk. So they go like once a month on base. And I always ask at the end of the session, hey, is there anything alarming that he brought up or anything I need to know about. And
Yeah, she always says
for
that.
him, it's nothing, that he's just open and, he's going through normal emotions of, loving mom and loving dad and stuff like that, but nothing like, hey, you need to.
Does he go on Carson?
Yes.
And what's his counselor's name?
Dr. Burtek, I have her number.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Looking through this phone and listening to you, it's exactly like looking through a 12-year-old's phone and talking to him. I mean, exactly. He communicates over a couple of game chats. He plays a game once, You got this kid, computer game.
This is it right here. And I refuse, unless he's done it behind my back. I know he gets on YouTube and watches some stuff, but I have absolutely said no online gaming. So unless he's got on there and figured it out, then
So not necessarily communicating through the game. We have apps and stuff. If you can talk back and forth with your
maybe
while you game and stuff, and he likes to use those instead of text messages. And you for different accounts. I was looking to see if I recognize any of the ones. Our son did the overboard.
yeah.
So I don't recognize any of them on there from what he uses.
Yeah, and usually, once again, he's pretty innocent by telling us, or at least hinting at things. And he's never even like said, "Oh, I learned this from this." How he learns is he researches like YouTube and stuff.
I can see the way he was talking to you in his text messages about dealing in trouble, if he still plays game and stuff like that.
But I did block him from the Wi-Fi because he was using TikTok. He had up something about some choking game.
Yes, I noticed, and paying attention to what the news and all that. I banned them from TikTok and said remove it from all your devices because of the bad. I'm sure there's good stuff, but that stuff that encourages those challenges or whatever
Yeah.
going
When was that?
within the past week.
Yeah, I took him off, but like he was on the Xfinity Squad or.
Yeah,
And shut it
Yeah.
myself.
yeah, you did
So
that.
I did that because I look over and it was some people were choking and quarters. And I don't know what it was like. I guess to get high,
This is counseling.
like you choke yourself or something. And so he was laughing, but I think he saw it as just people being silly. I don't think he was realizing like
How serious it
how
was?
serious that was. So I told him a story, which was a true story. He was playing a quarter game and it went down his throat. And he had to be rushed to the hospital, blah, 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 blah. And so then he kind of looked at me like, like it was serious. So I didn't think anything else about it. Didn't think he was going to do anything like that. I just thought he thought it was funny.
To see the kid is so like tenderhearted, like I know the kids are obviously influenced, we know that, but he would never like smoking or anything like that because his mom's got into that stuff since we split up, and stepdad as well, and his grandma, his mom's mom smokes real bad, and so he knows that causes bad stuff.
But then the thing was in his book bag.
What was in his book bag?
So she found after the bath salts, I said, go check his book bag just in case. Initially, she found nothing, but then after he disappeared, they went back and.
No, I didn't let her go look at it initially.
Oh, I thought you looked.
No, you asked me to go look at it, but I think I was doing other things.
So they
I sent Harley-
found a 2-pack of those little Swisher Sweets.
Yeah, I sent
So-
Harley to go look at it.
I don't know. Somebody had to give him those
When did you find those?
last night.
Yeah, so I sent Harley to go do it. So Harley was like pulling out the book bag stuff, and she's like, "Oh, I didn't see anything." And then she had a folder in her hand, and dropped that folder, so she immediately used the text out. But it didn't look like anything was used.
His best friend leaving, that was.
Those kids at English grade.
Braden and Connor.
Connor not as much because
Have we been to their house?
I don't know. Did they talk to the police last night?
Connor's mom did.
Connor's mom was there, but I was texting the other parents because they were out in the neighborhood looking.
Brady's parents wanted it?
Yeah, out in the neighborhood looking around. Yeah.
Yeah.
You talked to Brady's parents?
I'm not sure if y'all talked to Brady.
I know I know they talked to Braden's mom because she was at a.
Okay, all right, there you go.
I don't know that you talked to Connor's mom, but I do know she was there at the time everyone was there.
What is the Rubicon Drive address?
Rubicon Drive, actually.
So Lily and
So
street, like the friends that live on that address? Okay.
9865 Rubicon Drive.
I don't know the number, but that Lily and Reese I spoke about earlier, they live on Rubicon, which I think is the street right behind us. Is that Rubicon?
Yeah, Rubicon's behind us, but I don't know anybody. I thought Gap Home was behind us.
Okay, hold on, let me look at it.
What is it again?
9865 Rubicon Drive.
No, what is this? Something. We
That was
gave
the
you,
usual hangout, yeah.
oh, okay. Who gave you this?
It was listed in the report. You guys gave it to us.
Yeah, I didn't give anybody, no.
So there was information that you wanted to go to a party with the basalts. That was just a over. Is that right?
No, he said I want to go to a friend's house. They said bring bath salts and my older brother.
Yeah.
That's piecing it all together, but in his terms, that's.
Yeah, but I didn't hear the same thing
But,
anybody.
so this Rubicon, so we live on Mandan right here. That Rubicon would be those boys, that Braden's family right here. I'm sure that's,
Okay, so that's Braden's house.
I would assume that because they don't know anybody else in Rubicon.
Yeah, I wouldn't look at
And Lily and Reese,
Because I don't even know.
well, I don't know, Rubicon goes around here, so unless he was going to somewhere right there, I don't know, but the boys do live there, Rubicon. Lily and Reese live on Capitol.
So we also have a deputy back over at the coming bill.
Okay.
So we asked them to send us the videos. They can't do it in the store. They have to do it in the corporate office. It's a wireless system or whatever, if you're cloud, I can send it to the deputies. Going back over to redo that.
Linda Reese. Or Reese Linda.
Oh, at that, Declaration House? I mean, to know if there's any kids there, we'd have to go to the school probably.
That's what they're doing now. They're going down to see if anybody home. They have any kids. So I'd say,
Okay.
and then why you would have searched that address, et cetera, and start from there. So
Okay.
they're headed down there to do that now. So Deputy over, looking at looking for if you're over there. Did you talk to Deputy Donna yesterday?
Would this been late last night?
No, it would have been probably before 14 now.
I'm trying to, the only deputy I spoke with that I remember, one called me because we were getting overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I don't know who I spoke with. They were at the house though, right?
There's a lot.
I think they were at the house and then, Donahue,
Donatell, yeah.
Sean Donahue.
Now, Chris Donatell,
This is a Paso County? Yes. Deputy Sean Donahue, I think is the one I talked to because he said
The recording.
okay.
he said he would text me the case number. And then he said that we got come and go footage. So I texted him back. Yeah, I mean, you can read the.
So the deputy that went to the coming show, the clerk said, oh yeah, he was in it. The deputy reviewed the video, and he did not see it.
Who doesn't watch?
I don't know, he saw it
What, the one viewed today or last night?
last night. He's going back again today.
So let's see, Donahue said basically that it said there was nothing out of the ordinary. He didn't seem under duress. He left on foot. He only purchased a bag of chips. And I continued to ask him questions about.
First of all, he got to me from the clerk. And the clerk said, yeah, it's no. But the deputy went and the video. The kid is in the video buying the chips.
Yeah.
He doesn't think it's your son.
Okay.
But he's over there back now. And we can go there and look at it, but we can't get a copy of it.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to have video.
I mean, I was over there when, I don't know who was over there at like 11:30. There was another deputy over there around.
That would not have been the guys over there in my apartment.
Yeah, so we were driving around, I saw a squad car or whatever there, I pulled in, and I said, hey, can I look at the footage? He said, I don't have permission for that, but he said, I've looked over an hour and a half, I don't see description of your son or something that's close to it.
What kind of iCloud sign in? Sorry.
Let's text real quick, and it's in my note. I think it's the kid's stuff, isn't it?
I'll need a username and password.
Yeah, I got it in my phone.
You see anything in our report? Video. I saw a screenshot on the phone of a kid on a sidewalk or something like that. You guys,
Somebody sent that.
So there's been like 100 videos, photos that I went through. And I know that a couple of them were what appears to be him because it's the same outfit, the same, looks like him, there were people scrolling on them. So we had like 400 comics to go through
So
that
that should be the iCloud
we sent.
username and password for his phone.
Was available, we wrote it back.
Then,
Or whatever, so yeah.
yeah, you can write all that. And that's the Gmail username and password attached to
So
that.
yeah,
Do you care if I just take a picture of that?
Hey, how about I screenshot it and send it to you? How about that?
That's
So like it was on Gatlin. One of them I sent to my husband. I just don't remember where this one.
Weird that you got there. That's the.
Gatlin's behind us.
Oh, you said Captain.
Oh, yeah, no, Gatlin.
That's way up in the city.
That's it. All right, what's your number?
719-208-1406.
Okay.
So, you guys saw one?
And I just left that's my daughter's iCloud too. Not that it'll matter, but just in case, I just left that one on there for you.
You're pretty sure that's wrong.
Yeah, okay. But I mean,
So where was this one taken? It was tagged.
I need to look back. Just to give that, just thought of the credit sending the.
Can I give you a number? I can send a picture to you. I'm gonna send it to the guy that's overlooking that video. 719.
So.
No.
Within
5657. And that one was somewhere over by your house?
Yeah, what video here, we didn't.
You can get over the common door.
Oh, I didn't say where, I was like, I don't really make costume for this, I was like.
So I did see he has a whole bunch of emails for somebody.
Well, this is why, this is why. So we'll all be in there, they only let you do the just for you, keep on clicking. So everybody in the house with phones have to get it, so she.
Game in the system.
Well, our son gets random emails from.
You'll notice King Stickers on Wednesday.
My email box.
Yeah.
That's your point.
That's why it's.
So let's all really.
That's all, that's. And then I'll get in there and be like, what number am I putting in and try them all.
Has anybody searched the guy's house yet?
Yeah, so that was the first thing they did, was, it was about 6 people, showed up. And, because we waited about 4 hours. And the first thing they do, they come in, they just were like, hey, you need to get your ID. Maybe you have to run in like, I guess like search thing and stuff like that. And then they said, well, typically, or sometimes kids can like hide, and someone told me something about what's going to be in the jar and not realize that they could breathe, like different places. So the guy went through every room and all the officers and everybody else like stood this way, and he did like flashlights and checked all the spots to make sure he wasn't like hiding, because at this point, it had already been so long, if he doesn't ever come in to hide, he might do like a play, like jump out behind the thing, but not like anything specific. Yeah, so he went in like all of our closets, we like moved stuff, everybody was silent, then we looked at the alarm to see like if there was any motion that might have been in any direction that we, like we didn't know. So I didn't do it, he did it. We spent a while doing that, going over certain things. Like they walked me around, they were like, does he always leave this here? The clothes that were laid out, because we laid out, when he goes out of town and it's just me there, I try to lay out all the clothes, and I do it for him too if I'm somewhere, so they can just get up and find their clothes. So they were like, all these clothes are laid out, and I was like, yeah, it says Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because he's got like 2 beds, so he used to see other beds, like the layout, all this stuff. So they walk through, he just asked them simple questions. Would you normally do this? Would he normally do that?
I'm working on the Nintendo right now. Does he have a gamer ID on that switch?
Yeah, you don't remember the time? Did it come through on the his phone?
Can I see this one? It might be.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. I'll find it.
Yeah, he had one and then when we got the new system, we just created a new password for it.
Hey, you got a vehicle, maybe they'll just put the car and stuff all over the place.
When he goes to play, I know you had said that you have to like basically kick him out the door to go ride his bike in that, but when he does play outside, where does he go?
Just to Braden's house.
Well, you don't have to kick him outside if he's not on his medicine. If he's not on his medicine, he's hyper, he'll go to. But if he's on his medicine, it's more like till it wears off, it's 5 minutes for ADHD. So until it wears off, it might be like I don't want to play, like it's zombie mode at first. So when it wears off, like if it's the weekend and we give it to him because we have to go to church, he would not go outside on a Sunday because it's still in the system of church. But he didn't take it because he didn't take it Saturday. He didn't take it because we went hiking, because we did a 6-mile hike. He didn't take it Sunday. I'm sorry, that was Sunday. He didn't take it Saturday, he didn't take it Sunday, and he didn't take it Monday, which caused the stomach problems. So he was off his medicine. I don't even think we ever go.
It said that the manager of the store says it knows the kid. He comes in living with the staff. So that's not us, right? Which we constantly commonly have. Sometimes if something goes, oh yeah, that's a kid. I see. So they said that the kids are they're saying it's him, but they know him. He comes in all the time with you.
Do like put
So
send
that's like
it.
they don't show back on. Well, definitely not enough for a clerk to know. Yes. No, I don't think it's
This says is this. I don't know if that's.
We get gas over here.
That's always there. Purchase sometimes.
And the Tiguan not associated.
I think
Should be there.
I don't think he was last week.
Sounds like a.
So I don't think he was last year. The guy that Bristol was quoted in there saw him. That won't work. He's saying, yeah, I know. I'm like, this guy can all the time. I'm sure that's not your guy.
Right, yeah, no, I don't think ever, I might have been there one
The
time.
deputy was looking, the deputy did not think it was him. He's going back to look to see if this kid that he sees in the store that I think might be children. He's got into the car. I don't think that's going to be. I don't think he made it up. It could be wrong, but it does not look like that to me based on Thomas.
Did you get what you needed?
Yes.
I didn't think,
I
okay.
have a lieutenant and a deputy going down after that. He's right now, but we went down and talked to them. Talked to a couple of deputies, so this morning,
Okay.
checking the golf course.
Yeah, because we saw him put the light on and we thought like there was people out there, but they were doing like another call, so he like kind of chased them down.
No, it was actually pretty good.
Oh.
They didn't know what they were gonna find and whatnot.
Yeah.
They didn't want to give people all around up. They were checking on it, there was noise coming from their shed. I think it was in that golf course area.
Oh,
So they went in and started, you
okay,
can see where the business pushed down.
right.
He was not it. But I want you to know, that wasn't him looking for anything or following.
Because they were just like, we were going to talk to somebody and we both drove off and was like, we both drove, make sure it's not your car. We both drove off and like, they're going in the woods to talk to people. Because they thought like,
Yeah.
okay, whatever, and drove off.
So they were going into that, I mean, because there's an abandoned shed or something back there. That they went in there, fenced in, you can tell people going there, messing around. They were going there, but they weren't.
Okay, thank you. I mean, like, I'm glad they weren't like saying that soon it would have been like,
They just didn't, they didn't want to,
right,
you
right.
got to think you might be over here.
Yeah,
You know, 30
exactly.
people are running toward the shed.
Exactly.
You guys can mark the. I would like to talk to you. I'm just going to talk to your meetings. out there, you know what I mean?
Yep.
They might know where this party is supposed to be.
What color is Braden's house?
I don't want to talk with parents, I don't want to talk.
Yeah, I don't handle anything. I don't even know. I think it's like 10. I don't even, I've never spoken to their parents. So now. Would your husband know? Yeah. I think it's like 10. You know, I drove by it. I just don't. Eugene? They
Oh, yeah.
What color is Braden's house? I told her I didn't know. Is it on your street?
But you look at so come in our neighborhood. Our house is like third from the end, something like that. Two intersections, dead end right here. There's Canberra, where I referenced, and then Braden. Basically, you go straight to their house from the intersection.
So this is
us. That's Mandan, Rubicon, right?
Rubicon. Find out about that declaration house. If nobody's there, we'll start doing a back search.
Braden, and then Campbell.
And go from there.
We'll be out there.
All right.
you said,
Canberra, which she's in there somewhere. And
where's Connor at?
Connor, they live over,
Like Academy or something.
somewhere, yeah, way over up Academy. It's just his mom teaches at that Webster school or works there, so that he goes to that.
They just,
Connor's mom's number.
did you give her that?
No, we got sidetracked
She just
on
actually,
15 other things.
Yeah.
sorry.
I don't
So
have-
Braden is on Rubicon.
Goes by Canyon.
Go back in.
Canyon, yeah.
Connor's mom.
Yeah.
You guys let me know when you be down that section. Okay, we'll do. Well, we're doing everything we can for you right now. Thank you so much. Guys, up, we got your number. Make sure you're safe charged, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. That'll work.
And so this is school. It's down here, Grand Mountain. Just to the reference. And what is it? What is Fontaine? Fontaine was the main drag coming in. Mark Shuffle.
Yep. I do know that part.
For the first term when you come in. So anyways.
Okay, perfect. So what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna, do you have a card on you? I don't have a car. We're gonna head down to talk to see if we can get a hold of Braden. See the time. Sorry?
Time I break?
No?
I'm not sure.
Might be at school. We may, and he goes to Grand Mountain.
Yeah, they all, the whole neighborhood does now.
Except Connor.
Okay.
Well, Connor's, because he's way over here somewhere. I don't know, I'll just have it, like I said. Braden does.
We're gonna try and talk to Braden. We're gonna get a dump on the phone. Sergeant Hess, the guy that was sitting here, he's also working on things in the area too with other patrols. He's sort of like the lead for out in the field. We're gonna see what information we can gather from there. And I will inform you guys as soon as I can with what we find. If something comes up, no matter how minute, please call us, okay? That 208 number that you texted, that's my direct stuff. So, and I think I called you from it, so you should have an earphone. So, yeah, hit me up, let me know what's going on. If I don't answer immediately, send me a text too.
Okay.
Okay? All right, guys.
That's a good place for a break. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Bethel, I want to apologize to you. I didn't realize that the video was, or the audio was going to be that long. I would have offered you a seat in the gallery as we have other witnesses, because that witness chair is not the most comfortable to be sitting there for 55 minutes and 12 seconds listening to something. So next time, we'll do a better job about that. So what are we doing next?
Just continuing with her. There will be another video here shortly that is much shorter. Let's see. 3 minutes and 43 seconds will be coming up here in just a little bit. And then we'll get into the really long one, which is 4 hours and 19 minutes.
Okay. So we'll probably get about a little less than half of that done before lunch.
Hopefully, yeah.
Just find a good breaking point for that, and then we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, court will be in recess. Just
All
about-
right.
You can go ahead and step down. Thank you, man.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I guess you know that they are on recess. This is really disturbing how this woman can lie like this and she doesn't feel no way. This is really disturbing. This woman is she's evil. She's just pure evil. All right, let me see the comments here. Oh, I missed several comments. All right, what was I up to? All right, Melanie said, I listened to the lawyer a couple of days ago from Colorado. He said it is almost impossible to get a jury to go with insanity. Yeah, I hope she doesn't get it. Now, now let me see what my girl Jackie had to say. Jackie says, any thoughts on her motive? Dear Lord, she's this boy can't even type it. I don't want to listen more, but what I'm getting, Jackie, from this is I need to know more of these timelines, and I could better answer that question. But what I'm getting is I think she just was tired of taking care of him, because it was like at first, all right, they together, but maybe the kid was just there part-time. But I think when the kid was staying there full-time, she didn't really want to be dealing with that mommy thing. You know, she just wants to go out, do her thing, and be her. And I don't think she wanted to do the full-time mother with the kid. And then plus, she probably was jealous because how much love he had for his son. Somewhere it was jealousy and didn't want to be bothered. My opinion. All right, now Gigi says, my thing is, if you're insane, why would you unalive one child? Wouldn't you go for everyone and inflict harm on yourself? Good question. Good question. Doesn't add up. What else now Gigi says? And now it's afternoon. Good afternoon. Well, probably still morning for some people. Good afternoon and good morning to everyone. And thank you for being here. Thank you. Shout out to the people in the bushes too. All right, now Gigi says, and she went extreme lengths to cover it up. An insane person wouldn't do that. Yeah, they'll probably be just sitting out front of the house. I did it. I don't know why. It was like she planned this. She's been looking at this boy for a minute, and she wanted to do this now, Gigi. She's been wanting to do this for a minute. All right, Melody says up to the Jackie. The state was pretty clear that the motive did not need to be proven. And only my opinion, I think it was payback for Dad's affair. So what are you saying, Melody? He was cheating on her? On Satan's daughter? Is that what you're saying? This is just a mess. He I don't know. Something about this father here. Choice he made. All right, so that's true, Lisa says. All right, Melanie says, now, Gigi, I agree with you. And for that matter, why wouldn't she have taken her to the school she worked at and take her insane rage there? Something to think about. 15 minutes. I thought he said 12:40. Okay, maybe I misunderstood it. Okay. All right, what else do we have here? Let's What else do we have here? Nail GG says, "Hi Lisa, how are you? Are you still living in Ohio? Weather? Ohio. Y'all hear about that dusty low life? Well, you'll hear the premiere. I have a premiere Thursday. This dusty low life. Lord have mercy. Women, stop dating these dusty men. They will put you in a coffin." Okay. All right. What else does Nell GG says? "I believe she did it for the poor little. She did that to poor little Gavin because she was pissed at Al." All right. What else says? "It was bliss when Gannon was visit, and when Al got him full time and had military obligations, that pissed her off." That's what I'm thinking, Nell GG. That's what I'm thinking. She didn't want to be bothered. She probably don't even like kids and having kids. And especially somebody else's kid to take care of? Nah, that wasn't that. She didn't still want to be bothered. Melly says, yes. All right, now GG also says, "She did why want to be a full-time mom to him." All right, now GG also says, "Remember, her daughter was 17 and working at that time. Less to do. But he was at the age you still have to watch, take care, pick up, blah, 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 and all that. And even the daughter, I think she was driving, right? Melly said, "He had 1 foot out the door. Heather was her name. She's not the one he married. That's yet another girl." Okay. Melly, what you saying is? So Heather was another woman that he was messing around with while he was married to Letecia? Is that what you're saying? He had 1 foot out the door. Heather was her name. She's not the one he married. That's yet another girl. Oh. Yep. Him running around with these women. And now his son is dead. Excuse me, not blaming the father and everything, but we just have to call it as it is. And that's how I do over here. You know, when you run around here cheating and messing around with different people and putting them and bring these kids around, bringing these people around your kids, this is what stuff like this happens. So yes, Donna, Heather was a girlfriend he had while married to Letecia. Bingo! Him out here cheating. Not saying it was right. But what did she expect? He was cheating on his wife with Satan's daughter. What she thought was going to happen to her? She thought she was special, she was different. You know, ladies and gentlemen, usually a way a relationship starts is usually the way it's going to end. That's the facts. Think about it. Go back and think about your past relationships. That you're not in a relationship no more. The way it started is usually the way it's going to end. What a shame. Okay, wait here. I thought it was just only let me take this. Okay, I'll just play some music while we wait here. Let me take this banner off because I guess I completely misunderstood what they said on the time. This is so sad. The way this child died. She just went in a full rage. She took all her anger out on that boy. On that boy. And then he wants to walk around here and blame his son's mother's boyfriend. Now he might be the one. You know, this is ridiculous. No, it was the one that you was laying in the bed with, sir. Yep, that was the one. Well said, Melanie. There is no excuse for this Satan's daughter that what she did. None. No matter how horrible of a husband he was, it didn't excuse Satan's daughter's behavior. But dang, he's not a saint. Yeah. See, the point that I'm making, let me turn this down is, you know, as adults and as parents, we have to be careful the choices that we make of who we want to date and who we want to bring around our kids. That's not the child's mother or the child's father. You know, but some people don't do that. They just get caught up in the cookies and the wood. They have to have it. Well, she has a tight body and, you know, it's something new the guy is. I've been banging this woman for 10 years. You know, why would I try something different? She's looking at me. She makes me feel young again. She finds me to be handsome. When was the last time my wife said I was good looking? But this one here, she just staring at me like, oh my gosh. Yeah, so they get caught up. They get caught up. And vice versa. They get caught up. And then it's sad because the children, we don't ask to be born. And then you get caught up in it. And then usually the children is the ones that die. They won't kill you. They'll kill the kids. Because they want to hurt you. What's the way to hurt a person? Get them through their kids, correct? Now, who just creeped through here through the back door? Rusty. Good afternoon, everyone. Better late than pregnant. You always got something to say for me anyway. Yes. Beautiful. I forgot what channel somebody had. They had some pictures of him. Just as handsome as he could be. Cute little boy. And he probably loved Letecia too. He probably gave her utmost respect. Enjoyed being around her. And while she was thinking in her mind, I can't stand her. Get on my face. I don't want to be bothered. Can't stand them. You know, the choice that these people make. There was a story I did. I'll put up the link. And this woman dating this man. And he told her when they was dating that he has a temper. He's violent. He's controlling. And he was ex-con. But no, she still has to date him. So this dude, when they broke up, you know, she moves the dude into her house. Around her kids, okay, mind you. So she breaks up with him. He comes around with 4 jugs of gasoline to set the house on fire with her and the kids in it. So one of her kids woke up and happened to, you know, smell gasoline. Mommy, you know, I smell something. So she goes outside and then she catches this dusty bum. He told her in the beginning when he was dating crazy. Well, we just going by, you know, what the article said in the videos, whatever. Right? But I kind of think he was one of those dudes who told her from the get-go. So she went outside. And she told her son, you know, go back in. Or her child, I think it was her son or whatever. To go back in. They never saw their mother again. He took her, he killed her. And after he killed her, he went live on Facebook to let the world know why did he kill her. And he said, I told her I had anger issues. I'm violent. I'm controlling. Everything. But she still wanted to be with me. And the list goes on. I'll put the link out later in the chat if anybody wants to see it. Or maybe you did see it already. Move this monster in the house. Yep. So he was going to take everybody down. Set them all on fire. He didn't care. He didn't care. You know, when a person shows you who they are, you better believe it. Believe it. Don't sit around here and guess and think, oh, well, they just talking. It might not. Wait a minute. Oh, let me see. You know. Oh, the person's just talking. They don't mean it. They don't mean it. Yeah, that's what you think. Look for the red flags. Watch the signs. See how a person moves. Check out their past. But so many people just want to sweep it on the rug, especially women. Yeah. Yes, we do that. And when you start reaching a certain age, come on, it's enough is enough. You need to grow up out of this. You know, start making some wiser decisions. Oh, you remember Lisa, right? You remember that story, right? 4 jugs of gasoline he brought to the house. He was going to set that whole house on fire with them in it. So thank God the kids is okay. Oh, Nell, did you know that story too? What a shame. He told her. Well, this is what he's saying. But something tell me in that video, Nell Gigi, he was talking the truth. What did he have to lose? And he was willing to go to prison for it. He got out of prison. And he's willing to go back. He was just that evil. You think I'm going to let something like this be around my children? No. It's not happening. Not happening. You got these women out here that meet a guy, start dating for 2 months. Next thing you know, the dude got keys for a house. Don't you want to know where he lives? Does he got a place? Why is he over there? Drinking up all the milk from the kids, eating their cereals and their snack. He ain't paying for it. He ain't putting a dime. But she just happy to get that wood stick at night, right? That's pathetic. Yeah, I said it's pathetic. All right, is it coming back on? We have 4 more minutes. This is so sad. This woman is completely out of her mind. Honey, you really think you're going to get insanity? You just sitting in that corner, putting on a show. You think it's going to work? See, your life, you've been getting away with too much. You had a lot of enablers when you was a little girl. They probably tell you, oh, you're so pretty, so cute. You could do this, you could do that. And you thought, you get away with it. And you probably have a thing of taking other people's men. That's what you like. You can't find your own. You got to have somebody else's. Break up families, right? You that type of woman. Yes, he was free out of prison. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. And she dated him. You tell me you did some jail time? I'm sorry. That's just me. I'm not rocking with him. I'm sorry. It's just not happening. No, it's not happening. Y'all want to go out here and date him? Good luck. You go ahead and do it. As for me, that's all right. That's okay. Not bringing around my kids. Nope, not happening. Yep, the wood stick, Jackie. They be worshiping that wood stick, the dusty wood stick. You know, like that Daryl Brooks we was doing, the Daryl Brooks. How much you want to fetch? There's going to be so many women writing him, talking about, oh, he's so handsome. I love him. He didn't mean it. What is wrong with these women? They just love these type of dudes. I don't understand. You know, what's the Chris Walsh? He slaughtered his family. He did his whole family. But he's getting letters. Oh, he's just so cute. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. They writing them letters. They get more women now in prison than they was when they was out. Because you slaughtered a family. You're a serial killer. This is sick. We as women have to stop reasoning with red flag. Exactly. Well said. Stop it. If the man is not offering you nothing, he's not providing and protecting you, let him go. When a man really cares about a woman, he invests his time in her. And money too. Yeah, it is what it is. Now y'all men come over here act all crazy, and if anybody's gonna come on here watch a replay tomorrow, Donna, you don't know what we're talking about with investing money. That's BS. Because he's going to make sure his woman is good. He's going to give you more than a wood stick. But it's sad. A lot of women, they're happy with the wood stick. That's all they care about. And he wrote a book. Yes, he wrote a book. And what was the name of the book? Something, or am I a sociopath? He was telling himself. See, ladies, you have to realize, and men too, these crazy narcissists, sociopaths, if you really listen to them, they will tell on themselves. They basically throw their own selves under the bus. Yeah, they do. They do. Did you hear Alex Murdoch is getting love letters? Oh, yeah, I believe it. Oh, yeah, they probably like, oh, he's just so cute and he's so tall. I believe it, Melanie. Yeah. That's it. They'll never be lonely. They're going to get money's going to be sent to them. They're going to get letters. Oh, fan mail. Jeffrey Dahmer was getting them. This man was eating people. They had to clear the courthouse when it came to Ted Bundy because all these women was like, I know he's a killer, but oh, just look at him. He's so dreamy. Do you know what this man did? No. They go past that. All right. Rusty says, first time I ever heard you call him by the name and not Surrat. I sure did. It's ridiculous. Gotta do better. I'm not surprised they did the same thing. They did the same thing with Jeffrey Dahmer. Anybody who's some sort of serial killer murderer, believe me, And if you was high
At
profile,
this point in time.
uh-oh,
Not from
my
us, Your Honor.
No,
Right,
it's
Your
okay.
Honor. All right, then let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Really is a pain, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's
And
just,
there's not a different setting, is there?
no. And it's, yeah, proud of it, but it's easy, but
You just got to remember to do it because
Yeah.
it would be disastrous otherwise.
It's gonna be a disaster.
It just is, that camera's view, when it automatically reboots up and starts again, every time we start it, it has the whole jury box.
Oh,
And so you have to zoom it in to cut out Ms. Gratiano, so that we know that we're not getting the jury box. And because there's a juror that sits right behind her too, so you can't. All rise for the jury, please.
I can't stand her. Somebody really needs to put her hair back in a ponytail, make her sit up and face it. Look at her. Did that to that boy like
You
that.
may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury have returned to the courtroom. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. So after we had a chance to watch that initial conversation that you had, I guess the initial recorded conversation that you had with the defendant, I want to clear up some things that we hear in there. In your initial question and answers prior to us getting into actually watching the video, you mentioned that there were concerns about any health issues. Did some of that come out in this particular recording?
Yes, it did.
Was that the ADHD and the bleeding from the rectum report?
Yes.
There was reference of a Petco on North Nevada that the defendant indicated she had visited. Is that the area up at University Village dominated sort of by that Costco that's in that shopping center?
Yes, it is.
There was reference to a Nintendo Switch and trying to track that. During the investigation, did you learn whether you could or could not do any tracking on the Nintendo Switch?
We could not track the switch.
Did you learn later that the Switch was actually found in the house?
I did.
There's lots of discussion in that video, or that recording, I should say, about things that required investigative resources. Do you remember hearing those things?
Yes.
Does that include going to different residences, like that? I think it's 10350 Declaration Drive, to look for potentially clues that would lead to discovery of where Gannon might be?
Yes.
In your experience as a seasoned homicide investigator and detective, is time an important element in an investigation?
Yes, it is.
Is the fact that resources are being expended to chase down potentially a runaway child as opposed to a homicide investigation, did that waste valuable time in the investigation?
Yes.
And was that wasting of resources a direct result of misdirection from the defendant?
It is.
During your course of conversation with the defendant at that Starbucks on January 28th, is this essentially the fourth time at least that she's given this story that Gannon has run away? Meaning there's the 911 call, the call for service, reporting it to Al, and then now reporting it to you in this recorded phone call.
Yes.
So almost a quadrupling down of that runaway story.
Yes.
What was her demeanor like? I guess because we can only hear what is being said. What were her outward demeanor expressions like? Were they normal?
She was calm and collected.
Did she ever change personalities while you were with her during this recorded interaction?
No, she did not.
Was her personality consistent throughout that interaction?
Yes, it was.
And then there was reference to, by the defendant, there was reference to ADT data to show what time she had returned from doing the run to Petco. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you also during this investigation become aware of neighborhood ring or doorbell cameras that caught that action as well?
Yes.
That confirmed sort of that timeline?
Yes.
Was it consistent during your course of this investigation that there would be some kernel that could be confirmed, a kernel of truth that could be confirmed from the defendant wrapped around things that were unconfirmable or turned out to be totally false?
Yes.
Some point later that particular day, 3:45 p.m., did you reach out to the defendant again by phone to request particular items?
I did.
What were those items?
I requested that she bring a toothbrush and or hairbrush with her of Gannon's
What was the purpose for that?
to collect for DNA purposes to develop a DNA profile.
Is that a common thing to do in a missing child case like this?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because if the child is located and is deceased, we're able to identify them.
By comparing the DNA from the body to the DNA profile that you might gather from toothbrush or a hairbrush?
Yes.
Were you making efforts to get the defendant down to the sheriff's office to sit for a formal interview?
Yes.
While that was happening, did Al Stauch, Gannon's father, show up at the sheriff's office and actually sit for an interview?
Yes, he did.
Was that about 4:30 p.m. on January 28th?
Yes.
Did you send a text to the defendant asking her to come down at roughly the same time?
I did.
Did she come down?
No, she did not.
Did she even respond to your text message?
I don't believe she responded initially, no.
Okay. Later that evening at about 6 p.m., did you get a call from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What's the, and what was the call? Was it to your cell phone?
Yes.
Does the sheriff's office have areas in the building that make cell phone service difficult?
Yes, they do.
Did you experience that with this particular phone call?
Yes, I did.
So what did you do in response to that?
Because I wasn't able to completely talk to Letecia on the phone, I hung up with her and I called from a landline located within the sheriff's office.
Did you get a better connection on that?
I did.
Was that particular phone call recorded?
No, it was not.
Do you remember what she told you or what the discussion was during that phone call?
She was discussing her relationship with Gannon and Lena. She told me about how her parenting and Al's parenting was separate, that they never formally adopted each other's children, that she wasn't allowed to make parenting decisions for Gannon or Lena, and Al was not allowed to make parenting decisions for Harley.
Okay. And then did she tell you during this particular phone call the last time that she actually saw Gannon, at least the way that she's reporting it?
She did. She mentioned that she saw him, I believe it was between 3:15 and 4, and she had mentioned that there was a TV show on that she had liked to watch. And I asked her what that TV show was, and she could not tell me the name of the TV show.
Did she describe the clothing that Gannon was last seen wearing by her?
Yes, she did.
What was that?
She said it was a blue shirt, blue pants, and his tennis shoes.
Did she also mention a blue hoodie?
Yes.
Did you ask her during this phone call if she would come down and talk with you at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she accept that invitation or did she decline it?
She declined.
Did she give you a reason why she was declining it?
She said that her stomach was bothering her and she was having to make multiple stops at different Walgreens to use the restroom.
Okay. Later on at about 7:03 p.m., did you get another call from the defendant?
I did.
What was that phone call about?
She was FaceTiming me and she was mad because her daughter was left alone with a bunch of men in the home, she claimed. At that time, the sheriff's office was at the home to get Lena at Al's request.
So I think that's later on, when she's asking about that. Would that potentially have been at 11:52 PM, that particular call? A FaceTime call where she's upset about and needing Al to come home?
That could have been, yes.
Okay. I guess, after that 7:03 call, did you get another call from Al in which he was upset?
Yes, I did.
What was that all about?
Al called me and he was sobbing. I could tell that he was upset. And he told me that he didn't tell us everything. He had previously done an interview with my partner, Mark Riley. And he explained that Letecia had rented a vehicle from the airport when she picked him up and that he did not disclose that to us.
Did he also talk about trying to find her normal vehicle, the black Tiguan?
Yes,
Was he able to find it?
he was not, no.
Was that causing him distress, at least as he's relaying it to you?
Yes,
Did that lead to him coming back into the sheriff's office for another interview?
yes.
And then later on that night, at about 10:45 PM, did you get a text message from the defendant? A rather long text message?
She's texted me multiple times that night, yes.
Do you remember the specific content of that text message?
I don't for that time frame.
Okay, if I showed you a report, would that refresh your memory as to the specific content of that text message?
Yes.
Your may I approach?
You may.
Seeing this paragraph here. Had a chance to review that? And for the record, what I'd handed to Ms. Bethel is pagination 01-0043. Did that refresh your memory as to this longer text message?
Yes.
What did the text message say to you?
She was asking what I wanted from her, and she was saying that she was being set up and that she learned that information from a fellow Blue with El Paso County.
Was that basically an implication that she had an inside source to the investigation to you?
Yes.
Did that turn out to be true?
No, it was not true.
Did she also express during that text message the same sort of theme that she was upset about her daughter being in the house with people from the sheriff's office, men from the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she relay in that particular text message the idea that she could hear what was being discussed inside the home because of cameras or something in the home?
Yes,
Did you respond to her?
I did.
What did you respond with?
I asked her if she had any information to help me find Gannon.
Did you also invite her to come into the sheriff's office to talk with you?
Yes,
Did she accept, or what happened?
she declined.
I'm going to retrieve that page from you. And then just a few minutes after that, 11:52 PM, is this the FaceTime call that you got from the defendant?
Yes,
Was this a recorded FaceTime call?
yes, it was.
Audio recorded?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 336?
You may.
Do you recognize People's Exhibit 336?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a FaceTime interview with Letecia.
Have you had a chance to listen to the content of that disc?
Yes, I have.
Is the recording file on there a fair and accurate representation of the audio of that FaceTime call?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 336 and ask for permission to publish.
All right, you may go ahead.
Are you accepting it as being admitted?
Yes, it's admitted.
Okay.
You can go ahead and play it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was distracted because I was looking down at this. This is, while it says FaceTime, it's only audio, right?
It's only audio, yeah. And just so that the record is clear, I never did hear whether there was an objection or not from defense as to it moving admission.
All right. All right, Exhibit 336 will be admitted.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to figure out, I got your message about something. I talked to you earlier. You didn't say anything else. I'm just trying to I'm confused at what you want me to do, what's going on. You talked to me, now you want to talk to me again.
Well, you sent me that message saying I don't know what you want from me, so.
Yes, because, I mean, my child couldn't leave. I couldn't go home. I don't have anywhere to sleep. I mean, like, I just don't understand.
Well, I'm sorry. I mean, that sort of kind of came out of left field for me. All I'm trying to do is gather information to find Gannon.
I don't understand what you mean came out of left field. My own child could not leave, so how is that out of left field?
What do you mean your child couldn't leave?
She was trying to go to Starbucks and was left there and forced to stay there with men in and out the home by herself.
Okay, I don't know what happened at your home. I know that she was offered the opportunity to come into the office and she didn't want to, so she didn't go into the office.
But what does she need to go in the office for? She can't go get food. She can't go get coffee and have to be asked why she gets coffee. Either Starbucks app to see that she gets coffee like every day. Hello.
Is there anything more that you might be able to share with me to help me find Gannon?
Just give me this.
Where are you now?
You keep asking me this over and over and over.
Where are you now?
I'm not going in to talk to you
Okay.
without an attorney when you already talked to me earlier.
Okay. That's perfectly fine.
But I just don't understand what's going on.
Do you have anything, any further information to give me that may help me find Gannon? Any new developments, new information?
I told you this.
Okay. Well then, I'm going to go ahead and end the conversation then, because we've already spoken.
Okay, so why do you keep saying because someone came and looking for me, wanted me to go talk to them, so now it's you. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
You and I have already spoken. If you don't want to come in to speak with me at the office, that's completely fine.
Okay, but why was someone?
I don't know. And so what I'm saying at this point in time, Letecia, is if you don't have any other information for me to actively look through to find Gannon, there's no point in me continuing this conversation. I need to get off the phone here and start working on leads and developments.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
So, first of all, where were you when you got that FaceTime call?
I was in the sheriff's office.
The other noises that you can sort of hear in the background, do you know what those other noises were?
To me, if I remember correctly, it sounded like windshield wipers on a car.
Okay, making that weird moaning sound?
Yes, they were rhythmic.
Okay. The sounds like potentially her demeanor is a little bit different than what was happening at Starbucks. How would you describe that?
She was angry with me.
And angry because of the idea of trying to get her down and talk to you at the sheriff's office?
I'm not exactly sure why she was angry with me, but she was angry with me.
What was your goal? What were you trying to achieve as you're accepting this FaceTime call from her?
I thought that maybe she had additional information for me to follow up on so I could find Gannon.
And did she resist that giving you additional information that might help find Gannon?
Yes.
Besides the fact that she's expressing anger, did she have a consistent personality with what you had experienced in a previous phone call and at Starbucks?
Yes.
There was reference made by her that she wasn't going to come down and talk to you at the sheriff's office unless she had an attorney.
Correct.
Did that indicate that she had a good understanding of what her rights might be if she does come down?
Yes.
Object to speculation.
What was your answer?
Yes.
And then did you basically throughout that night, early morning hours, were you getting text messages from the defendant?
Yes, I was.
What was the nature of those text messages?
A lot of them were about her, focused around her. I kept asking her to come in to talk to me if she had any additional information for me. And eventually in the early morning hours of the 29th, she gave me a story that she needed to talk to me. She was asking for a friend if we released information to the media. I told her we did not. She said something that had happened to her and she couldn't tell me around Albert because he would be mad and would become violent. And I ultimately arranged an interview for her, which was supposed to start at 10 o'clock at the sheriff's office on that Wednesday.
10 o'clock a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Was it odd to you, as you're describing those text messages, the early text messages, that the focus from her perspective was on her as opposed to finding Gannon?
Absolutely, yes.
Why was that odd?
In my experience, investigating other crimes and investigating other missing children, the parents are always willing to give me whatever information they can to find their child. And I've never experienced a parent being concerned about their own well-being or welfare while their child is missing.
In those text messages, did she also describe injuries that Gannon had suffered?
Yes.
What were those?
She said that he had blood on him.
Did she say from cuts?
Yes.
Did she also describe burns?
Yes.
Did she deflect any cause of those injuries away from herself?
Yes.
Did she in fact say that she did not hurt Gannon?
She did.
At that stage of the investigation, was that an odd development that she's now indicating that he was hurt, but she didn't hurt him?
Yes.
In what way?
Most times, if you don't know what happened to somebody, you wouldn't put yourself out there to say that you didn't do something to that person.
So you mentioned that you arranged in these text messages to have the defendant show up for an interview at the sheriff's office at 10 a.m. on January 29th, which would be Wednesday. Did she show up at 10 a.m.?
She did not.
Were you able to have any contact with her around that time frame to indicate where she might be or why she wasn't there?
I did text her, yes.
Did you get any responses?
She eventually did respond to me and told me that she had to put measures in place because she was being, or excuse me, her daughter was being stalked and her family was receiving death threats. And so she wasn't able to come in until she got those things taken care of.
Was there any indication, I mean, the investigation that either her or her daughter was actually receiving death threats?
No.
What time did she arrive?
12 o'clock noon.
All right, may I approach with 337?
You may.
Detective, oh, I'm sorry, I keep doing that. Miss Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 337?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
It is a copy of the interview I conducted along with Detective Kat Houston with Letecia at the Office of the Sheriff.
Is this the interview from January 29th, 2020 starting at roughly 12 p.m.?
It is.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of, I think that's actually a thumb drive or a portable drive, right?
Yes.
Is the content of that thumb drive a fair and accurate representation of that interview of the defendant?
It is.
All right, at this time, I'd move for admission of People's 337.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
Exhibit 337 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish, and just for reference sake, this recording is 4 hours, 19 minutes and 46 seconds long. And so we will have to stop it for the lunch break and then probably a second time as well.
Okay. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do is, this is both video and audio, right?
It is.
Okay. So we're going to start this. We will take a break, a normal lunch break. We'll flex that to a reasonable breaking period. And then we'll send you on your way and we'll come back. But in the meantime, start with that. And Ms. Bethel, you can step down and sit in some place that's a little bit more comfortable for that long a period of time. And prosecution, go ahead.
Thank you. Kind of slide it to when they actually come in the room.
Good idea.
And then just because you're in here and you're in our building and stuff, do you mind if I just pat you down really quick? That's how we hug. I need you to face that way for me. Sure, if you need me. Yeah, go ahead and put your arms out for me and just separate your legs slightly for me. There you go. Nothing that's gonna like poke me or anything. Like you're not diabetic or anything, are you? No. Okay. Just a phone. Anything in your purse? Probably. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Great. If you have a seat on the couch, we'll be right back with you. Thanks.
Your Honor, just while we're actually watching this part, I do want to put something on the record. Normally, I wouldn't necessarily want to play the dead time when there's not an interview happening, but I think her actions inside the room are also relevant for mental health issues.
That's
So
your call.
I'm playing it differently than I
All
normally.
right, that's your call.
I wish we could see the screen better. I'm sitting here like figuring out how I can zoom in on the TV screen. I don't know how to do it on my computer. There's got to be a way I can do it on my phone. I'll brainstorm.
How you doing? Did you get some sleep?
I haven't eaten today.
Oh my goodness. Want something to eat? I've got some stuff.
I would love that.
What would you like? I've got some pizza hot pockets and some tamales, a breakfast burrito.
Hot pockets would be good. But I mean, you don't have to like, I don't.
No, we can get you
Okay.
something. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah. Let me get that started for you. I have like Coke and Sprite and like apple juice. Do you want something like that?
You have diet?
We searched high and low
Okay,
for diet. There's no diet.
I'll
Like,
take a regular Coke. Thank you.
all the vending machines are even sold out.
Thank you so much for getting that.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's my card, just so
Okay.
you have it, so I don't forget later. I'll get that just.
Okay.
So that's my partner, Detective Houston. I know you saw Mark with me yesterday. I work with a couple different people.
So you're like in charge of.
No, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm in charge. It's just, we all pitch in and help out where we can. So, Mark helps me whenever I'm out and about, and Kat helps me whenever I'm here.
Right.
So she's going to be hanging out with us. And I also have something going on. So if this ends up going over, which is totally fine, I just want you to know who Kat is and that. Okay.
No problem.
Where did you park? Did you park in the garage?
Mm-hmm.
The garage that's right behind our building?
I got a parking ticket. Yeah, that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, perfect. For validation, what kind of vehicle were you in? So that I can put that on the validation slip whenever because I'll give you something to turn in so you don't have to pay.
Yeah, it's a Volkswagen Tiguan.
It's a Volkswagen Tiguan?
Yeah.
Okay. And let's see, what else? So I'm just gonna go through my normal spiel with you.
Okay.
I know that we talked last night, but because you're in here in the police building, I want you to know certain things, okay?
Right.
So first of all, you're in here voluntarily. You can leave.
Okay.
You just have to let me know that you want to leave.
Right.
Because I need to escort you out of the building, okay? If there's ever a time that you need to take a break, you need the bathroom, you need more water, you're still hungry, whatever it is, let me know, okay? I can't read your mind, so I need you to let me know what's going on with you.
Okay.
So that I can help you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Because the whole purpose of this, of us talking, is to gather some information. And I
I
know
have a
you.
question about that. I understand that. I know it's recording and all that. It's totally fine. But does that usually stay within the court and stuff like that? And I'm just asking
Yeah. So this
because I'm gonna have to tell you some very personal things.
okay. And that's perfectly
Right.
fine.
Yeah,
and,
okay.
and so it is not our common practice to go and be
Okay, that's
releasing
like that.
stuff like
Okay.
that. Also, another little admin thing that I do just to sort of kind of cover my butt whenever I have people in here talking is to go over a Miranda waiver. It doesn't mean that you're in trouble. It's just because you're in a police station, and I want you to be absolutely certain of your rights. Right. Okay? So I'm going to go over that with you right now. So you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you can afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. Okay. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Right. Do you understand each of the rights that I've explained to you? Yes. And having these rights in mind, do you wish to speak with me? Yes. Okay. So if you could circle yes, circle yes and then initial. It's sort of redundant, but if you'll initial next to yes. And then down at the bottom is an X here. If you'll sign that for me. Now, sorry, this was, I got a new watch and it doesn't like to work for me. It's 12:10. Thank you. So, because, I know I met with you yesterday. We talked on the phone, we texted, we've been talking with each other a lot. But because this is recorded, I want to get, let's start from the basics. Okay. Have who you are. You have your ID? Yeah. In your purse? Well, those are nice glasses. Yeah, this. What are they? This. I haven't heard of that. Is that a new? Like a Quay brand. Wait, yeah. They're really good. They're better than the Michael Kors and things like really? That. Yeah. Okay. I know this is your South Carolina ID. Thank you so much. What's your middle name? Well, it's I do my maiden name, which is Hardin, Hardin. Hardin? Yes, ma'am. Okay, and that's your maiden name? All right. Let me just write down. There's the deal number. Have a given middle name? Lynn. Lyn? Yes, ma'am. There you are. Thank you. What's a good phone number for you in case I need to get a hold of you? 843-655-7460. I don't ever drink sugar, so this is probably going to be so good. What is, in case I need to send you any documentation via email, how can I do that? Lecia, like my name, Lynn, and then 2006 at yahoo.com. Are you on any social media platform, Facebook, Instagram? Well, I wasn't for a long time, but just recently I just got my Facebook back because we didn't have for 2 years. So I do have a Facebook, but I've always had Instagram, but it's mostly a travel YouTube type thing. Okay, what's Facebook? It's just my name. Is it Letecia or Tisha? It's under Tisha. I'm sorry, you said it's under Tisha? So actually, it's not. It's because I abbreviated it. It's TT. Is it your same last name? Stauch. Yeah, because I don't. It's really. I really don't I don't. My first name. I'm always oh, Kesha. They're what Kesha? So I just put T because. Have I been saying your name wrong? No, you haven't. But I always try to change it. My mom didn't like it, so we tried to change it. So yeah, so I just gave up just to put T. What do you want me to call you? You can call me Tisha, which is my Tisha. Okay. We always have a name we don't like or something. And you said Instagram. Now my Instagram is under Dr. Stauch. Dr. what? Stauch. Is it the spelling of your last name? Okay. Because I have my doctorate degree in education. Okay. I'm is this a Dr. Pimple Popper kind of thing? So it's for your education doctorate. All right. And then address that I need to send if I need to mail anything. It's 6627 Mandan Drive. And then 80925. And where are you working? Well,
I was working with WD3, but I didn't want to work as a teacher anymore.
Mhm.
So I decided I was going to be a flight attendant. So that's currently what I started doing with Spirit. So I had been going back and forth doing like FAA. First you have to get like a study guide. I know you probably like, oh, you have your doctorate degree, you want to be a flight attendant. You know, I just like to travel. But my goal is to like teach online too and do the flight attendant so I could do both. Sure. So I've been looking over my books with Spirit and like things like that so that I could go to training. So I was supposed to go to training. We get like a training date February, March, April. So in the meantime, I was just doing like subbing at the early college. That's why I told you early college, picking up sub shifts and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're more of a substitute.
Well, I was just a fifth grade teacher at French, but it's gotten so difficult in the elementary schools. I don't want to do it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of like in between. I just finished working with them, and
Yeah, I'm sure kids nowadays are a handful, right?
it's hard because I did special ed for so long, because that's what my doctorate's in. And then you're like, oh, like
You get
you
burned
try to help so many people, and it's just hard.
All right. So you're gonna do flight attendant with Spirit.
Well,
Have you been picked up by them yet?
well, I got an offer letter from Spirit, an offer letter I just got one yesterday from SkyWest.
Oh, okay.
And the reason I like SkyWest is because they have a domicile in Colorado Springs and in Denver. So you can actually like work there, and I could do both at the college. So I was gonna, I thought that was vibrate. I was gonna do like Pikes Peak, and like, I'm sure I wouldn't have a problem because I just finished this past year. I was going to just do them both. And then, so I hadn't decided, but now that SkyWest just had offered it, I was like, that would be perfect because it was just like centrally located, you know. So
Right.
you could come home all the time.
Yeah.
So that was a big problem that we had, is because I was going to take the Spirit job and then I wouldn't be based anywhere. They don't have a base anywhere in our area. So
Oh.
like I would have had to be in Las Vegas.
Oh, wow.
So I would never get to see anybody at home. And then you like stay in these crash pads. Are you familiar with it?
We were on vacation with some people who, the wife used to be a nurse, and she actually transitioned into being a flight attendant.
Right.
She was telling us all about it, actually.
Right, yeah. So
It's scary. Like,
Started getting-
familiar.
I did start getting scared about it being in Vegas, and I was like, man, I'll never get to see everybody at home. And like, I mean, I love the travel part. So then I was stuck with traveling, but being alone, or traveling with everybody else, but maybe not as much here. So, but anyway, that was in a nutshell. I was kind of, and I'm still evaluating. Is it okay if I just stop that? Because it's like vibrate.
That's fine.
It drives me crazy. But yeah, look at, so I was in like a self evaluation type thing, trying to figure out, you know, transitioning for education and never having like another career. Like, and then like worrying about how people would look at you like, oh, you have a doctorate degree and you're a flight attendant. You know, you guys like don't make money.
Right.
You know, so.
My niece is actually a flight attendant, so
Yeah.
for Southwest.
They said that's the best one, and whenever they have openings, it shuts the website down.
Oh,
That's what I heard.
that's pretty awesome. I didn't know about that.
And apparently it's really hard to get into because
Mhm.
they're supposed to like handle emergencies in the air. So
Yeah, and like the training is so. You think people just think we will serve people, but the training is so.
I heard it's very intense.
Yeah, they like do ditching exercises. They kick people out every day. If you're late for class for 1 minute, kick you out.
Oh, wow.
And
That's good. We need standards like that whenever
Yeah.
we're
So like,
flying.
and let me just tell you this in case it comes up like somewhere. But Spirit flew me out to do the December 20-something training, right? Problem is, I didn't have anybody to watch Harley. And Albert was working night shifts. And so it's always hard because it's always on me to find babysitters for everybody, all the kids. It's always on me. So I get out there and he was supposed to help. I know she's 17. We let her stay by herself, whatever. But through the night, because he was working 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., that kind of scared me.
Yeah.
So like she just joined the Air Force. So like I know she's gonna have to learn how to like shoot a gun, protection, but you know, like she's not ready yet, mature. Like she's very mature, but she's not ready. So I came back, you know, and I was like talking to them. I just told them, I was like, my daughter's at home, whatever. And they're like, we can move you to the next class. Like I think it was February, whatever. So anyway, so just in case you're like, oh, I thought you were, but I did fly out. They flew you out or whatever. And I came back because I was panicking about her, the dogs, everybody to take care of. So
she's your baby, right?
yeah.
So, why don't we talk a little bit about what's going on? So I understand, so initially you didn't tell me some things because Albert was there. And when we say Albert, we're talking about Eugene.
He doesn't like Eugene because his dad is Eugene and he was a child molester.
Okay.
So like he like raped his sister. So he freaks out about the word, like if he hears Eugene, but I said maybe that might help you. If you don't have to call him Eugene, it probably would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I want you to do is take me through Sunday into Monday.
Okay.
And be as detailed as possible as to what you were doing, who was there, where you were at, how long you spent, et cetera, et cetera. Because the more detail I have, it might spark something for me.
Is it okay if I take my notes out? Because like I wrote down all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
and I was like,
absolutely.
because I was like, I tried to write down anything he might like say, and just in case, because I have like notes from different things or whatever. So we already talked about the beginning things. I figured you read that. So my paper is that we're at the same story that we started with, but then you want me to start with Sunday, which was the day that we went hiking, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we went hiking at Garden of the Gods. We actually, did you see the picture from Garden of Gods?
I didn't.
Okay, so we have pictures where we went to Garden of Gods. We were going to take the dog for a walk, but then my daughter got called in to work because she works at Massage Day.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we're going to go hiking. The crazy thing is, like, it's always like, you got one kid likes to hike a lot, the other one don't. So spent the whole time like, come on, let's go. We got to burn calories. Excuse me. All those type of things. Gannon, he started having a stomach problem and he pooped in his pants. So it kind of cut our hike a little bit short. But I was like, it's okay. It was kind of cold. I say cold for me, but I'm used to like 80-degree weather. So it was kind of getting cold. So we decided to go home.
Okay.
So we go home. I don't really remember what we did the rest of the day. It was probably just like random things around the house. I thought we went to dinner. Oh no, we didn't get dinner because he wanted to take a bath. That's it. So he came in and he asked me about the whole bath ball.
Okay.
And he had pooped in his pants, so I thought he wanted to like take a shower. So I gave him a bath bomb.
Okay.
So went through the night. We were just doing like a regular random. I feel like I don't know who I should be talking to, but
you can talk to both of us.
We used to be doing like random things around the house. It's Sunday, no football on. You know, I mean, I don't know like specific every little detail we did, but just a normal everyday situation. Other than he was in a lot of pain because he gets really bad. Is it okay if I like show you like graphic, like not graphic, but like with my hand motions?
Yeah, that's fine.
He'll get where he has to like poop, and like I swear they're like that big. It might take like 2 to 3 weeks. He has a like a GI problem, so because he takes Vyvanse, so like he had went the whole time without Vyvanse. So whenever that happens, sometimes it'll get where his stomach like wants to work, but then like can't. So he spends a lot of time in the bathroom, like kind of like hurting and things like that.
Okay.
All right. So then at this point, the dogs, we have 2 new little, a Frenchie and a what is he? An English bulldog. They're really like,
French and English bulldog.
Yeah, they are. They're really kind of like the Sadie's the French bulldog. She's kind of like high maintenance. But the kids always help out a lot with them, but Gannon wasn't feeling too well. And the dogs, they all, how they like know someone's not feeling well. So they were all laying down there and it was gassy, like very, very, they're back with that, very, very gassy or whatever. And, life goes on. But so Gannon had started a candle. Again, normal day. He's very like responsible in terms of like, if you give him something and say, do this, and like a list to prepare, it's fine. So we let him, do things like that. Like Albert lets him like use the box cutter to cut the boxes down, and like teaching things to be like a independent, growing up adolescent. So I didn't see a problem with him, light a candle, whatever.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember the exact time. I'd have to look at when the fire thing went off. I was tired. Albert had left because we spent the whole night up prior with Saturday because he was going to train in Oklahoma. So we stayed up most of the night.
Okay.
Just everybody was going to miss each other, wouldn't see each other for a while, whatever. So I was kind of like, tired. I had dozed off for a little bit. And Lena asked me, could she stay up and still watch the rest of her iPad or whatever. Usually I'm always like, no, strict, like, hey, no, you can, whatever. But I did feel kind of bad because it was just her birthday. And at the same time being her birthday, we had a lot of stuff going on.
Right.
So we made it about her, but like I was trying to give her a little bit extra because not everybody got to make it there. And we went all out for Gannon's birthday. Like we took him to a Rockies game. We took friends with him. I mean, like popcorn, hot dogs, but we didn't do that with her. But in her defense, we bought her a Switch. So it's kind of like different, but she didn't understand that. So I let her stay up longer than she's supposed to as like a, kind of sort of bribery, but, So she stayed up a little bit later. And so she was still she's a very hard sleeper and she's hard to like pick up, move if she falls asleep, whatever. But I could tell she was just barely asleep when I went in there. So it starts beeping, like a beep, 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 beep. And I thought that someone was coming in the house. So I look and don't see anyone at any doors or hear anything. So I was like, I thought it was just a sensor. So I hit in our 2564, which is our alarm code, but it didn't go off. And I was like, what's wrong with this thing? So I walked through Lena's room, because the alarm is in her room, and I walked back like through the top part of the house. And you've been in the house, so you know the top part of the house.
I haven't been in.
Okay, so there's the upper level and then there's the below basement. So I like walk back and forth or whatever. I didn't see anything going on. Then it started saying fire, 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 fire. Like it kept saying fire.
Oh wow.
So and I thought it was you know how like so there's like sensors for your fire alarm and then there's sensors for your like alarm.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just going to everything trying to like ban it while it was going off because I was thinking kitchen, fire, nothing's wrong, whatever. So I was putting like towels over some of the sensors because I thought that was like monitoring the fire thing, whatever. And then I realized it kept going and going. So then I see smoke coming up from the downstairs. So I run downstairs and my idea of a big fire is anything that I see on fire pretty much and there's smoke, that's just because I grew up in the country. So, like I remember bonfires and like things like that, So there was smoke coming up through the basement. So the basement so if you walk down the basement, there's just sofa and stuff over here. It was coming up through the basement. So I like run back up the stairs, go grab Lane, and luckily, my point telling you about her being not a rough sleeper, she woke right up. So she woke back up and I like almost like grabbed her and I was like, get up, get up, get up, get up. I gave her the keys. I said, can you go? I don't remember the exact order, but I said something along the lines of, can you go take the dog to Daddy's truck and sit there and wait?
Right.
So I don't remember the order of how we all ran out the house, but I know that at that point I did. She ran out, and I can't remember if I ran out to make sure they got the truck or if she ran out by herself. I don't remember that part, but I do know that they weren't. I know that they had gotten in the truck. I came back inside, run back downstairs, and that's when I was trying to get Gannon because I couldn't get. I didn't know how to get everybody at once. So my main thing was to get the front people out, and then go. So then I ran back downstairs to get Gannon, and then the fire was on the floor over here, then on the sofa. So I'm pretending this is the sofa and this is our floor. So it was right here and right here. And I saw the candle that was over here. So there was covers everywhere because the kids always get on them about, they leave a lot of covers laying around all the time. I mean, there's like 10 quilts and LOLs and blankets and all this. So they were all right here. So I take a whole bunch of them and I go and like basically smash down on the sofa and the fire to put it out. So I got a burn and then I was like, get up again and started running at that point because it wakes him up. He's alert. He's realizing that the covers and everything's on fire, the carpet's on fire, and we all go outside. So we get in Albert's truck and we drive. And I drove off in panic because I saw that I put the fire out. So I knew that there was no, like nothing wrong, like it wasn't gonna keep going. I drove off in panic because I just like, oh my gosh, what do I do now? Like we burnt the carpet, we done this and this. Gannon's upset, freaking out because he's scared he's going to get in trouble and da 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 da. So, like the whole talk was going on. So we drove maybe around the block a little bit and came right back. So we came back in and like developed a plan for the next day to figure out, honestly, we were going to fix the carpet and try to like not say anything. And the reason for that is because like Albert freaks out about every little thing. If the kids do something and I'm on like, me, and he'll be like, you didn't do this, you weren't being a good stepmom, you weren't doing this, you weren't doing that. And so we both kind of were like a little like worried about it, and he gets very like crazy, like if something goes wrong. So that was the plan. Go to sleep, rest. He was going to stay out of school. We were going to get the carpet fixed and then go from there. Plus, something's hurting. So Lena didn't want to sleep in her room. You know, everybody was still kind of like frazzled. And I think Lena slept with me or on the sofa. I brought the dogs up, and again, he wanted to go in his room at that point because he was already sleeping on the sofa. So that's where Sunday, like pretty much kind of like stopped, and everybody went to bed and yada yada yada. And I think I sent Albert messages because he was sleeping, was on a different time zone, and he didn't see him that night. So.
Okay.
And I didn't feel that no one was in harm. Make sure I say that because the fire was not going. Now, I know that Gannon had like black marks all on his shirt, like smoke marks. But he had on a long sleeve shirt and a short sleeve shirt because sometimes he has on whatever. He had on a short sleeve shirt with a long sleeve shirt. So I didn't see him in any kind of like nothing other than the little burns that we had. I didn't see.
Where did you see
anything
burns on Gannon?
All right, so with Gannon, I just saw that. Okay, so like on the top, like right here, so like say the shirts are here, so like right here there was a burn, and the reason for that was I think whenever like he was trying to come up, it kind of burned him a little bit. I'm not gonna make an assumption. I don't really know. And as far as that, I didn't see anything else. Like I didn't know any like other differences or anything like that. All I saw was that. I said, "You okay?" He ran out the house. He was firing out the house. Everything was normal. Yada yada yada. Now I'm gonna let you know in a little bit why he was bleeding.
Okay.
But at that point, when you get to the Monday morning thing, I'll let you know about that.
Describe the flames for me. How tall are these flames? Is it like smoldering on the carpet, sort of kind of creeping across like a grass fire, or is it like coming up, working its way up the couch? Like how is it?
Well, I really don't know. I know that it was like here, centralized on the floor, but like I could see. I think the smoke might have like kind of intimidated me more because I spent the whole night coughing. So I think that kind of intimidated me so much because the visibility was starting to be a little bit, you know, like as if I had walked into a small little fire, and I was just afraid that it was gonna, because you know, like upholstery for the couch. That was my biggest concern, was the upholstery for the couch. So.
Okay.
So I would say, you know, it was like maybe like in this area, like right here. It wasn't like here.
So the flames were, you know, 2-3 feet high, you think? How much light did you see coming off of this through the smoke?
No.
Okay, and that's fine if you don't know.
I'm not like a professional and I was in the moment of freaking out to like give you an accurate answer.
Sure.
Because I don't want to tell you what's here, and it might have been here. I don't want to tell you this, and it's. I don't know.
This is all based off of your memory to the best of your ability. Right. And that's all it is. Okay.
I do know that I saw covers coming up on fire.
What was what covers were coming up on fire?
Like he had a cover on because he was sleeping on the sofa.
What was he covered with?
What do you mean?
What kind of blanket? You had mentioned there was LOLs, there's quilts.
Which color?
What blanket was he using?
Oh, I'm not sure. There was a couple that were there. There was a black. They were all. I put them all back in that bin that was sitting there. Did you? You said you didn't.
I haven't been in.
Okay, so there was black. It was like a little furry. There was watermelon ones. I don't remember specifically which one he had, but I know that there was blankets in the area because they always leave blankets around. It was a mermaid one around. But the whole operation of when I grabbed them and put it out, I grabbed them all and done it. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Were any of them like damaged whenever that happened?
Oh yeah, they all. I left them all there when I showed them that night that, you know, like they were damaged or whatever.
Okay. Well, I haven't been in the house either.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was speaking to you like you.
Yeah, no, I didn't go into the house either, so I was like trying to make sure that we're.
Yeah.
So then Gannon decides that he doesn't want to go to school because of his tummy issues or because he's going to help you with the carpet. What is?
It was kind of a combination of both.
Okay, and who excused him from school?
Well, I had texted Albert and said, could he not go to school for his stomach?
Okay.
Because he was hurting with his stomach, but also the whole plan was that we were going to figure it out.
So who actually contacted the school to excuse him?
It wasn't me. I didn't. I don't know.
Okay.
Did someone contact? Because I didn't.
I would assume that somebody would contact the school, or you probably would get like a phone call. I know with my kids' school, if they're not there by 8:15, the office.
Then they would call Albert, not me, because he would have the, like the automated system where he's like, your child's missing. I mean, your child is missing from school today, whatever.
Okay. So that's Sunday, and you're saying a lot of we and that kind of thing. So you mentioned earlier that Harley had gone to work.
Mm-hmm.
She got called into massage envy.
Mm-hmm.
So who went on the hike?
So it was originally going to be all of us. Harley, me, again, and Lena. And then Harley got called in. She switched shifts with someone, but then that person, like, I guess the policy is if that person agreed to take your shift, but then don't come, you still have to come or something. I don't know. But, so she just was like, I have to go. She's only gonna be working there like a few more weeks or whatever. So I told her, I was like, don't burn any bridges. I know it sounds crazy that you have to do that, but you got to go in. So she went into work on Sunday.
Okay. So it ended up being you, Gannon and Lena that went hiking.
Right.
Okay. And so then let's go through Monday. Yep.
So we wake up on Monday. Normal. How we wake up. And you're like, everybody gets up, whatever. Gannon stays in bed. He already knows that we are going out and about today. That was the plan. I walk Lena out because usually Gannon walks her outside. So I walk Lena out to the front door and around to make sure I seen her around the corner to get to the bus stop. And she did.
Okay.
I come back inside. I don't remember if I laid down a little bit. I probably played on my phone for a little bit, wasted a little because she goes outside at like 6:50, 6:55. Still early. Take the dogs out, things like that. Well, I go down, start talking to Gannon about, hey, like this is the plan. Like go downstairs, the basement, whatever. I say basement, but as in like his room is downstairs. It's a furnished basement. And I realized that Gannon, he actually had like marks like on his arm, and they were actually like peeling at that point. And I swear, I did not realize that they had, I don't know if like they start like, because burns are sitting there. I don't know if they started like peeling like overnight or like whatever. And he has like really bad anxieties. So whenever things are peely or like things like that, he bites his own nails a lot anyway. Like anything that's like loose and things like that, he bites them. So I don't know if like, as burns, like, burned a little bit. And when I do this, I don't mean like, I'm giving you a location. I'm just saying like as in burns like on your skin. I guess when like like pull a little bit stretchy or whatever. So like on your arm, it kind of gets a little stretchy and peeling. Mm-hmm. So then I was like freaked out because I was like, I didn't know that his arms were like that. So I'm like crying because and this is where I have to start telling you, like I'm like very like I was scared. Because my thought process was Albert is going to kill me. Like, because I made a mistake as a parent and forgot to like really check him down. And he really got a little bit more burnt than he should have. So I was freaking out because like it's gonna kill me. And Gannon was like, it's okay, like there was blood. And like he had on his arm, and as it was peeling, I should have called. What did they have blood at? I should have called the hospital and just asked, I don't know enough about burns, but I should have called the hospital and just asked, like, I made a mistake. I did. I swear to y'all, I didn't know they were that bad. I did it all. So I feel horrible. So here I am. I know it's not, about me, but as a person, I was feeling horrible that I didn't call Albert to say, they're like this. So I told him, I said, okay, listen, this is what we're going to do. We're going to put some like aloe on your arms, and things like that. And I was like, it's going to be okay. We're going to fix it. We're going to, and all I kept thinking about was we're going to fix it. And I don't know in my mind how I was going to fix it as far as he wasn't in pain. He wasn't saying like, I'm hurting or anything like that. He was more of like peeling it. Like, like it was like, it was like a boil. Am I saying the right word? Boil, like blister? Like a blister. Like it was pulling a blister, Okay. So there was blood, and then so I'm like holding him, and I had blood on me. And when I say blood, let me explain to you. I don't mean like dripping out, pouring everywhere blood. So let me not like give you that thought process, because sometimes when I say, like, if I say flames, to me, I'm like, this is a big flame, you know. There was blood. So I was just so like forgot. So I was like, we'll just clean it up. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out.
Where's the blood at?
So the blood was on his arms, on his like sheet that he had, which we washed the sheet. So it was on his sheet. It was on his arms, and he had some on like his arm had, I guess from like sleeping or whatever. He had some on the wall. So we cleaned up everything. I put like garnish the. Am I saying the right? Garnish the wrap thing, the wrap thing, and I was like, we'll check it with the aloe and see if it gets better. Because my next thing was, I'm gonna assess the situation in so many hours, and if it looks, because I did look online and it said like if it turns a yellow color that it could be infected or whatever, and I was like, that was gonna be my next step. So I don't want you to think that I was like neglecting the fact that.
So you realize that he's got a burn. You do some treatment that you think is appropriate at the time, and then you tell yourself, I'm going to do this follow up with him. Okay.
Right.
So then what happens after you take care again and make sure he's okay?
Honestly, I'm pacing the house, and I know there's two things I got to fix. And when I tell you that Albert will freak out over things, I just want you to know that. So Emma, I want you to picture in my mind of how I'm like afraid to be like, okay, I got to fix these situations, and I need to fix them fast with carpet and things like that.
Okay.
So number one, I was like, I need to fix the carpet, and number two, I need to figure out, assess, like I said, does Gannon need to go get like some burn cream or whatever? So I said, let's get.
This is probably as good a time as I need to pause it and then pick back up after lunch.
Okay, I was wondering when we get there. Okay. Council approach for a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 1:20, we should be able to start this afternoon on time. What we're going to do is I've been talking with the attorneys, and when we come back, there's still going to be about 3 hours and 20 minutes or so of the video to go. We will take another break during that. That's just too long to have you sitting. So we will take another break during that, but that's what you can expect when you come back. So if you want to bring beverages or something like that, feel free to do that so that you have something to drink. It seems like it's getting a little warmer in the courtroom. When we came in this morning, it was a sweltering 64 degrees, but it's a little bit warmer now. So, and I expect it will be this afternoon as well. So anyway, we will see you at 1:20. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No.
Okay, all right. We'll see everybody back. Then.
Okie dokie. All right. Hold a second. So that would be 3:20. Wait a minute. What time they said it was over? They said they come back at 1:20, right? Did they say 1:20? Help me, help me, help me. Oh, see, Real is creeped up in here. What's up, brother? Hugs and kisses to you. Hugs and kisses to you. What time did they say? The defense attorney looked like he had something to say. $1:30. They taking a their break is gonna be like 2 hours. Okay, you hanging out with me. You on the Eastern time, right, Gigi? Okay, so it's 2:30 for us to, or maybe 3. Oh God, dog it! I can't take this. I can't take it. Wait a minute. Y'all gotta help me here. They said 1:30, correct? He said 1:30. Okay. So that's 3:30 for us. Right? This is crazy. Okay. It said 1:30. This is oh gosh. I gotta go back to school, right? Okay, it said 1:30. Okay, 1:20. Yeah, they said 1:20. So he taking such a long break? He had them a little extra time because it's nice out. Oh, okay, that's why I'm getting the time. Okay. Hold a second here. I want to do this correct. Well. Okay. Well, I got 3:20 for my 1 hour. Yeah, well. Okay. Let me fix this. Okay. All right, I should have it right now. All right. Thank you, Melanie. I got it. Okay. All right. I got it. Right. Okay. So I did, yes, I did right. Okay, just work with me. All right. So everybody's on lunch break right now. I guess everybody here is probably going to go on a lunch break too. I was going to read an article, but I guess I'll do it later. You know what? Maybe I'll just read the article now. I think they needed a break from the bumping of the gums. Exactly, Jackie, exactly. All right, let me just read this article real quick that I have. And then I'm just going to play music until it's time. All right. What is this article that I have here? Are those interesting? It's an old one. You know, another one of those poor me, like Sewer Rat. Another one of those poor me. You know, I'm being treated bad in jail. They doing me wrong. Oh, gosh, this one is a monster. All right. Now, this article came out in the Sun. And this came out, when did it come out? Just give me just a second. Okay. All right. This article came out August 2020. August 2020. And August 2020. August 31st. Okay. Where am I at? Okay. Where am I at? Okay, read the article. Killer stepmom rants. Letecia Stauch complained of threats in my peanut butter and being abused ahead of trial in stepson Gavin's death. A woman accused of bludgeoning her 11-year-old stepson into death in his bedroom has begged for mercy because she allegedly fighting for her life in jail. Letecia Stauch, 37, was arrested on March 2nd in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and charged with murder in connection in Gannon Stauch's death. The young boy remains were found in Florida later that month. She has pleaded not guilty to all charges. In a 4-page letter addressed to the judge presiding over her case and dated August 12, Stauch, this evil woman, claimed that her life was on the line because she is subject to a cruel punishment behind bars. Over 15 plus times I have been abused and transported, ranging from injured ribs, knots on my head, and severe ankles and wrist bleeding. Bruises on my knees in my cell, loss of feelings in my hands several times. I've had to be on inshore for 2 weeks due to the poison comments, and just recently on 8/11/2020 I received threats in my peanut butter because I provided evidence of not only my innocence but the evidence that will show who it was through my PI. Whatever. She said in the handwritten document obtained by the Sun. As a result of this, I assume that their runners use people in trusted positions in jail to send me threats in my food, and I'm terrified of what will happen next. I'm innocent, and I'm not ready to return home and use the doctorate degree that I worked diligently for. Stauch complained that she has not been able to meet in person with her legal counsel in 5 months. In May, her lawyer asked the judge to allow video conference or for Stauch to be released on bond. Stauch said that she is concerned about someone's poisoning her meals. I've lived each day not knowing what will happen to me next. That what person will put something else in my food, what rights I've been denied tomorrow, or what injuries will occur next. I support law enforcement, support our military, our country, and know that a few bad apples incidents can ruin it for good people, she wrote. You know what? I'm so tired of these narcissists and sociopath with this poor me. It's always all about them. You listen to this, it's all about them. Oh, Nail Gigi said you have lunch with me. Yeah. Have lunch. I'm over here cooking too. I'm trying to get dinner too. All right. I'm cooking, working, and doing live streams. All right. What was I up to? I'm almost done with this one. Good place, she wrote. What else? An article. All right. Stauch 37 reported that Gannon missing on January 27th, claimed that he disappeared after leaving the family Lawson's Ranch home in Colorado Colorado to walk a friend home. Authority says that she concocted the story after killing the child in his bedroom and hiding his remains. Investigators say that they found evidence that a violent event occurred in the child's bedroom. According to the affidavit obtained by the son, it was a violent crime and there was blood splattered on the walls and enough blood lost to stain its mattress, soaked through the carpet pad, and stain the concrete below its bed. That's serious. Okay, the affidavit states that Stauch then ordered Gannon's younger sister, I can't pronounce her name, to play outside when she returned from school a short time later. When this evil woman's own daughter returned home that day, she sent her to the Dollar Tree, according to the court papers, the affidavits. Once there, Letecia texted her daughter Harley, asked for carpet cleaner, trash bags, and baking soda. There is no suggestion that either sister knew what had happened to their brother at that time. Gannon's father, Al, was out of town in National Guard training when his son was killed. This evil woman maintained her innocence in the letter. Again, this is just the surface of my concern and asks that something be done so I can get this behind me. Move past the trial in life. Forgive those who prosecuted and afflicted me. Continue to be a soldier of Christ. Oh boy, she's something else. And repair my mental state, and most importantly, grieve, she wrote. In June, this evil woman was ordered to undergo a mental evaluation after allegedly plotting to escape from jail. I didn't know she trying to plot. You don't want to face it, right? You don't want to face it. She was then slapped with additional charges, including what's it right here? With additional charges, committed escape from the county jail, with the prosecutor saying that she offered a fellow inmate up to $75,000 to help facilitate it. This evil woman had planned to break a window in her cell and climb out, prosecutors allege. God, these people is crazy. All right, a little bit more. I'm almost done. I understand this pandemic is unforeseen, but I don't feel I should be held unconstitutionally denied access to my attorneys, her constitutional rights violated, and abuse in the process. This is what she wrote. But what about him? She says she cannot properly participate in her defense because she is limited to three 1-hour phone calls with her attorney each week. I do feel like the United States citizen being treated this way is in my beloved country. I am not getting a fair process. I'm not getting represented properly, and I'll give the benefit of a doubt of a pandemic, but other unjust treatment is not the way that our founding fathers intended the process to go, she wrote. See, this is what I'm talking about poor me. You stabbed him to death. You shot him. What about his rights? What happened there? You didn't care about that, right? That's how it goes. All right, let me see another comment here. Okay, Gigi. All right, Melanie says something. All right, did you see where she tried to escape while she was bringing back to the... So is there a video? I didn't see the video. There's a video. I didn't know she tried this game. So now. No, I don't know if there was a video. I didn't see it. Okay, I'm gonna change the screen and I'm gonna play some music for y'all. But I'm gonna let it keep running. Hold a second. Oh, wow. Ooh, Satan's daughter was trying to get loose. Hey Jackie and whoever's still here. I'm going to show some videos since we have a little bit of time here. Let me just check and see. I'm going to show some videos. Yeah, we got a little bit over 30 minutes. I'm going to show some video about narcissists and sociopaths. So let's have a little educational moment. Why not? All right, give me a second here. Okay, this video is 10 signs of a narcissistic victim syndrome. They always claim that they victims, right? Let's see what this video has to say. Let's get it.
Hey Psych2Go family, welcome back. If you're new to this channel and by the end of the video you enjoy our content, do consider subscribing and joining the Psych2Go fam. Now, let's begin. Narcissistic victim syndrome is a term that collectively describes specific and often severe side effects of narcissistic abuse. Many experts acknowledge narcissistic abuse can have a serious, long-lasting impact on emotional health, although it is not recognized as a mental health condition. As a result of chronic abuse, victims may struggle with symptoms of PTSD or complex PTSD if they had additional trauma, such as being abused by narcissistic parents. With that in mind, here are 10 signs that might suggest you have narcissistic victim syndrome. Number 1, you felt like you had a perfect relationship with that person in the beginning. When you're in a romantic relationship, this type of abuse usually begins slowly, and it creeps up on you after you've fallen hard and are in love with your partner. In the early stages of the relationship, this is when the love bombing usually occurs. They may shower you with gifts and affections, and it can feel very intense. Then, slowly, manipulative tactics start to invade the relationship and will replace the love bombing. In the case of narcissistic parents, they might also offer love, adoration, praise, and financial support until you do something to displease them and lose their favor. They use tactics such as gaslighting and silent treatment, which can leave you questioning your own sanity. And this is something that sticks with you, even after you've cut ties with that person. Number 2, you feel like you're walking on eggshells. A common symptom of trauma is avoiding anything that might make you relive that particular trauma, whether it be people, places, or activities that pose the threat to you. You may feel like you're constantly worrying and being careful about what you say or do around people, because that is how you used to behave when you were around your abuser. You may present as anxious and introverted, especially when in the presence of other people, though you're simply acting out of extreme fear.
Hello, my name is Daniel and I made this painting and I want to show you.
Number 3, you may have experienced smear campaigns once the relationship ended. When breakups happen, it's common for people to take sides. This is no different when it comes to a narcissistic abuser. They will twist your words and tell their version of the story to others to try and get them to feel sorry for them. They can often drum up support from your loved ones by insisting that they only have the best interest at heart. Then, when you try to talk about the abuse that happened, your loved ones might side with the abuser over you. This can draw up barriers between you and the people in your support network and leave you feeling isolated. Number 4, you feel isolated and vulnerable. When no one will listen to you or your concerns, this can leave you feeling very much alone. When you feel alone, you're vulnerable to further manipulation from your abuser. They may pull you back in with fake apologies, a hand of kindness, or by brushing their past abuse under the rug. This tactic, which is called hovering, is the perfect time to pounce when you're lacking in support, since you are more likely to doubt your perceptions of the abuse when you can't talk to anyone about it. Number 5, you've developed a pervasive sense of mistrust. Are you hypervigilant? Do you worry and get anxious over other people's intentions? The gaslighting techniques used by the narcissistic abuser may have contributed to how you view the world, and you may find that you have a hard time trusting anyone, including yourself. Number 6, you may engage in self-sabotaging and self-destructive behavior. Victims often find themselves ruminating over the abuse. This can enhance the frequency of negative self-talk and the tendency towards self-sabotage. Malignant narcissists will try and program you, conditioning you for self-destruction. This could potentially lead you to engaging in risky behaviors, such as self-harm or even suicidal ideation. You might have developed a knack for punishing yourself because of the toxic shame you carry, put there by the hypercriticism and verbal abuse of your abuser. If you feel like you're lacking in any motivation to pursue your dreams and goals, then this could be a result of narcissistic abuse. Number 7, you may experience unexplained physical symptoms. Narcissistic abuse can trigger anxious and nervous feelings that can trigger physical symptoms. The stress of chronic abuse may send your stress levels into overdrive, and as a result, your immune system may take a severe hit, leaving you vulnerable to physical ailments and disease. You may notice symptoms such as appetite changes, nausea, stomach pain, muscle aches and pains, insomnia, and fatigue. Number 8, you may have issues setting boundaries. The experience of narcissistic abuse can often leave you with little respect for boundaries. This may be because when you tried to set boundaries in the past, you may have been met with challenges from the abuser, who gave you the silent treatment until you did what they wanted. Once you end the relationship or gain distance from a narcissistic parent, you promise yourself that you won't answer their calls or physically see them at all. However, even if you've tried to cut ties, your abuser is confident that they will eventually wear you down because you've set aside your boundaries with them so many times before. If you've experienced narcissistic abuse, you might also have trouble setting healthy boundaries in your relationships with others in the future. 9, you may be questioning your own identity. When facing abuse, many people adjust their self-identity to accommodate an abusive partner. You may have stopped doing things you enjoy or spending time with friends and family in order to better appease your abuser. These changes can often lead to a loss of identity during and after the abuse. It's not uncommon for victims of narcissistic abuse to experience dissociation and detachment from the physical world. Dr. Vanderklok writes in his book titled, "The Body Keeps the Score." Dissociation is the essence of trauma. The overwhelming experience is split off and fragmented so that the emotions, sounds, images, thoughts, and physical sensations take on a life of their own. Oof. Number 10, you may find it hard to make decisions. When there has been a negative pattern of devaluation and criticism in your life, you might have very little self-esteem and confidence in yourself. Narcissistic abusers can make statements that imply that you are unable to make good decisions. Abusive partners may have called you stupid or ignorant, or they might have insulted you with a false and affectionate tone. They can manipulate you into believing you imagine parts of reality, making it seem less important than it actually is. This type of cajoling and deceitfulness can affect the way you make future decisions. So, did you relate to any of these signs? Let us know in the comments below. I wanted to take a second to say that I'm sorry, hi, it's Amanda, the voiceover voice. I'm reading this script for the first time and I really related to it. So I wanted to add a point that in you taking the time to learn about narcissistic victim syndrome, you're empowering yourself. Once you know, you can grow. Acknowledging the effects of being in a narcissistic relationship is the first step to healing from one. As we close out, we wanted to say that not all abuse is linked to narcissism. And not all people with a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder will engage in abusive behavior. However, if you feel you might be a victim of this type of abuse, we encourage you to reach out for help. Talk to someone you can trust, like a good friend, a family member, or a therapist. It's not easy to leave an abusive relationship, but with the right support, you can move on with your life and start to heal from your past hurts.
Okay, I'm gonna show another clip. All right, give me a second here. Okay, this clip is 7 signs you might be dating a sociopath. Let's get it.
That prey on other people can be found in every People that prey on other people can be found in every culture. They go by many names, one of which is sociopath. A sociopath is someone suffering from a serious psychiatric condition called antisocial personality disorder. While no one is born with this disorder, it is associated with a pattern of antisocial behavior that began before the age of 15. Recognizing a sociopath's personality, despite the existence of telltale indications, can be challenging. Similarly to predatory animals in the wild, sociopaths are masters of camouflage and cunning. Antisocial behavior and an absence of conscience and empathy are hallmarks of the sociopath personality. With every slither and slurp, a sociopath sows discord and chaos wherever they go. Knowing the telltale indicators of a sociopath can be helpful for you to identify and understand people with these tendencies so that you can set healthy boundaries. So here are 7 signs someone you know might be a sociopath. Number 1, lack of care for other people. Careless is often used to describe a sociopath's interaction with others because they generally have very little regard for other people's well-being. On top of that, antisocial individuals generally have very little regard for the law and so may engage in actions that are illegal, such as harassing and fighting others, destroying property, and stealing. They lack a moral compass and won't show regret or remorse when they've made a bad choice or have hurt or harmed others. Number 2, manipulation and gaslighting. Antisocial people may manipulate and deceive others to gain rewards or pleasures such as money, power, social advantage, or sex. Because of this, they can make favorable impressions on others through exuding charisma and charm in their encounters. Even if you try to confront them about their manipulation, they may try to gaslight you by denying the incident, saying you're imagining things, or even accusing you of being crazy or insecure. Number 3, deceitfulness. Sociopaths have a reputation for being dishonest and deceitful. Just like how they'll use manipulative tactics to take advantage of others, they may lie to get their way or to get out of trouble. They also embellish the truth when it suits them, exaggerate things or distort facts to fit their narrative. And if you catch them in a lie, they'll use denial or projection to avoid taking accountability. Number 4, impulsivity. Antisocial individuals often make decisions without thinking it through or considering the consequences of their actions. They tend to be very much in the here and now, doing whatever they consider necessary to achieve their immediate goals. This may mean leaving their partner out of the blue and not call or text them for days, or quitting their job without having a plan for what they're doing next. Because of these rash decisions, they may find themselves having problems with maintaining jobs and relationships. Number 5, irritability. People with this condition are easily irritable, so they may react to even the slightest frustration with aggressive, threatening, or verbally abusive behavior. For example, while waiting in line for too long or being stuck in traffic jams annoys everyone, sociopaths in this case may respond with violent outbursts. Number 6, irresponsibility. People often believe that sociopaths are usually successful, charismatic people in positions of power. True, there are some sociopaths who manage to succeed in society at large, but they are the exception. While persuasiveness and charisma are sometimes seen in sociopaths, irresponsibility is a common problem for those who suffer from this condition. Monotony and routine make them stressed, and they get bored quickly. Reckless behavior is how they escape that boredom. And number 7, negligence. Do you often find them doing dangerous or reckless activities? Sociopaths tend to care very little about their safety or the safety of others. For this reason, they may seek out and engage in cheap thrills and risky activities such as drunk driving, overindulging in drugs, alcohol, or gambling, or engaging in unprotected or unsafe sex. Is there someone you know who is showing some of these signs? Let us know in the comments below. If you found this video helpful, be sure to like, subscribe, and share this video with those who might find benefit in it. And don't forget to hit the notification bell icon to get notified whenever Psych2Go posts a new video. The references and studies used in this video are added in the description below.
Okay, let's go on to another video. We still have time. Okay, this video here is 7 signs someone is secretly narcissistic. All right, let's see what this video has to say.
If someone is arrogant and bossy, you may think that they're likely to be a narcissist. But what about someone who's reserved, anxious, and quiet? There's a difference between narcissism and narcissistic tendencies, after all. Just because someone is arrogant and bossy doesn't necessarily mean they're a narcissist. And having these certain personality traits does not constitute a diagnosis. But narcissism actually comes in 2 forms: overt narcissism and covert narcissism. At first glance, you probably wouldn't even realize someone is a covert narcissist because of how much more reserved in nature they seem to be. Remember, this video is not made to attack anyone who may display these signs or anyone diagnosed with NPD, but rather to understand them and bring more awareness to the topic. This video is also not made to diagnose anyone with NPD. With that said, these are 7 signs someone is secretly a narcissist. Number 1, they often act passive-aggressive. Do you know anyone, maybe a friend, family member, or colleague, who often acts passive-aggressively to manipulate others and get what they want? A covert narcissist can't take no for an answer, but they also won't confront you about it because they want to make you look like the bad guy. So instead, they'll give you the cold shoulder, tell you backhanded compliments, or whisper snide remarks about you under their breath, all the while insisting that nothing is wrong and that they're not mad at you. Covert narcissists have an unrealistic sense of entitlement and want to demand special treatment from others without actually asking for it. Number 2, they're easily envious of others. Whether we like to admit it or not, the truth is, a lot of us struggle with feelings of jealousy and envy towards others. But for most people, this is because we can't help but compare ourselves to those around us and feel down when we don't think we measure up. For narcissists, however, their feelings of envy are excessive and rooted in the idea that they are superior to everyone else, so no one should ever outshine or outperform them. They resent other people for having the things they feel that they deserve more, like wealth, power, success, and popularity. And because seeing others succeed gives them feelings of inadequacy, a narcissist will often try to downplay the accomplishments of others. Number 3, they hold a lot of grudges. Narcissists tend to hold a lot of grudges against others because they hold themselves in such high regard. So anyone who treats them with anything short of worship and unending praise is going to end up on their blacklist. Now, a narcissist might not say anything at the moment, but they may already be seething with rage on the inside. Number 4, they are highly sensitive to criticism. Remember what we said about narcissists having a superiority complex and holding themselves at an unrealistically high regard? Well, another way this can manifest is by being overly sensitive to criticism, especially for introverted narcissists, as introverts tend to internalize their feelings more than extroverts. And while there are a number of reasons why someone would be highly sensitive to criticism, such as being a highly sensitive person or struggling with low self-esteem, for narcissists, it's because any criticism can damage their perfect, idealized view of themselves. They can't come to terms with the fact that they have flaws and make mistakes too. Number 5, they have false modesty. Narcissists need and desire lots of admiration from others, and covert narcissists might try to get this by putting on a false sense of modesty. They put themselves down as a way of fishing for compliments and try to downplay their skills and successes in ways they don't really believe. Number 6, they have self-serving empathy. A narcissist might seem like they're your friend, comforting you when you're down and cheering you on when you're happy. However, narcissists are self-serving and masters of emotional manipulation. They're only empathizing with you because they want others to see them as someone kind, caring, and compassionate towards others. For example, they give money and food to the homeless only when there is someone else there to admire them doing it. They don't really care about other people except for what they think of them. And number 7, they think no one understands them. Last, but certainly not least, playing once again into their ideas of superiority and specialness, covert narcissists will often complain about no one else being able to understand them. And while you might feel bad for them at first, what they really mean is that they see everyone else as beneath them and struggle with being so much better than those around them. They will often remark about things like how they're so ahead of their time that no one else could ever appreciate their genius. So, did anyone in particular come to mind? Do you think someone you know might be a covert narcissist? While we're definitely not saying that any of the signs we've talked about here, like feeling jealous of other people, feeling misunderstood, or being sensitive to criticism, automatically make you a narcissist, it's important to understand that narcissism is so much more complex than what it's often made out to be. Spotting a narcissist isn't always easy, especially when they're masquerading as someone who loves and cares about you. Did you enjoy this video? Please like and share it with friends that might find insight in this video too. Make sure to subscribe to Psych2Go and hit the notification bell for more content. All the references used are added in the description box below. Thanks for watching and see you next time.
Okay, I'm just going to leave it on this screen until it returns and it's all set up. And I hope those videos was helpful to anyone that, need a little clarity about sociopaths and narcissists. If you'd like to know more, feel free to email me. I'll break it down to you. All right.
Looks like the hearing tomorrow is remote.
Yes.
So there's not gonna be anybody here except me. So they can make that if they want. All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury. When we took our break, we were in the midst of a video. I think we're going to start it right at that same point. Prosecution.
We're gonna leave out. I think I told you guys it was like maybe 10:35 or whatever the time frame we left. So this is where I should have like made this mistake. So I drive to the so Larson Ranch. At the end of Larson Ranch is a bunch of new builds, like construction, things like that. I drive to the new build. I was gonna be like, hey, look, here knows how to, fix it. Because if I get online and start calling people, then they'll be like, make an appointment. I figure I might find somebody that, would do like a little side job and come and help us fix when I say carpet, I'm talking about fix the living room, the spot that I had cut out or whatever. So I did. I pulled up on the back part. There were some new houses being built, and there were some like Hispanic, and I'm not saying that to be like discriminatory. They were Hispanic people that were out there, and I was like, hey, do you know where you can get the carpet that is in the Larson Ranch model home? So I told him the model home, which was the same home that we had. I mean, I don't know if it's the model home, but I gave him the name because I asked, like, I looked online for the company for the name. And I said, it's in this. He's like, everybody has that same carpet. Mm-hmm. Yes. So we got a roll of the carpet.
Where'd you get that from?
We got it from the guy on the scene. Like I say, on the scene, but the construction area. So we got the carpet from the guy in the construction area. Well, I didn't get it then. He said he was going to bring it to me. So I gave him the address. And this is where I messed up. I gave him, and this is why I couldn't tell you this in front of Albert. I gave him our code to get in. If he was going to go fix it. And I just assumed working in the house, he was going to be okay, whatever. And me and Gannon left. I just said, hey,
Did you give him the garage door code?
Yeah.
And what about the alarm?
Well, if you go in through, say, like you're walking in through our house, there's no sensor. So we always keep it on our alarm, and you can walk in through the garage and the alarm will never set off or off. Never. Okay. And the reason for that is like there's no door. Like there's nothing that tells that door that it's open. You can send.
So you don't have a sensor there.
Right. So we just always, and the kids come in every day in the garage and never have to like set, reset, anything like that.
Okay.
So me and Gannon go on. I don't remember exactly where we went first. I know we rode a little bit because I was looking for different places to buy the dogs some like different cute outfits because sometimes I get them at Ross. But Petco has some really good deals going on right now. So I was like, I'm gonna go to Petco. Gannon was like, at that point, it was like he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. He wasn't complaining about like any like pain on his arms or anything like that. He just said he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. So we were in Albert's truck. So we lay down. He lays down in the back of the truck. So he's just laying down, whatever. I went to Petco. I can't remember if I went in the store beside Petco. I know we went some places around town, just different locations.
What places did you go to?
I know I went to Petco. I know I went to a gas station to get gas.
Which Petco did you go to?
The one at, is it Nevada and something?
Okay.
I don't really
The newer one, like that
it's
bigger
nice.
shopping
It's
center?
a nice area. That's the area I basically was in for. I wasn't gone that long for most of the time frame. That was the area that I was in, and then I made the wrong. When you're coming back and it tells you go this way, I made the wrong exit. Like I got on the wrong one, so I went back. I guess that would be. I went back. I went north a little bit before I turned around to come back because I made the wrong one. So I get back and let's see, I can't, did we go eat at that time? I feel like I didn't get anything to eat. Maybe I just got Starbucks. I could look at my credit card or something like that. See if you want to look and see what I spent that day. You want me to look?
No, but eventually, yes, that would be helpful.
Okay. So, I remember what happened. Then I realized I had to go back to Petco. That's why we turned around and came back. Because I started off, I bought 2 outfits, maybe 1 or 2. And then I came back in Petco and I got the rest of the outfits that were on there because I was like, I'll go 2 more for this price. So I did go back to Petco twice. So I'm sure you'll see that.
In between, did you go?
Let's see, if we left at 10 something, it's like a 30-minute drive from Lorton Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
So if I got there, got gas, got Starbucks, maybe I was there at 11-ish. I don't want to say a time. Because,
so you go to Petco the first time, and then how long in between the first visit and the second visit to Petco?
Can I give you that, like, looking up?
A guesstimate or
maybe an hour?
Maybe an hour? Do you have, like, any tracker apps or anything on your phone? Because I know, like, for me, I have that Life 360, and it'll tell me. It'll tell me, what my short trips are. It'll even tell me if I walked somewhere. It's freaking awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, I just get tracked by Google. I have Android phone, so it just tells me. My family likes to know where I'm at, so.
Well, I do that to Harley because, Harley, was the only child, and then her father was killed. So it's always like she and I, and like she was like really all I had until I got remarried or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of like do maybe a little over board of stalking them.
Hey, you know what? I
do that right now. Like, all right, let's see.
Do you have the one with the subscription? I'm like trying to figure out if I should get that or not.
I don't. She always says something about purchasing it. She said it would help if
like
you
the
like
crash detection.
Right, that's what she was saying.
Yeah.
And she was saying that it was kind of like how the Apple Watch would do if you had a crash detection, it would alert authorities. So say, yeah, okay, this is, I don't know if this is like a service thing, but it's on. I would say, I would say hour-ish because I'm a very indecisive person when it comes to like shopping. So I had to go back to make my mind up. I can leave right here, but it's loading. I think maybe.
Can I see it? Maybe it'll give me better reception.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. Give a password or something. I can put it in.
No, I can do my finger.
Okay. Sometimes this corner, if you hold it up high, it'll. Because I know people watching, I want them to have my passcode in, and they'll know our code for a lot of stuff. All right, here we go. Is it working? No. Oh, that corner is like typically the sweet corner.
Hold it up here?
Yeah. We can set it down here. Let's see if it kicks on. Okay. Okay, so you make the second trip to go back and buy more outfits.
Mhm.
And then, where do you go from there? Is Gannon still telling you that he wants to like lay down? How's he doing?
Something happened. There you go. Yeah, I told you this was a sweet corner. It says purchase could not be completed. I didn't purchase anything. The purchase cannot be completed.
Huh.
What does that mean?
I have no idea. I've never had that pop open before. The purchase could not be completed. Please try again later. Well, I mean, we tried. I guess it says the access signal, so.
Free membership includes 2.
How long have you guys had that app?
Oh, God. Since I started driving for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe a long time. Yeah.
Because I want to say, like, it's never had me do a purchase.
It just says. It didn't even ask me to put anything. Purchase or purchase could not be completed.
That's bizarre. That is bizarre. You didn't hit anything. I didn't hit anything. Okay. So you go back to Petco the second time. Does Gannon, these places that
Sorry, I was going to say, it says crash detection disabled. Does that mean I don't have the...
yours looks different than mine does. And you don't have a subscription?
Mm-mm. Like it gives me, but it sends me all the alerts. Like it says, like Carly arrived home.
Well, yeah. I mean, I get those too.
Yeah.
If you have certain places set, like
No,
work
I get
or
it.
home.
Yeah, well, I get the work at home, but it'll say completed a 4-mile drive, completed a 15.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like
I think we might have different versions because mine is Android. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. So when you and Gannon are out running around to these places and you know, getting your gas and your coffee and Petco a couple times, and does he go into the stores with you?
No,
or?
but I parked, and I know you're going to see this, so I'm going to say that I parked on the front, and like, I don't know if you'll probably, if you see the Petco, cameras, I'm in the, can I show you? Sure. I'm in the store a lot of times walking back to the front door doing this. And my point of doing that is because I was making sure that I didn't see him, like, you know, if he needed something or like getting out or whatever. And he stays in the car, like, I'll really stay in the car all the time with like, if like Lena's in the car and he'll be like, it's okay, stay here, buddy, we'll be right back. Didn't think anything of it because he had his Switch with him and he was playing his Switch.
Did he know what store you were in?
Yeah, Petco.
So like if he needed you or whatever else.
But and I did keep walking to the door several times, and I'm pretty sure I did it on the second visit too, walking back to the door just to make sure. You know, like if he was like, oh, you know, sure, if I need you or whatever. Sure. So yeah, you can see that on there. So do you need to know like what I did in there,
So you're just in there shopping, and then
it wasn't even a long shop.
Okay,
like it wasn't.
And then you come back out, and then where do you go?
So I know we were right in that area, like different places, but I don't think I stopped anywhere else specific to get anything other than Starbucks. I made a wrong turn, and then the 2 times at Petco, and I was looking for Marshalls, but
after the second time at Petco, did you go anywhere?
I think after that Petco is when we started to head home.
Okay, so you go home,
and I want to give you like an accurate of that if I pull this up because I feel like right after Petco we went home. I don't want
to try and bring it up.
Yeah, I don't want you to think that I missed a stop or something. And I will tell you, on the way there, we did stop and get gas somewhere.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was on the way there or way home.
Do you remember what station?
But we did stop and get gas.
7-Eleven.
Here,
Come and go.
Do you gotta go?
I hate to do this. Yeah, I need to run out. I'm gonna come back. Okay. It shouldn't take me very long, hopefully. But please continue talking with Detective Houston, and then whenever I get done with that, I'm gonna come back in and we'll get back on again. Okay?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull this up too. That
Sure. The USA app is being slow too.
Is it my phone?
I don't. You can try that corner again. It might. The Explorer's a little weird. So after you guys left Petco, so did you buy something there that time or?
The second time, yes.
Okay. Okay.
And I know she kept asking me about what was Gannon doing, what was he, whatever, blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to say this about getting back.
Okay.
So everyone has been, like about this whole thing about camera footage and this happened because we didn't see this or didn't see this. So I'm very sorry.
What do you mean, everyone?
So like my whole family is being harassed. My mom is being threatened to be killed. My daughter is being stalked. It took me a while to get here because I had to put some safety measures in for her own well-being.
Okay.
And my family from back home is being threatened. People are saying they're sending people after them.
Okay.
All those things. So, there's always a world of people making situations and saying, let's be a good person, but then threaten someone else.
Okay.
And so being aware of that's what was going on. So in between all that and all these people were sending me like messages, people were saying blah, blah, blah. I didn't respond to any of them. During all that, there was something along the lines of someone checked neighbors 2 doors down or something, camera footage, and never saw anyone do this or that. Like, I don't know, like specifics. But my point behind telling you that is, if this is what you guys, and I'm not saying this is what you're basing stuff on, if this is what you're basing stuff on, is like in the day and age, timeline, security, things like that, you will see on somebody's security, Gannon and I run to the car at 10 something that morning and we're returning at 2 something.
Okay.
So I remember specifically in the truck, I pulled it right in front of the ring. And like
our ring?
Yes, but we don't have a subscription.
Okay.
But according to these neighbors who can see all the way to the truck every day,
okay,
they should be able to show you during those time frames that we run in, we run out, he runs back in, or whatever.
Okay.
And then
so you leave around 10 something and then you get back around 2 something.
I feel like it was like 2:35, 2:25, 2 something.
Okay.
Because I knew I had to be back in time to do a couple of things, and then I knew Lane would be coming there. I knew Harley would be getting off work, yada, yada, yada. So that was the whole thing. So going on from there, Gannon goes inside, I think first. I don't want to misquote myself, but I'm pretty sure he ran in first, and I had the bag for Petco and all that stuff in my hand. Now, I don't.
Which store did you guys use?
We always go in through the garage if we like park like on the front part of the yard or things like that.
Sure.
So we go in through the garage.
Okay.
He goes in through the garage. I go in. I'm getting ready to put up the things, stuff like that. And this is where it got. I made a mistake. This is it.
Okay.
So as we got inside, I heard something, but I didn't think anything about it because I thought, maybe Gannon was like doing something. Maybe we were like doing whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The guy was in there. And I gave him the code.
The guy from the...
Yeah, it's all my fault. I gave him a code to fix the carpet. And he was inside. I noticed when I had like walked in and I saw we have like a little bookshelf thingy. I keep my shades in there too, but we also have like our guns and stuff. I saw it was open, but in my mind I thought maybe I left my shades or whatever.
Your sunglasses?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't think anything of it when I heard the noise, and I just started walking downstairs. But I didn't walk downstairs with like a gun or anything like that. So I started walking downstairs, and then when I walked downstairs, I hear something again. Well, at that point in time, Gannon was on the sofa, and I saw him, and I heard something again, and I walked on around to where so Gannon's room is here, and then there's a storage closet here.
Okay.
And I heard something, and so I walked to the storage closet to open the storage closet, and when I do, it's him. And he was standing in there, and he had on gloves.
In the storage closet?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. And then he just knocked me down and like towards Gannon's room. And he was hitting on me, and it was like hard, like on the ground. Okay. He was trying to rape me, and I just told her. I said, I have to tell you about it. Okay. And like from there on was like in a blur because I was trying so hard because Gannon had a table in his room and I went back and hit my head on it. Like with him, Gannon runs inside the room and like tries to like, you know, be helpful, do something, whatever. And from there, it was kind of like a blur, everything else that was going on. Because I was just like crying, I was freaking out. And I swear to God, I don't know what. I really don't know. I don't. Okay. I don't. And I'm just like, in the moment thinking, like these memories of like, wow, you know, like the thing was open, he had the gun, and I didn't remember what happened there. And so I kind of like blacked out just a little bit. And so all these things are going into my mind as I'm blacked out. I don't know if like, I know he was like, when Gannon was like trying to get on him, I know he was like moving Gannon and, you know, like, and it was just all like, so like a cycle to me. And so I'm like out of it for a little bit, just for a little bit. And then from when the time I woke up, I say woke up, but like I kind of blacked out a little bit. And I immediately like freaked out. I was like, I couldn't find Gannon. It was like the guy was still in the house. Lena was on the way. I didn't know where Gannon was at because I was calling for Gannon. I thought he was hiding. Like I legit thought he was hiding in like maybe the other closet that was on the other side, the other, you know, whatever. I thought he was hiding. Like I was so scared. So I run up the stairs because I hear, you know, I know it's like almost time for Lena, and I hear that the Ring app had like an alert for someone at the front door, but it could have been just like Amazon or something driving by because there was nobody at the front door. And then I run back downstairs because in my mind I was like thinking, where is Gannon? And I didn't want to leave and like run outside and scream and, you know, go crazy because I did not know where he was at the time. And everybody says to me, you know, like, because I told Albert and them about it, and they're like, why didn't you like run to go get help? And I didn't want to leave to go get help, and I was terrified because I know Albert would kill me because Gannon was still in there. So then when I get downstairs, he has the gun, and he has Gannon, and I'm sitting there like freaking out, like, what do I do? Blah, blah, blah. And Lena does make it to the door at this time. And then so I go upstairs because I know that he was like, don't say anything, because I didn't know if someone thought like it was a cop or, you know, if someone heard something, or I didn't know anything. So my thought process was, if I say anything, Gannon's down here, you know, I need to just be as cool as possible at like, because we order things on Amazon like all the time, you know, books and things like that. So it was Lena. So the reason I sent Lena away was because I wanted her to be safe too. So I sent Lena on a mission to go get like the mail. Lena, it never gets the mail. Nothing like that. I sent her on a mission to go get the mail. Okay. And so I just started making up random things for Lena to go do. And I looked at Lena and I said, she was standing there, I was like, just stay gone for a little while. Because I didn't want her coming back and then that, you know, like her in the situation as we were too. So like in my mind, I think if I say anything, if I do anything, I just didn't know what to do. I was in complete panic. So I go back downstairs again, and I'm like pleading and like talking and like all these things going on, like just back and forth with him. And why are you doing this? Why did you hurt us? Why are you doing these things? And then it just started being like a hustle and puzzle, like back and forth. I don't even remember how it kept going for, you know, like maybe I say 5 or 10 minutes, but I don't know if it was that long. And then he was like on top of me again. And then I kind of lied out again because he hit my head again. Oh, really? And then, and then I was on the table that was inside, like in between there's a red blue table in there. Okay. He like forced me in there again, and he was trying to do it again. And I was just like losing my mind, like completely, like Albert's sister was raped. And so like in my mind I kept thinking Albert's gonna be like I'm nothing, and I shouldn't have been thinking about that. I should have been, but I was, and that was all I could keep thinking about, you know, like was like Albert was gonna be upset, Gannon's over here, Lena's coming, all these emotions are running through there. And he was like, he asked me to give him a suitcase, and I gave him a brown suitcase, and then he hit me on the head again, and I like right here. He kept like hitting me right there like that. Okay. And so then he did that, and then I blacked out again. I was having a panic attack. And then I don't know what happened from there. I really don't. I don't know. I just know that I did lie. I did. When they came, I did say, get a lift, whatever. You know that. But he never did. He never left to go play. Or I just didn't know what to do, and I panicked in the moment. And I didn't want Albert to be like trying to hurt us. Cause we kind of get in a lot of fights. Yeah. And I just want you to know that's the only reason that I made up the lie is because I knew that I didn't want to face the consequences of, you know, trying to get him all that was going on. Because he was saying to me, you're trying to make this about you. You know, this is not about you. And I knew all those things because I've lived in it. I panicked and I just told a story and I was going to try to think of like, you know, plan. I'm sorry that it might have delayed, you know, like looking for Gannon, but I do not know where Gannon was. I do not know. I do not know his whereabouts from that point on. But it was still in the same time frame that I gave you guys. So that wasn't, there was no contradictory to that same time frame because it still was about 4 o'clock.
Okay, so go over the time frame with me. What was the time frame?
It had to be around like 4.
Okay.
Because Harley gets off at 4:30.
Okay.
And so Harley had just gotten home, or no, was on her way home or something. And my phone was like alerting. I knew Harley was on her way home. And I was going to tell Harley when she got there. I was going to be like, look, this is what happened. We need to get help. We need to call 911. And all I kept thinking about was, it's going to be my fault. Because I gave him the code. He brought the carpet. He did all that.
Okay.
And did
he fix it?
No, I had already cut it.
Oh, okay.
He brought the big roll of carpet. It's at the house. He brought that. Yeah.
Okay.
And
where's that at the house?
it's in the back storage room.
Okay. Is that the one that he was hiding in?
Huh?
Is that the storage room that he was in?
Yes.
Whenever you went down there?
Yes, I put the carpet back in the storage room. The reason I put the carpet back in there because it was laying like in the like. So the storage room is right here. It had fallen over at some point when all this was going on. So I picked it up and put it back, like on the thing. I rolled it up.
Oh.
It wasn't all the way rolled out, but it was like somewhat rolled out through the commotion, and I rolled it back up and put it on the inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So the time frame is that 4 o'clock is whenever.
I don't want to tell you exactly 4. I don't like saying that because
about 4 o'clock was whenever. Yeah. We can say about.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
So
did Harley come home or?
Yeah, Lane is still out and about. Harley's home, comes home or whatever. I'm pacing the house, like trying to think of a plan of like, what do I do? And I should have like immediately like gotten on the phone, did whatever. But all I kept thinking about was, it's all my fault. It's my fault because Albert's going to say to me, you gave some stranger access to our home. You know, this is all on you. And in my mind, I thought I could fix it. Like in my mind, I thought I could fix this. And I don't know why I thought that. That was horrible decision making problem. But it also was in a very emotional state that in normal situations, people can say all they want. I will call, I would do this, I would do this. But if you're not in a situation, everybody handles things differently.
Sure.
And I was making an irrational decision in a panic situation when I should have immediately, being an educator, being all these things, it should have been one of those things where it was immediate, know how to answer. And you might think, this girl's going to want to be a flight attendant. She's got to be able to think fast. It was not that easy in the moment because my mind was in so many directions that I could fix it. I literally thought I was going to fix it.
Sure.
And that was where it went from there. So I was going to tell Harley. I didn't tell Harley. I paced around the situation and was thinking, okay, if I don't have any kind of like information, like if I don't have a plan in my brain by a certain time, that's when I'm going to call it.
Okay.
And so that's how.
So you had like predetermined a time that you were going to call if you hadn't figured it out?
I didn't come up with a specific time, but in my brain I kept saying, okay, I got to act soon. But I knew that, you know, I'm like thinking by 6:30, like I need to make a good decision because what am I going to tell the girls? Because they're going to be like, you know, like where's Gannon? Da da da. Like we because we were going to all go eat sushi, so that was where that time frame would have been like, what am I supposed to do? Go get in the car and be like, Gannon's not going with us. I couldn't keep going on and on with the irrational decision of not calling 911.
Okay.
And I had to stop the decision.
So what happened? So tell me what happened as it went on.
So I called 911.
Okay.
And they said, hey, sorry, you know, this is not an emergency. You have to call this other line.
Okay.
So I called the other line, and it was a 4-hour wait for them to get there.
Okay.
So 4 hours later, they came. I'm still in a panic set. I'm like, these people are, nothing I say is going to solve this situation. So I did say that can't live at this time. Again, I admitted it's a very rational decision because it could have been more helpful to be honest and say, this is the description, here's who we're looking for, instead of like the situation being like, he was gone. And that was horrible. I should have done that because I panicked.
Okay.
I made a next decision.
Okay.
You know, and so from then on, that's when you guys came. They came through, asked me questions. They searched the house, every room, flashlight, you know, whatever. They went outside in the garage. They searched my car, blah, 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 blah.
Okay. And was Harley there at this time?
When they did the searches? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it took like 4 hours. So it was like later in the night that this had happened.
Okay. So when you say they searched your car, which car did they search?
Like the car, my car, like the black car.
The black car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like so there was a deputy, there was like 6 or 7. And then one of those deputies that responded to the scene, he came around with a flashlight and he like searched like everything up and down every room, would ask me questions like, would this wallet be here? Would this be here? You know, like, would this be here? Would this be here?
Sure, trying to figure out what's normal, what's not normal.
And I put everything back in order. Like, like I told you I moved the carpet, you know, I fixed the situation because I was being stupid. And I should have told them what had really happened.
Okay.
And so he went through everything. He went through the outside, he went through the car, he went through the trunk, he went through everything.
Like he actually got into the car?
He wanted my ID.
Okay.
And he asked me, he said, do you mind if I look around? He was in the garage. He opened my car. In fact, he left my car to open because the next morning the back door was open.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he went in the car doors. I mean, I'm sure you guys have a record of who was in there, but he opened the car, opened up the trunk. He looked through the bags that were in the truck. He looked through everything in the garage, took the bags, whatever were here, came back in. He did the same thing, and you know, like in different parts.
So he's trying to be like really thorough.
Yeah, like trying to be really, really thorough. He was going through every part of the house.
Okay.
And he asked me, was anything missing? And it was the truth. There was nothing missing because I did take the gun that he had. I did put the gun back.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Okay. So, was there anything else that happened on Monday? Like, did you talk to Harley about it or
about what I told you? Mm-hmm. No, I told them just the first situation.
Like what you told our dispatcher?
Right.
That, and that was that Gannon went to go play at a friend's house?
Right.
And do you remember the friend's house name?
I never gave anyone a name or anything at all.
Okay.
And also too, like, I didn't want to leave out any key points or whatever.
Sure.
I had my headphones on because when I was like upstairs when it all started, I had my headphones on, so my headphones were still on through the whole scene. So that's why if you ask me like where, like, did you hear any noises? Did you hear anyone leaving? Did you hear the alarm go back off? I had my headphones still on. They were still on my head.
When you came inside the house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like I had my headphones still on when I came inside the house. Like not coming in the house with them, but like in the house. When I went downstairs, I still had my headphones on.
Okay.
Yeah, like I did like this.
Okay, so help me understand. Yeah. So when you came into the house, you didn't have them on, but then you had them on when you went downstairs?
Yeah, because I came in doing like a normal, I would get ready to listen to music, I was going to work out thing.
Oh, okay.
So I like, you like move them back and forth.
What kind do you have?
Like I have Beats audio.
Like the ones that go over or like they come in?
Yeah, the ones that like,
okay.
Like they kind of like smash your head in or whatever. Yeah. So I always have to
Like,
I always have
depends
to,
on your
like,
head.
I always have to like move them, like back and forth and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's what I was doing, like moving them when I was like, do I hear something? Because it's kind of like I heard something, but I wasn't sure that I heard something at all. And that's when I started went upstairs.
Okay. And are they like noise canceling or anything like that, or ambient sound, or do they just do like regular music?
I mean, I think they would be noise canceling, right? Because that would be.
I don't know. I think you can get them either way.
That would be beat. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you can get them either way.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if you knew.
Yeah, I don't know. We have two different pairs, and the one we have two different, and I know one of them is like the push, like push in kind or whatever, and the other one doesn't push in as much, and I have the ones that like. So that might.
Do you have two different pairs?
No, Albert. I'm saying like we have two.
As a family.
Yeah.
Okay. So which ones were you wearing?
Mine.
Okay. Which color are those?
I like they're like a gold or maybe like a matte gold or.
Okay. And what color are Albert's?
Black and red, I think.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. We just want to make sure that, like if we see them or whatever again, then we know which ones are yours, which ones are his. So that it's like, if you said that, that your head got hit and stuff like that, and we'll go back to that a little bit, but maybe if he like touched them or something like that, then we want to make sure that we get the right ones.
Right.
Okay. So was there anything else that happened Monday, like after the deputies left or anything like that?
No. So I went out to my car that morning because I knew that Albert was going to fly in or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so normal, like routine, like I got up, whatever. I got in my car and I realized that the guy had left the back door open. And then, so I was like, oh, my car might not crank. And I, drive out and I drive down the street because I was going to drive my car, blah, 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 to pick it up. And I decided to come back because it was too early. His flight wasn't coming in until 8:53.
Okay.
And I was going to honestly, just drive. I had to think in my brain, I was like, this is the best thing, but I didn't. I just drove down the street, came back.
And that was in your black car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you ended up picking him up later?
Yeah.
And you took your black car to do that?
No. So, yes. So what happened is I took my black car, but I sent him a message earlier and I said, hey, is it okay if we get a rental car?
Okay.
And he said, yes. I have a leased vehicle, so you can only put 1,000 miles on it. And I'm pretty anal about, I don't want to go over and that type of thing.
Okay.
So his car is very expensive on gas. So I was going to get I did get a little economy car, and I knew we'd be driving around everywhere. Everybody was searching. And in my mind, I was freaking out because I'm going to be blamed because they someone our codes and our home. And so I was I know we're going to drive everywhere all day. So I was I'm going to get a rental car.
Okay.
So I did. And so I got my rental car and I left my black car at the airport.
You left it at the airport.
Right. Because I had to have a way to, I didn't walk. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Albert asked me where my car was at, and I told him it was at French. The reason I told him that is because Albert and I get in a lot of fusses about this whole working and changing career thing that you guys, I told you at the beginning. And that was a personal situation that I didn't want to fuss with him about, the working and changing, you're going to give up your career for this, and this. So I just said, he knew I had just worked at French. So he knew that. So I said, it was at French, one of my friends brought me. That's what I told him.
Okay.
So that's why he thought it was at French, but it was my way of, so he thought that he knew I had to go get my stuff from French because I'd stopped working there. And that's I wanted it to go with the story because I wasn't ready yet to tell him I wasn't returning at all to education. It just wasn't.
Okay, so he doesn't know that yet.
Well, he knows that I'm gonna be a flight attendant and never mind, I can't do it because I've been back and forth. You're gonna go from making I make $60,000 to I think they make $18 to $20 an hour, but you could only do so many things reserve shifts. You got my crash pads, so I'm back and forth on something I really want to do and the money. So I went back and forth with him on that, and that was just one of those things where I just wasn't prepared to be oh, you're going to be a teacher again. Oh, you're going to do this again. Oh, you're back at the school again. Blah blah blah.
Okay.
So you're back at subbing again. So
you drove to the airport in your black car.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What time did you do that?
his flight landed at 8:50 something, so I got there in time to park my car, and then I walked up to the thing, and he was coming down the escalator, and then I go over to budget, and I get the rental car. He's sitting on the little corner over here, waiting on his bags. And we walk out, we get the car.
Okay. And so where did you park your car at the airport? Do you remember?
In the short-term parking, maybe about like a middle.
Okay.
It's a long, like the short-term, I say. It goes from, you got the rental cars, a section here, section. So I went to like the farther section, and maybe like over here.
Okay. Okay. And then, so you're in your black car this morning?
Right. Because I had to turn the rental car back in.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So you picked your car up this morning?
No. So I took the rental car back last night because I didn't know what time situation, he's upset with me for not telling you guys first, so that, it could have been a quicker search or whatever the case may be. So I didn't know, like, I thought we were going to have to stay, like in a hotel or something. So I parked my car. My Harley picked me up because I was going to get a room at the hotel.
Okay.
And so I thought you guys knew that because it was sheriff's there this morning. So.
Well, people are working different pieces,
Yeah.
and so I just want to make sure that while we're talking that I have all of the information, right? So if I ask you something that you feel like has already been covered before, I'm not trying to be a brat or anything like that. I just want to make sure we have everything. We're all on the same page with everything. Okay. So you drove the rental car back last night, early this morning.
No, it was last night. It wasn't that late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then Harley picked you up, and you left your car at the airport still?
No. Okay. So I drove my car. I drove the rental car back. Got in my car.
Okay.
Left.
Okay.
Okay. So I didn't have anywhere to go because they're fussing at me, and people were not, everything's going on in the searches and things like that. So I didn't really have anywhere to go, and some of my stuff was at home, so I didn't have a car to get gas. I didn't have anything like that. So I was basically like just, like going somewhere parking, like trying to stay warm because it got a little bit cold or whatever.
Sure.
So finally gave in and was like, Albert, look. And he was like, I need you to tell me the truth. And that's when I started messaging her that, hey, Wood, I'm going to come home and I'm sorry. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's all my fault because I should have let everyone know that I gave someone the code. And I tried to replace the car. So at that point, I leave my car at the hotel, which was near Harley's work.
Okay.
And Albert was like, you guys coming? And I said, yes, we're on our way. I leave my car at the hotel the entire night and leaving Harley's car. We stay at home last night. And then I come back with Harley when she came to work this morning, and I walk over to the hotel.
Okay. So had you gone and gotten a hotel room and then changed your mind and decided to stay home?
No,
parked your car?
No, I parked my car because I was going to get a hotel. And my thought process was if we got in Harley's car and went home, and I didn't want people like his ex-wife is there, I didn't want people like, the domestic type situations like going on, just me, myself against, like her family and that type of thing. So my plan was we'll just come back here and stay at the hotel if we have to.
Sure.
So that was the whole point of me leaving my car there.
Okay. Do you remember which hotel it was?
Yes, it's the IHC, the Holiday Inn that was right there.
Holiday Inn?
Yeah, and again, that's where the police were at all morning, where my car was at.
We were?
Yeah.
Okay.
It could have been something separate, but I just assumed because when I got in my car to pick it up, I'm just like,
work at
the one at Center Point.
Center Point, so over by like the movie theater and stuff like that. Okay. And it was sheriff cars or CSPD cars?
El Paso, whatever, white and maybe green, white and something.
Okay.
I just assumed they were there because you guys think my car was there, but I parked it there because first of all, only drove one car in case it came back. To stay at the hotel. So.
Okay.
So yeah, it was parked there.
Okay.
And then I picked it back up this morning. So.
Picked it back up this morning?
Yeah.
And then you came here, or did you go anywhere first?
No, I was just driving around because I was on the phone trying to figure out situations for, like, my mom was getting, like I told you, was getting all those messages. So I wanted to, like, talk to them because they were freaking out and I hadn't been able to talk to them in the last 24 hours. So at that point, my mom was like really worried that I hadn't told her, why are these people, you know, sending her death threats, you know? And so at that point in time, I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew, like, hey, listen, don't respond to, you know, anything people say, you know, and that type of thing.
So I just have one question. I know, like, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. Like we took a long time to get out there for, I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer.
You know, sending her death threats, you know, and so at that point in time, I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew, like, hey, listen, don't respond to, you know, anything people say, you know, and that type of thing.
So I just have one question. I know, like, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. Like we took a long time to get out there for, I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer to get out there to you guys. But in the meantime, like when we did get out there, there's like all these people out in the neighborhood and like stuff going on in Facebook and stuff like that. How did that happen? Like,
Albert had someone else start talking on Facebook.
Okay.
One of the kids' mom.
Okay.
So she like initiated something on Facebook, and then of course all the people comment on it.
Okay.
Because the community page is a quite active page for.
Okay. I didn't know if like you had posted something or if Albert.
Not originally. He had the little Cambria
Okay.
to post an original post initially, and then.
Okay. Is that like a friend of your guys's or?
That's one of the kids, Braden's mom.
Okay. 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 All right. So I want to go back a little bit.
Okay.
Just to kind of.
I could like use the restroom really fast.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure.
I didn't get to eat all this. I have to like be like. Is it?
No, we're coming back. We're
Okay. I was gonna say, was it like a long-term process or something like that?
No, you can just leave everything wherever it is, and we don't have to like clean up anything or anything like that. And I'll just show you where the restroom is. Do you want to leave that here or move what? Your hot pocket. Oh, you don't want to take it to the bathroom, right?
Oh yeah, I forgot. Put my poster on it.
Forward. Stretch break.
Yeah, no, that's a good stretch break. Take a seventh inning stretch break here.
Got the horn section over here.
We good to go?
We are.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything else? You need another coat?
Okay, thank you.
Water or anything?
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, yeah. I know. I can't get to lose his job. If he loses his job, I don't know. I don't like it wouldn't work out that well. Yeah. I know. I'm not gonna do that because Albert will lose his job. Okay. All right, let me do. Sorry, I didn't know you were on the phone. It's okay. Sorry, you know, a little caffeine. Oh. Okay. So I just want to back up with you. We kind of have like a good overview of everything, but so we can start really narrowing down to try and find Gannon and everything else like that. I just want to try and get some more specific stuff on everything. Yeah. So I do write some stuff down. So, I did, so going back to the, just a little bit to the fire part, you said that Gannon had some stuff on his arms. What part of his arms was that? Like, I don't remember, like the inner area. You just point to like wherever, like in this, like in the inner area like this. Okay, so like right here? Yeah, but like like the burns were like not like you're thinking like round burns. It was more of like, not like burns that are like this. Right here. It was more of not necessarily burns, but like a little bit like skin, like it was like skin peeling, like in like. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And so that was like on his left arm, his right arm. It was on both arms because remember when I came in, I took the covers and like basically like got on top of both of, like on him and the fire. Not like him pushing him on the fire, but like you know, like I was just trying to get the fire out. Okay. And he was like hanging off the side of the off the side of the sofa. And he was still asleep? No, he was like saying my name. Like he was alert, like what's going on because he had just like woken up. Okay. Yeah. So he was not having a full conversation with me, but as in just like calling my name, and he's like, I'm so sorry. He kept saying he was sorry. He didn't mean to do it. Daddy's been got me for a year. So it was him thinking, oh my gosh, shoot. Like kind of like waking up being like, oh shit, I just made a mistake. Like we would say in the mind of a kid. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Okay. So the next day, you go to, like, you're trying to figure out how to get this carpet fixed. And you said that you had already, you cut the carpet? I cut the carpet. Okay. Yeah. What did you use to cut the carpet? I had Albert has like these tools that are like wood working tools, like chisels and I don't know the specific name of the ones, but they're like a little saw things. And I just like took the carpet and did like this. Okay. Okay. I mean, I didn't necessarily saw it, but I just kind of was like, they're very sharp tools. He has a lot of woodworking tools and stuff in the garage. So I just took one of those things, got like a handle and. What color? You know, like he used. Because I tried with a box cutter, but I couldn't. Like it wasn't like deep enough to like really pull whatever. Okay. Yeah. Okay. because I tried a couple times with a box cutter until I get kind of like started the process, but then I had to get like a stronger object or whatever.
Okay.
To do it.
Okay, sure. So you cut the carpet,
Mm-hmm.
and then you guys are gonna go try to figure out how to like get this fixed or whatever else. So you said that you went over to like where some new construction is.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember? Can you tell me more about that?
I'm not familiar with the area. I mean, I could, if you want me to drive you there, or next, like, or whatever. I don't know, like, they give you street names if that's what you're asking.
Sure, that's fine. But can you just describe it for me a little bit better?
Okay, so like the school, there's the school in the back, and so there's a bunch of new buildings that are in the area right near the school.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember, like, when you went to the new builds and stuff like that, was it, like, the first house in, or, like, 12 houses in, or how far in did you have to go?
There was a couple, I'd rather just go show you, because you're going to quote me on me telling you an estimate of the number, and I don't think that's fair to me. So I can give you an accurate description of which house it was.
Okay, well, for now, let's go with what you kind of remember. Like, do you remember, did you have to drive far in there, or just a short distance?
I don't know what you mean by like far in there.
Like into where the new builds are.
So they're all like, you just go around. It's like in loops.
Okay.
So I don't know what you're asking.
Okay.
So far.
Sure.
I mean, I can show you. I just don't know your terms of distance that you're asking me. Like.
Okay. Well, I guess like, so you're saying that they're like in a loop or whatever?
No, the whole area is in, like, there's loops, there's streets, there's, you know, like different sections of the new build.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's like, I can show you, because you're going to quote me on me giving you hand motions and things like that, and that's not fair to me being on a conversation. That's just not fair. And I'm sure if I had a attorney here, he would say, we're going to go show instead of just giving you something that would be an estimate.
So you went to the new build.
Mm-hmm.
And you found this guy and asked him about...
Yeah, his name was Eduardo.
Eduardo?
He said, or Eduardo. I don't know how to say the Spanish names right, but Eduardo.
Okay.
Something like maybe I'm saying it wrong, but I heard Eduardo.
With like a G?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it might be a J if it's the Spanish. I'm not sure how they do it, but I'm not Spanish, but Eduardo.
Okay. Yeah. So he said he told you that was his name?
Yeah, he said Eduardo.
Okay.
Yeah. And so maybe about like 5'8", really skinny. He had on a tool belt. Had on like a sweater vest, like a cold weather vest. I think it was red. I don't really remember exactly, but he did have blue jeans on, and he had on the combat boots or whatever. I'm assuming in my mind that this was just this was somebody who was he looked like he was a legit worker. There was people, like on the houses. There was people working in different areas, so I didn't think it was that he was a legit, not necessarily a contractor, but someone that was going to be able to,
someone knowledgeable to be able to,
yeah, right. And I didn't explain to him what had happened. Like, I didn't say, okay, this happened. I said, we need a piece of carpet. Do you have the carpet for this model of home?
Okay. And what did he say?
He said yes, and I was like, do you have the carpet? And I gave him like a hand reference of like the size that I would need, and he said yes, we have a roll for that. They have the I don't know if he said they had all of them have the same, and there's model homes or the same color. He was saying something along. I don't really know the definition of that, but some certain homes have the same exact thing and everything.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, might have the same floor in one, the same, because a lot of the homes are the same every 5 houses or whatever.
Right. Like they have like 3 or 4 houses that they build over and over and over again.
Right.
Okay. And they put the same finishings in them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That was my assumption that I had taken from that.
Okay. Right. And so he said that they had it, and then what happened next as far as like him having it?
So
do you need to get that?
No. It was I just always check it, make sure it's not my daughter.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have to worry, Mom. So he said he was going to bring the carpet and fix it, and I gave him the code to get into the garage.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you thought maybe you would find somebody that would want to do like a side job or whatever else. Like, did like, how much did he say he was gonna charge you for doing this and for the carpet and stuff like
Right.
that?
So we never had made that just like this, like that conversation. I just said, hey, and I'll give you a small donation. So what I did was I said, okay, I think my ex-husband, Harley's dad, he used to like work in like sheetrock and stuff like that. So in my mind, I'm thinking, little jobs like this, back home would have been like $10 an hour. Here, it's probably a little more, like 15, $20 an hour, whatever. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. You didn't ask me earlier about the part, so sorry if we messed that up. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. And then in my mind, a donation was going to be $50. So that's exactly, I had cash. And that's exactly what I had was the $50 like on the counter. And I explained that to him, that it would be on the counter. Thank you for, doing it. Make sure the garage is closed. And like I said, you didn't ask me all that, but I did go through a conversation. I just didn't be like, hey, bring the carpet. Here's the
Sure,
guy.
and that's why
I don't want you to think that, because that is not what happened. I went through the process of make sure you close the garage back. We have a security system. I told him we had cameras. I talked it up through the conversation. Okay. To let him know that this is the steps and the processes and stuff like that were followed.
Okay. So let's talk about that conversation a little bit, just because we didn't, and that's why we need to go back and get, more information and everything else like that. So he says he has the carpet, and then did you ask him, like, okay, can I just have the carpet, or did you ask him, like, can you fix it for me, or did he volunteer to fix it for you?
What do you need to have it?
Like, did you ask him if he would just give you the carpet, or like?
I was going to be like a package deal, I was assuming. But it's just like, I wasn't asking for like the carpet for the size room. I gave him like the like the size. So in my mind is he's bringing a scrap like rolls or scraps or whatever. That's already some extra from the job.
Okay. So you didn't ask him to just like bring you carpet so you could fix it. You asked him to come and fix it for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I had in my mind to fix it, but then I was like, you have to measure, and then like, because I changed tools, like one side was going to be like this length, so if you cut it different on that side, and it just was a little out of my thought process so that I could.
Okay, yeah. Have you, like, if you've never done carpet before, I would imagine that like trying to patch something would be kind of hard,
right?
Especially if you had to use different stuff to cut it. Okay. Okay. So he agrees to come to your house to fix it. So you give him the address.
Yes. I went through the whole spiel of here's where it's at, like here's money, how much we do back home. I mean, it was probably like a good 2-3 minute conversation of the specifics that needed to be done. And I did that out of panic because I needed to get it fixed. I didn't want to put it on Craigslist because people say call me or this and they upcharge and we need to replace the whole section and things like that.
And did he tell you like what he would charge you, or did you just say this is how much I'm willing to pay?
No, I just immediately said that I was going to give a donation, like in the terms of I didn't really have a lot to give you, but can you like hook me up? But I kind of was like, can you like hook me up like that? Being more of like a please do this for me, I really need it type. I don't have a lot of money.
Like a favor?
Yeah, I mean, because if he's on the job working and he makes so much an hour and can make an extra $50 that day, that was 150 might turn into 200.
Gotcha.
So in my mind of thinking of doing that was back to the times that Harley's dad would do the same thing. He would be like, don't go pay a subcontractor. Just go get someone who wants to work after hours, or whatever. And so that was my thought process. That'd be cheaper, faster. Someone will come do it right away. And then we're done with the situation.
Okay. So, what did you tell him as far as like how to get into the house and stuff like that?
What do you mean how to get? I just gave him the garage code.
Okay.
And I explained where the carpet needed to be replaced. So,
okay.
There's no when you enter the home, there's no specifics. You just upstairs, downstairs. That's it.
Okay. So you told him it was downstairs and kind of the area that it was in, or
you walk downstairs, you would have saw it.
Okay.
It wouldn't have been like you needed to go search for it. I mean, that's common sense.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not saying you common sense. I'm saying to the person that's common sense, oh, that's carpet, Because see, I had took the rug right here when I showed the police when they came. I had took the rug and put a piece of carpet that was on it. But the problem with the piece of carpet that was on it was that was a piece of carpet that was from the outside.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
you know what I'm saying? So we walk on it. And,
It was like an extra piece.
right. And I mean, sure, they could have, used the same carpet, but I needed a carpet to fit a specific size. So if someone had extra carpet, then why not go ahead and fix the whole thing,
Sure.
And we could have a little extra roll for, hopefully if there's ever any emergencies or anything like that.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
Because I thought that there would have been some somewhere. Like,
in your house?
Right.
Okay.
Because, like sometimes, I knew when we had our home, we sold it, we left our square, what are they called, the hardwood floors? And we left maybe 10 little sheets and things like that. So I thought, but in my mind, okay, no, I'm just going to go. I hadn't seen anything, so I had to, go find it, yeah.
Okay.
And you act so much differently when you're trying to be impulsive and hurry up and get it done, quick decision, when I probably could have just been like, hey, let's look at something that we have maybe in the back corner, we could have cut a piece out or something like that, but I didn't want to go mess up another lady's house.
An old lady's house?
Another lady's house. Well, her house. Like the renter, like the owner, we rent from them.
Okay, so you
yeah.
Okay. I thought you guys owned.
No.
My bad. Okay. So, so you left, so you went there, you said that he was about 5'8"?
Yeah.
Okay. What color hair did he have?
I say 5. My husband's 6, but just a little bit shorter, skinny, dark hair like mine. You might think I'm Hispanic, so I'm really brown in the summer, but he wasn't here too.
You're Hispanic.
I know, but people always think that. So skin complexion was a lot darker than mine.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you want me to give you for a skin complexion thing, but I would say middle to tannish color.
And was his hair, did it have texture to it? Was it straight? Was it curly?
Well, he had a thing on his head, so it was like a little, I don't know, hat piece or something. And it was just, I can't tell you a hairstyle because he had a little brown strap thing around it, but it was just almost jet black hair.
Okay.
But it wasn't long.
Okay. And then, what was his face shape like?
Maybe a little chubbier than mine.
Okay.
More rounded.
Was there anything about his face that stands out that would help us be able to find him? That would we be able to be that's the guy right there? Did he have?
Well, I was noticing there was some bad saying, but maybe a little bit of is it craters or the little holes. I don't say holes. No, you know how you can see some people and it's got a little holy skin from the acne.
Acne?
Yeah, stars.
Yeah, that's really good stuff.
Yeah,
so
acne, scars were kind of present just a little bit there.
Okay.
And not bad though, not super bad, but it could have been even more wrinkles or whatever. But it's just a little section of right here, but you can tell it was just from age or whatever.
Okay.
Or maybe even from dryness. I don't know. I wasn't giving him a skin consultation, but I do remember there was little spots here.
Okay. Did he have any facial hair?
Yes. He had a mustache that went right here, around in this area, and that was completely it.
Okay.
It went like this here. The...
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to give you this because I don't know how to say the wording.
Okay, just the mustache.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said his hair was jet black.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember could you tell approximately how long it was?
For his hair?
Was it long, short?
Yeah, I just told you that. I just said it wasn't long. It was the belt barely fit around it and flat, little flat pieces here.
Mm-hmm.
So, not bald, but not long. Nothing was hanging on the shoulders or anything like that.
But it wasn't a military cut or anything like that.
Yeah, no, not a military cut or anything at all.
Okay, so kind of medium length.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, how old do you think he was?
I would say easily late 30s, early 40s.
Okay.
But and based upon me thinking that too about the facial structure, how you can look at some people's skin and the elasticity or whatever, and it's different. So those little, you could tell that had been there for a while.
Okay.
Almost like it was a I don't know, sunburn, but almost like you could just tell something had been. That's a very unique feature I just wanted you to have because that wasn't something that, like, hey, did the person have lipstick? This was, on their face that would be permanent.
Sure. Do you remember seeing any tattoos or any other like
No,
large
I didn't remember seeing. I just remember the vest. I didn't see any tattoos. He had a shirt under the vest. I don't know, shirt or jacket.
Okay.
I mean, like, I say under the vest, but like, how you have the vest over and people wear the shirt? Yeah. That's like a Colorado thing, but kind of.
What color was the jacket? Do you remember? Or
I just remember the red part because remember I told you earlier I was like I think it's red, but I was talking about the top layer. So,
yep.
Yeah.
That the vest was red.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't know if you remembered what color the shirt was that was underneath.
No, I
or if
don't.
you- Okay.
I don't.
And then you said he had boots on.
Yeah, he had on like the Rocky boots or like the construction boots that were like.
Do you remember what color they were?
Yeah, they were that light pink or like a sand.
Okay.
And he had, remember I told you he had the belt thing. I don't know, everybody had the belt, but I just.
You said it was a tool belt?
Yeah, it was like a strap thing that had his pocket.
Okay.
And I remember I told you that at the scene. I don't remember like a specific color. It was just, oh yeah, you see somebody, you're like, oh, person in black shirt, or whatever. I didn't.
Okay.
I do, but the face did stick out, and I wish I was good at drawing because I'd want you to notice that or whatever. And it was like more rounded, kind of like craters type thing.
Sure. And then, and you went through the fact that, so you guys left there and you went to a Petco?
Well, we already talked about, I don't know if I got gas beforehand or not, but I told you guys I would be more than willing to give you the information from an exact travel for the route, but we immediately left the Worsted Ranch area. That's what you're at.
Okay. Yeah. So what was, you had said you were going to leave him the cash on the bar. Did you go back and put that there, or were you going to, or had you left that there whenever you left?
No. So we have, I always have, everything that was in with all the notes and everything like that was in the drawer that sits on this side of the kitchen or whatever.
Okay.
I had cash put in there because I had gotten, I was playing the lottery, so I got cash back from the lottery, and I had already laid it out on the counter. My mindset was the reason I already laid it on the counter was not because I had it predetermined I was going to leave it out for a specific person. I already had it laid out on the counter because I was going to give that money to Harley because Harley has been paying on the dolls because Chance, we financed him.
Okay.
I say finance him, but she's paying him back or whatever, and we always give her a portion of Chance and a portion of her car payment. So I was going to give that back to her anyway.
Okay.
And so in that moment, I don't even remember when I came in that I checked to see that the whole month, I left her $100, but I didn't check in the moment if that $100, so when I walked in, I didn't say, hey, there was only 20 there. And my mind wasn't thinking about, it was gone. So I thought, okay. But in my conversation with him, here's how much you want to do, donation, blah, blah, blah. So when I come in, I didn't think to go look to see if he left the remainder of the $100. That just wasn't in my mindset because
it was already there on the counter whenever you had left.
Right, and that was just because when Holly got in, I was going to tell her that was usually either I Zilly her money or whatever we pay.
What?
Zilly.
Oh, I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, everyone else does Zilly, so it's kind of like Apple Pay or whatever. Okay. So usually I Zilly her money or things like that. But I realize this, I haven't had my USAA credit card in such a while, so I didn't have a way to go get it or whatever. So I had lottery ticket money.
Okay.
So I was like, I'll just use the lottery ticket money that I'd been stashed in to go buy new lottery tickets.
Okay. And do you remember, was that when you put it out there, was it 20s?
Yeah, so it's always 10s, and the reason it's always 10s is because I tell myself I'm not playing anything above the 10 amount.
Okay.
And I go to the Safeway all the time and put it in that machine.
Okay.
If you put more than $10 in that machine, they're going to keep it. And you have to.
Oh, okay.
You have to ask, I put a 20 in there. You got to spend 20 in lottery tickets.
Okay. So you had $10 or $100 and $10 bills on the counter when you left.
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't worried. You didn't have to go back to put that back out for him before you went out.
Yeah, no, and I didn't intentionally leave it and say, whatever. In my mind when I left, because I didn't know hey, what time, I didn't have a specific time. I knew I needed to be back before Lena, but usually Holly gets off at 3:15. So I was assuming she might beat me back home.
Okay.
But she works. Remember I told you like they were having people having to take shifts and all that. So she ended up working till later in the day.
Sure. Okay. All right. So, and then you come home. Let's talk about what happens when you come home. Okay. And I know that, that it can be difficult to talk about. So,
and I didn't want to talk about that part without, I'm one of those people that tries to like not think that mental health is always an issue or like things like that. And in my mind, I was afraid of the whole like, oh, it's causes mental health problems, like that type of thing. So
sure.
Talking about it, I'm trying to like, I don't think if I'm like emotions, I'm trying to be the blocker to think that I'm not going to let that be a stigma that I'm going to have mental health problems because of this. So that's.
No, and what I was going to say is because, I've been a special victims unit detective, and so I've had to investigate different types of assaults and sex assaults and stuff like that with adults and children.
Right.
And so I just kind of want to let you know, and this is, I would let anybody that I was going to have this conversation know, that that's what I've experienced with, and that it can be a hard thing to talk about, and that I understand that. And that it can be kind of a sensitive subject, and like people don't always want to say specifics, but for us, like, to be able to document everything and to be able to really pursue it, we have to get into the specifics. And I just want to apologize up front for that, because I know it can be uncomfortable. Does that make sense? Are you okay?
Do I have to talk about that? I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to be dreaming so anymore.
I'm sorry, you don't want what?
Like dreaming. I want to dream anymore. Maybe I keep saying it. Like in my mind, I keep saying it. And I'm trying to block it. I'm fighting a battle, blocking out exactly everything,
Sure. Well, so
if you would just ask, like, I can say yes or no. Or I just don't want to be like really specific in terms of. Are you talking about like you're gonna ask me questions about like?
So what I'd like you to do is start by telling me what you remember hearing whenever you came in that day, and then and as you walk me through it, I'll have to ask you some questions. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So you, and correct me if I get anything wrong. Okay? You had said earlier that whenever you came in, that you thought maybe that Gannon had come into the house first.
I'm almost positive he went into the house first because I had to get the bags that we had purchased.
Okay.
Like the Petco bag.
Sure. And you guys came in through the garage, correct?
I want to say the garage. I'm like 80% that it was the garage because we parked on the front without the truck.
Okay. So you come in through the garage. Gannon has already come inside. What's the first thing you remember seeing whenever you come inside?
I usually always go in to think about, hey, I need to let the dogs out. Hey, I need to do this. Like that is my mentality, is to go in to do that. And the alarm could tell if no, it won't, because I had put those things on there. See, that's where the hard part is, because I can't give you the exact time, because yeah, but it might. And some of the sensors, remember I told you I had the things going on and we had put the little towel things on them or whatever. Some of the sensors were picking up, but some of them weren't. So I can't give you the exact time. If I went in, I could tell you if I went in and went upstairs or went downstairs first by the motion. But the motion was all off because I had put
towels.
Right.
You hadn't pulled those down from the night before yet.
Yeah, like in my mind that was not like. some of them, like the one in the corner, like hangs off the side, so it might have picked it up or it might have not. So if it wasn't for that, I could tell you by that, did I go straight in and go straight to the basement? Because it would say like,
Well, so
there's responsibility.
I want to, so with this kind of conversation, it's really all about what you remember and what your perspective is. Okay.
So I remember it was just basically being, like normal because I'm excited. We got, new clothes for the pet, yada, yada, yada.
Okay.
The days halfway through, I knew I had specific responsibilities to continue out the rest of the night. My brain hadn't said, hey, you need to go check or anything with the money yet because I just wasn't on that, that direction yet.
Sure.
I was on the direction I wanted to work out, I wanted to listen to my music, I wanted to like relax. That was my mindset. So it wasn't to be like, okay, this here, this here, this here. That type of thing. Sure. It should have been because I gave someone the code to get into our house, but in my experience in Lorton Ranch, it's been that, most everyone has people, they give people their codes and let them come in and fix things. And, like you can do the Amazon packages and have them delivered inside the door. So I wasn't thinking, like I need to run in and check, make sure it's okay. If I felt that I was doing a harmful situation, that would have been my first off, I wouldn't have done it. But second off, I would have went in immediately and been like, did he fix what he's supposed to do? Did he think something from the home? That would have been my initial thing. So it was a normal, I want to listen to music, I want to work out. I don't know, I might have got something to drink. I don't, up and down dogs, that type of thing. That would have been my, mentality. But what I didn't hear anything until I had my headphones on and I thought, like, it's one of those things where you thought you heard something because, like, the downstairs, if anybody makes any kind of noise, like a boing, it's like, it echoes really loud.
Oh, really?
Like it has like a louder echo through the vent.
Okay.
So even sometimes, whether you're asking about noise counseling or not, even like having things on or not, sometimes it's just the way that, they're sitting on there, you hear something, and that was like, almost like an echo noise.
Okay.
And that was, and below my room would be that storage room.
Okay.
So
you were in your room when you heard that?
So when I heard that, I don't remember if I was, I know I had the headphones on.
Okay.
I don't remember if I was in the room or walking back and forth because I had a big speaker box over here. And then either I played the big speaker or played the headphones or however on the big speaker back and forth. So I don't know if I was like here, there. Again, I wish I could give you the motion thing because that would give you a better time, like a 254 or whatever, 25 here, like that. But when I heard it, that's when I was just kind of like, oh, did I hear something? Remember, I even told you earlier, I had a couple of times before I even thought that would be of a concern.
So when you thought you heard something, what happened there?
So I don't remember if it was one or two times or whatever that I kind of was like doing this here and like back and forth. And that's when I told you that I, started to walk down the stairs. And I told you that Dana was on to the right of the area.
Okay.
Like when you walk down the stairs, he was on the right of the area.
Okay.
And the guy was over here.
Okay. And was the guy just out or?
No, the noise was probably because of like moving around, I guess, or whatever. And the door was like almost not necessarily like a semi-crack, but well, maybe a little semi-crack. I don't know if he was looking out, like peeking out or anything like that. And so I noticed that someone was right there. And that's when immediately it was just, there was no, it wasn't like, hey, how are you? It was, if someone's in your home, they're not there to, when they're not supposed to be doing whatever, they're not there to like talk to you. It was immediate from then on. That it went to that, and Gannon came in, tried to get on.
So let's slow all that part down.
Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So you go downstairs, you notice somebody's there. What's the next thing that happened?
So I noticed that he was there. And he had, I told you, when I went in my room earlier, one of the things that I remember triggered, not that it triggered, but I thought was odd, but I had my shades, and I remember I told you my doors were open to the cabinet in the room.
Okay.
So I noticed that they were open, so that kind of in my mind was like, did I leave that open? But that also set off the fact of when your brain runs rapidly and you're looking, you're like, gosh, that's why that door was open.
So like you put it together.
Right. I put it together very, very quickly. And so that part ran back in my mind. And so immediately when he saw that, he saw me, I don't know if the intentions was to us to come in that soon. I don't know the intention if it was to do anything because I don't think the intentions was going to be like taking anything somewhere because it was he already had on gloves. He already had obtained a gun from our home, like had already done those things, and immediately it was in attack mode for me.
Okay.
And from there, and oh, I didn't mention to you, I did go in the cabinet because I take a lorazepam for anxiety, and I was like already super anxiety from like having all this, like going on and stuff about like fire, stuff like that. So I took 2 lorazepams. So I did go in and take two lorazepams and blah, blah, yada, yada.
And that was in the cabinet, the lorazepam, or was that somewhere else?
Like in the kitchen?
No, you said that you went in. Where was?
I'm sorry. Like in the kitchen, we have a kitchen cabinet. I have to say that to you.
Okay.
The cabinet that I'm talking about, the doors are, is a bedroom cabinet. I say cabinet. It's like a armoire, like a smaller one that has doors that open. Okay. I should specify cabinet, so you know something.
Right.
The bedroom one, the kitchen one would be where the
medication.
Right. So I did take. That's why I said I think I might have got some drink or something, but I did take 2 lorazepams.
Okay.
And so that I did do that, and then I did come down with it.
Okay. So just so we're clear, the kitchen cabinet was where your medication was. Describe for me the armoire in the bedroom where the shades and your gun was.
So you want to know like what's in it or like what?
What does it look like? What color is it?
Sorry, so it's silver, like almost like a chromish color with like glass.
Okay.
And it does have handles, like a little knob that you can pull on or like pull open. And then of course they have like I keep my important documents in there, like a passport. Or,
does it have drawers or anything?
No drawers.
Okay.
It has the insert.
Like, does it sit on something or does it have its own feet?
Like it's on feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're talking.
Yeah, it has its own feet. Okay. Yeah, and like if I had to do like I don't know what samples or whatever, I just wanted to tell you about the medicine because I didn't want you to be like, but I mean it's prescribed to me anyway. So.
Yeah, sure, that's not.
Yeah, and I had already taken one that morning too, so it was just I only have taken a panic attack, but I just had taken a lot. I don't say a lot of it. It's not bad, but I had taken. Yeah, I don't take any at all unless I'm having a panic attack. And I had.
It was a little bit more than usual.
Right. Just because it was just, like.
Okay.
The whole anxiety of it.
So you go downstairs and you see him, and you said that he had already found a gun.
He had already been in the home, like in our home, like moving, like I say moving, like doing something, because you wouldn't have just walked in and known, hey, there's something here. You had to go in, and most people would probably look through drawers and things like that. I don't know. I'm not making that assumption. That's what it is. I'm just saying he had already obtained one. So I'm kind of like, I can't speak for what, like what went on or anything. Okay.
What, can you describe the gun for me?
So it was our black gun.
Black gun.
I don't know what make and like what the brand was or whatever.
Okay. Was it, do you know whether it was like a revolver or like a
no, automatic.
Automatic.
Yeah, like you just pull the trigger.
Okay. And is that like, and do you know the caliber, maybe?
I think the 380 maybe?
380?
Or 9, one of those.
Okay. So you said it was your black gun. Okay. How many guns do you guys have?
4.
4? Okay. What kind are they?
I don't know the big one that Albert has. It's kind of like an AR or something.
Okay.
And then there's the shotgun. And so I think they're both 380.
380?
Yeah, I think it's like a 380. They're both 380s.
Okay. And are they both black or like sometimes they have like the colorful one?
Yeah, mine's like a teal color.
Okay. So you have a black one and a teal one?
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I just wanted to cover that really quick. Okay. So you go downstairs. You've already obtained a gun. You think it's your black gun.
Right. No, I don't think. I saw the color black.
Okay.
So I was assuming where I told you that my mind went through that was like our black gun.
Right.
Now, at that time, I wasn't 100% if it was or not because there's plenty of black guns.
Sure. So tell me what happened next.
So, do you want me to go through the whole assault again?
Well, we need to know like more specifics about it. So you said you saw him and that he had the gun and then he attacked you. How did he attack you?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a recess until 3:15. Again, don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of the case. With that, if we can have everyone back in the jury room at 3:15, we'll be able to I'll rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the
It's like, that's about right.
No, because I know there's another video that's, I don't think, it'll probably be mid-morning Friday before they get to me, so.
Not sure we're gonna finish this one today.
Yeah, we may not. There will be some empty time, I think, in the room that we'll just push through, but when I mean empty, nobody's in the room.
Great.
Yeah.
But it's not gonna be like 30 minutes, right?
I can't remember. Honestly, there's a chunk though.
Okay, well, we'll just, if we get it finished today, great. If we don't, we'll finish it up on Friday. And my docket tomorrow is virtual, so you can leave everything here.
Okay.
You don't have to clean off tables, you don't have to do anything.
Good. Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you, court will be in recess then.
All right.
Okay, they on break now. I just got kind of like lost with with these lies. She was just going at it and adding this and this and that. She was just all over the place. All over the place. Completely out of her mind. And she really thought that people was going to believe this. She thought this was going to work. They usually do. These are some troubled people. Yeah, they really do. They think they're going to get away with it. They believe their own lies, too. That's the sick part about it.
Present courtroom. We ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and bring them in. All right, for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. When we took our break, we were in the midst of a video interview of the defendant. That's where we will resume. Prosecution.
I know you said you worked with like victims and stuff before. But hard to tell someone about people like touching you.
Sure, I get that.
And I just need to like not relive that right now. Can I get a little bit?
Like, you want to take a break?
I just, you're wanting me to give you like play by play basically of an assault is very hard for you to ask me to do.
Okay.
That's not like me explaining how to play a game. That's very difficult to explain what you remember.
Well, and we can take it slowly, and you can tell me what you remember, what happened, and stuff like that. You know, I want to make sure that you're okay, and I want to try and find Gannon, right?
Right.
Okay. So the more details that I have, the better it is that I'm going to be able to try and help you and to try and help Gannon. Okay.
Well, me telling you about an assault on me is not going to get like a faster result unless we like actually put some action into it, you know?
What
like,
do you mean?
Like, I don't know, like action, is it too late to like check your body? I mean, is it?
No, it's not.
Like those type of things, is that?
It's not too late at all, actually. No, it's not. And if you want to do that, we can actually absolutely get that set up so that we can make that happen. So it's definitely not too late.
Is it like a private like area or like how does that work?
So what it's called a SANE exam, and they're done by forensic nurses.
Okay.
At the hospital.
Okay. So it's like in a actual, you wouldn't know that's what you're there for.
No. And so, I mean, well, obviously the nurses would,
right.
But not like just whoever else is in the hospital. Right. No. And so, because it is like a, because it's a forensic thing and because it's part of a criminal case, you know, obviously this person who assaulted you, you know, so that we could gather evidence to make sure that, you know, when we find them that we can prosecute them and stuff like that. We would want to take you over there to the hospital and we get the forensic nurse to come and talk to you.
Okay.
And then they have paperwork to go over with you, just like any other kind of like bureaucracy or anything else like that, right? And they get your permission to gather that evidence from you and to do an exam. Okay. And then, and they're all female, all the nurses.
Okay.
So, and, you know, they have their process that they go through and they collect all that evidence and then that's turned over to us. So it's not too late at all to do that.
So that was my...
But we need to know what happened because just like if, you know, like, and this is just like a totally off the wall example, but like if your kid comes in and tells you, hey, mommy, I'm hurt because I fell down. Well, you need to know where they fell and how they fell and whatnot so you can help them.
But that's the easy, easy thing. But when you're doing several different things in your brain and not to mention you're being violated physically, it's hard to give that specific, you know, details. I remember the pushing me in the room. I remember having my head hit. I remember those things.
Sure. And what I'd like
I remember my clothes getting taken off.
Okay.
Okay. But I don't want to be telling this got taken off. I don't want to be on that.
And that's not what it is.
I would tell that to like a nurse, you know, in the specifics so that that could assist in the process. But maybe I would. I say I would, but I don't know. It's just a hard thing to be like, okay, your pants are heavy. Remember this, you remember that, like that.
Sure. And really, we need to know like the narrative of it, and there will be some stuff that I would ask specifics of. And if you remember, you remember, and if you don't, you don't. Or what you can say is, you know, well, I remember that, but I don't want to say.
No, I'm not trying to not tell you anything. It's just a hard process. I guess maybe I'm thinking you're asking me too much detail. Then maybe I'm overthinking what you're asking me. So do you want me to like I said, do a play-by-play of what I remember? Like as far as like clothing?
Like, well, just start at the beginning and tell me what happened. Okay.
So, all right. So when he pushed me into the room,
okay,
I remember like a battle process of like, you know, like back and forth, you know, like that type of thing. I remember that type of thing.
Tell me more about that. The battle back and forth.
Well, if someone he's not much bigger than me, so it's not like it was this big, powerful person that, I mean, I feel like I'm fairly kind of a little strong. So it wasn't just here, get on the ground. It was, you know, like getting, like move around the room. I don't really remember like which direction.
Sure.
After I hit my head the first time, that's when it started to be a little blur into what was happening then.
Okay. So, and remind me, what was it that you remember hitting your head on that first time?
I think I want to say it was that red and black table. I'm sorry, red and blue table that was in Gannon.
Red and blue table?
I feel like it was the red and blue table that was in Gannon's room because I remember like going back and hit my head.
Okay. Okay. And you keep motioning back here. Did
yeah,
you
like
the back of your head?
Right, yeah. So like it was in like, well, there was a couple, like the ground was a big force, but I was also fighting back. So I don't want you to think that it would have been some sort of, and I did have like, I was gonna like show you that I did have the blood in there a little bit because from the little scratch, but I did have the ability to push back some because he wasn't like overpowering that. It was just like, here you go. And
sure.
That sounds awful to say, but okay.
So when you got pushed into the room, and you got pushed, like you guys are doing this battle back and forth, and you hit your head, did you end up on the ground first?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't. I just remember hitting my head, and I remember the next time I hit my head, the second time that he came back after me and tried again. So there was a couple of times that I kind of was in and out of it. And not to mention I had taken lorazepam, a little extra than usual. So it was, you know, a little bit, I don't say like, I did not know, I'm not bad, but it was
Sure.
kind of like being like zoned out a little bit.
Sure.
It was almost like I was out, like blacked out.
Okay.
Because it was one of those things where I could like hear what was going on, but I didn't like know what was going on, or vice versa.
What do you remember feeling?
There was not like pain as far as like your female part. I feel like the pain was on the struggle of like your body was tired.
Okay.
So like it's tired in trying to like, your brain's telling you don't give in, but your body is just in a tired mode.
Okay.
And that was, it was more of like I just almost, it's almost like I was giving up, but I wasn't, you know, like once we were, you know, I can't talk about it.
So are you saying like once did he penetrate you?
I remember my clothes coming off. Not my top part.
Okay.
Remember the bottom part, and I don't remember if this was the first time or on the second time, which wasn't a successful time. I remember my clothes coming off like on the bottom, and I remember having my top on.
Okay.
And I remember I was pushing like pushing back.
Sure.
And then I like out of my mind, it was almost like a little blur because I hit the head again. Like, you know, you're like trying to push up, like to push somebody off, and you get pushed back down and hit your head.
Okay.
And then it's kind of let it. Yeah, she did it. Like,
I'm not gonna. Here's the thing: is that this conversation, like what we talk about, is not. I'm not gonna run and talk to your husband about or his ex-wife or anything else like that. Okay.
I don't want to give in because I didn't agree to it, but at that point it feels like I did give in.
Okay. And thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that. When you say that you gave in and that he completed it,
I don't remember about when I say completed, I mean as in I was able to like have that bolt of energy to like get up again, you know. I don't know if there was like completed. I don't want to think about that. That's just disgusting.
So I'm not asking if he like ejaculated or anything else like that. That wasn't my question.
I'm sorry, that's what I thought.
So my question is, did he put his penis in your vagina?
Right, yes.
Okay. Do you know? Okay. Sorry, that question. And that was when you were on the ground? Okay. And you said that he was pushing you down. What part of your body was being pushed down?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you said that like you kind of like came back up.
At some point, I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't want to give you wrong information about step by step about my body being violated. I don't think that's fair. Like, I don't think that. And then every time I have to keep saying to you, like, if it's happening, I have to say that to you again, and I have to say it to you again. Difficult.
Okay. Was there anywhere else that you were penetrated?
No. You mean like an area?
Anywhere else on your body?
Yeah, no.
Okay. And then at some point it ended. Okay. What happened next after it ended?
So, but it didn't end at that direct moment because remember Gannon comes in.
Okay.
Like
Tell me about that.
Gannon comes in to like jump on him.
Okay.
Like, to like kind of help me out.
Okay.
And so I don't remember anything but like laying back, and I remember that I could like hear that Gannon had came in.
Okay.
I could hear that he knew this is not what you're supposed to do.
That Gannon did?
Yeah, like Gannon was aware that someone was trying to harm me.
Okay.
He might not have understood the complete in essence of it, but he understood someone was in our home and wasn't supposed to be doing what he was doing.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I mean, our home we're very open. We're always like, we talk about like, oh, you don't have a girlfriend, you don't do this until you're married. So,
Okay.
so he's very aware of, you know, like that's not how things happen.
Sure.
In his mind. So he came in at that point in time. And then I do remember that Gannon was like, I don't want to say thrown, but like he can't jump on a big guy. That's a big guy to him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish is a big guy to him.
Sure.
Because he's 4 something. And I don't remember from there. I just remember that Gannon tried to jump on him, and I remember Gannon was over here at this point in time, and then it was just kind of like a blur about what happened. But I do remember after, when I say finish, I don't mean what you're asking me about exactly. And I do remember when that was like getting up, that it was a situation. So that was when he had the gun again, and afterwards, not necessarily at him, but had the gun and had Gannon.
Okay. Can you tell me more about that?
So I just know that in the way he had him was kind of not necessarily at like a here, or if I had like a dummy to show you, it was more of like a,
do you have a look?
Okay. It was more of like a just wrapped around, but like Gannon was he recognizing like the gun, he wasn't trying to at that point fight back to him. Okay. He was just crying like to me, like to help him. Okay. And so that's why I made the decision to try to send the other kids somewhere else, because what if I would have ran for help at that point in time? I had every opportunity to run. Probably where I should have done some sneaky technique of, I thought about it after. I should have like gave Lena a letter, or something like that and said, hey, go to the mailbox, take the neighbor's letter. Like, this is something I thought about after, but I didn't think about it at the time. Okay. Like in the time frame.
So when you were on the ground and Gannon came in, what do you remember hearing?
Him yelling.
What was he yelling?
Like he was yelling my name, like directed specifically at me, as in like
Gannon was?
Yeah. Like,
what does he call you?
Because I just remember I told you about my name thing.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah. So he was saying Tesha.
Tesha?
He was like saying, "Are you okay?"
Okay.
And then that's when he realized I wasn't. Like, not that I wasn't, but he realized I was kind of like in and out of it.
And what were you saying?
I was like immediately like doing the first part was doing the first time was doing the pushback, like get off of me. So I wasn't
said that,
but I wasn't communicating with Gannon.
Okay.
Like I wasn't saying Gannon go, do this specifically, or like I didn't say like run go do it. I didn't say anything directly that I recall.
Okay.
Now maybe I did that I recall wasn't specific direction, to guide him in any direction. That was more of like a battle, like a back and forth thing instead of being. But at that point, I do remember like when I was down and you kind of get like that little concrete where your head jars back a little bit, where your head jars back a little bit. Kind of made me a little like dizzy a little bit.
And was the man saying anything?
I don't remember anything but noises.
What kind of noise do you remember? I can't guess. That's the thing, right? So like I can't put words in your mouth. I can't guess. So I know like I'm sorry, pleasure noise? Pleasure noises? Yeah, I don't know how to describe it like pleasure noises, but like sound. Okay. And so he's making pleasure noises and then Gannon comes in and yells your name. What does the man
I
do?
don't remember specifically, he just came and yelled my name or if he jumped first, but
Okay. What does the man do?
it was more of like a this, but he was still inside of me,
Okay.
kind of. I say kind of, but like he's moving,
Okay.
so obviously he's got to put more, got to put more like force on your body.
Okay.
And that's just when I just started to cry. Because it was like a giving up, kind of like a giving up type moment.
I'm sorry that you are upset by that.
And it was just, because what, why are you supposed to do at that point?
Sure.
You can keep trying to fight, but they're already taking something from you that you only have pursued of yourself.
Sure. Do you remember Gannon saying anything else other than your name?
I know he was hollering help at some point, and I think that would have been when he had, I don't remember, oh gosh. I don't remember like any, anything other than, I think I feel like I remember the second, I don't remember around the second time of the battle he was saying, get off of her.
Okay.
But I don't, I'm telling you, when I tell you that, and I hope to God that you are never in that situation, but it's just almost like a blur because you're so disappointed in your, like, emotional feeling, like your self-worth.
Sure.
And how you feel about yourself.
Sure.
You feel like you're nothing.
What did you smell when this was happening?
I was going to say that to you. I forgot to, like earlier, and again, you didn't ask me that because I was thinking about, I could smell like a very strong, like paint or like almost like a paint, like someone had been painting or like they were around a house that might have had the drywall, almost like it was like a work smell.
Like you're doing this like the drywall. Are you talking about like paint or like the texture smell?
Yeah, like the powder of the drywall. You know how like you sand,
sure.
and it has like that smell. Like I could smell like that part on them, but I feel like at one point I thought I smelled alcohol.
Okay. And you said that your ex, Harley's dad, did drywall. So the drywall smell is something that you would be familiar with?
He would have did it a while ago.
Sure.
But I know, like, in our home and things like that, I'm pretty, I don't want to say, like, know a lot about drywall, but just from being around the work sites growing up, I think with him, I was young when I was with him. I remember a lot about, like drywall in general. So,
sure.
I don't know if it's specifically drywall. It's more of like a sandpaper-ish smell.
Okay.
Like
Did you smell anything else? You said you smelled alcohol.
At one point, I remember smelling like not like a deep, strong alcohol smell, but I could have like a sense of alcohol, like a breath of it.
Sure. Sure.
Come up like aroma.
Okay.
And it kind of was like I don't know, like almost like a foodish like a awful type smell. I remember at one point.
Okay.
Okay. If you kind of like you walk into a restaurant and it smells like some fresh tomatoes and that.
What do you remember feeling on your back?
Just a couple of days before this, I have been having like a lot of lower back pains like already. So it took that like pain away. And it was almost like it was just like, because I'm getting pushed back, but I'm straining. So it was almost like I felt a little bit of nerve, but I didn't feel it. Like I didn't have any, hey, there's the back pain. Oh, back to this. It wasn't like that. I knew that there was nerve being shifted or, changed in some direction.
Okay.
That it was Florida. Kind of hard.
And just remind me, you went upstairs and told Lena to go away, basically, to keep her safe. And then you came back down, and that was when he had Gannon, or he had Gannon before you did that?
You mean?
Like when you said that he had his arm wrapped around?
Right. So once he had him, once I came back, because once I got up and whatever, there was the ring. Remember I told you about the lotion and things. So he grabbed him then. He had him still when I came down, but
you grabbed him then?
Right. Remember the ring is what triggered, because there was the first ring that wasn't there wasn't anybody on the ring, or there was no one there. Because I think I went up and down, or maybe I don't remember if I went up one time and down, or up one time twice. I don't remember exactly, but I remember there was two alerts, or two triggers to the door.
Okay.
And I was like, yeah, so two triggers. I feel maybe it was two times, because the first time there was nobody there.
Okay.
There was no. Something must have set it off. Yeah. So and then there was Lena was the next trigger.
Okay.
But I knew the next one was Lena, because I knew the timing almost perfect, and you can hear from our house when the bus hits its brake.
Okay.
So I didn't have to go look at an app or anything with that, because I knew that, the timing was just the same as normal. That you can hear this is right there. You can hear, kids are on the way, like that type of thing. And
sure,
I knew it was Lena, and that was my first thing I open up, I let Lena in, I had a conversation with her just like it was a normal day. But then that's when because I didn't want to be like, here, go. I did quickly say, here, go, whatever. But I wanted to not just open the door and be like, here, go right now.
Okay.
I had to at least make a 30-second, 1 minute, maybe I'm exaggerating 1 minute, but 30-second dialogue of here, I need you to go get milk.
Okay.
Or here, go, Daddy said go ride your bike. Or
sure.
That type of thing. Because later on, I knew she was going to have to eat snack at some point, and I figured just that later on she was eating. I figured out another time she eat snack. I was worried about getting her out and about that time.
When
I'm sorry, I should have given her a note. I should have given her a note.
We don't, we don't need to go into like what you should have done or shouldn't have done or anything else like that. Things are never perfect, and we can beat ourselves up for 100 years about things we should have done.
Right.
Right. Okay. So that's not. I'm not here to judge you or anything else like that. I'm here to understand what happened,
right,
and try and gather as much as we can so that we can help you and we can help find Gannon. Okay. When the attack was going on downstairs, you said you got hit? Your head got hit a couple of times. Were you hit anywhere else?
Are you asking like a punch or like?
Yeah, were you punched, slapped, kicked?
I don't remember that. I don't remember being hit anywhere else.
Okay. Do you have any injuries?
I don't have like any specific injuries here, because I was grabbing like this, like pushing up. Most of it was just like head. I don't know if they trauma, but head force on my head, and then the nerve in my like maybe 5 for that part.
Okay. And then like,
And then I did like have like a little, like this, about a little part, like right there was like bleeding.
okay.
And then my nails, I know they look crazy now, but they were, and then of course that was the burn mark, so that was so my nails were like that because when I get nervous, you know, like I don't know, or whatever.
Mhm.
But that would have been from me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you go upstairs, tell Lena to go, and then you go back downstairs, like, and he still has Gannon. What happens next?
So he still has Gannon. Hold on. Can I like be kind of try to read?
Yeah, do what you need to do.
So like he was the first time my body, and then he has Gannon, and I don't want to make sure he got hurt, so I go upstairs, come back down. Oh, that's when he was asking. Well, he wasn't asking me. He was demanding different things. You know, he was demanding like I probably didn't tell you that earlier, but I do remember that now.
Okay.
He was like demanding things from me. He was demanding me that I was not to say anything, that there would be consequences. He didn't say the word there would be consequences, but it was in a louder tone of direction of saying.
What exactly did he say?
I don't remember exactly. I just remember there was some sort of you gotta make sure you don't tell anyone at the door. You know, and I had common sense enough to know if he had Gannon and has a gun that I'm not gonna make a stupid decision. So coming back down, at that point in time, I remember being like, what, like, I don't remember if I was necessarily pleading or asking. Gannon was saying help. I didn't have a weapon. I couldn't just go grab and hurt him. So somehow, I don't remember exactly what, we end up being in it again, like being in a commotion again. And that's the second time that he was attempting to try. And that's when I kind of went completely a blackout. And I don't remember, you know, oh yeah, I remember I told you he was demanding different things, and I gave him a brown suitcase. I gave him a box that was in the room. He asked me, he demanded the brown suitcase. Well, he didn't demand the brown one, he demanded a suitcase, and I just gave him the brown suitcase.
Okay.
And in my mind, I didn't know.
Can you describe the suitcase for me?
I don't remember. I just remember we have like 10.
Okay.
I just remember the brown.
Is it like a check bag, a carry-on bag?
Yeah, maybe like 27 inches, maybe.
Okay.
Like,
So it's
you know,
like one you would check, not one you
No,
carry
you
on.
can't check 27. You can only check 20, 21. So
the check is the ones that like you give to them.
Right. That it can't be over 21. Spinners or whatever can't be over 20. It has to be over 21. It doesn't have to be over 21 check, but if it's over 21, it can't be a carry.
Right.
So the bigger.
So it was a bigger one?
Yeah. Okay. So like I say about 27.
Okay.
Inches or inches or whatever. And I thought he was gonna put things in our home, like take all of our stuff and like our anything that needed. I thought he was gonna like take the gun.
What did he do with it?
And take, like I don't know. I provided what he asked for or demanded, and then we got into it again because there was yelling, and I don't remember what we were yelling about, but it was just anything I could do. If I give you this, take everything, and we just whatever, and
okay. And you said that he wanted a box.
Yeah, he that was one of the things that I'm trying to remember all of it. And that's why I said I thought he was gonna pack our like whatever there was in our home. Originally I didn't think that he was in our home to take. Remember I told you I didn't think he was in our home to take something because he was found a gun. But at that point I thought he was gonna like clean us out. would, or I say 25, would take whatever he could.
Like steal things.
Yeah, like steal things from us because you can, if you're in Lorton Ranch and you're like, oh, I'm going to the airport, but it doesn't look like you're walking out the front door with a TV, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that was my mindset of like.
Oh, so you think that he was gonna, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like what you're telling me is you thought he was gonna take stuff from your house and put it in the suitcase in the box.
Right.
It looked like he was going to the airport.
Yeah,
not like he was stealing.
Yeah, yeah, and I don't want to say specifically the airport, but like it looked like to make it
travel.
Yeah, so like in my mind, I'm just thinking he's about to clean this out, but I don't really care. Take everything.
Sure.
That he wants to take. That was like in my mindset, and then I remember there was like talking or yelling, or I don't remember how we got to part, the second part, but I remember he wasn't able to, And of course, between all that, I mean, I wasn't running around naked. I had to put my pants back on.
Sure.
And and that was a awful feeling. Like, I mean, it wasn't like, I just ran upstairs and I had to, like put myself back together.
What do you mean by put yourself back
like
together?
my pants. Like I couldn't. If I would have showed up at the front door or whatever with Lena or anyone, I mean, I walk around in like shorts and all that. But I'm saying like it would have been, and like you say, we're not going to go on what I should have done, but it could have put off alarm to this is what you need or whatever. But this is my daughter. Is it okay if I just let her? Uncle wants me. Okay.
Sure. Do you remember? So can you describe the box for me?
Brown box.
Was it like a cardboard box?
Yeah, like
a wooden box. Yeah, like a metal. Like, did it have stuff in it?
Yeah. No, like there was nothing in it, but it was just a regular like shipping boxes. Like that's why that makes common sense of I'm putting stuff in there, but he could have easily have gotten that himself, but he would have had to have let him again and go. But that was his way to have control of the situation.
Sure. And where was that box at before you got it?
In our storage room.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that where the suitcase was as well, or?
Yeah, I got the suitcase and the box, and I was saying things because I did think he was going to rob us. Like I say, like take all of our stuff, and I started out with being upset about being robbed, but then it was like take anything you want.
Mm-hmm. It sounds really scary.
Yeah, it definitely is. Because in my mind, I'm like, but I knew if I am given into the situation, then I can get what what I would expect the result out of it, which would have been that everybody would have been safe, and he's going to get what he wants. And your intention was he saw someone that he wanted to take advantage of.
So you give him the stuff. There's another altercation, and you said he couldn't, and you kind of trailed off.
Yeah, like he couldn't at that point in time like take my pants back off. It wasn't like the first time. Okay. Because I was more of in a lackadaisical thing at that point, because once we were when I hit my head the next time on the thing, I think that hit some sort of spot that I don't really remember after that.
Where was Gannon when that?
I don't really remember after that. That's where it kind of was. Everything from then was a blur, and so it was me telling you that was like, what do you mean you don't know what happened after that? And no one's going to, understand that unless they're there in that moment. That I don't remember.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I have to ask the questions, right? Because if I don't ask the questions, then somebody later is going to be like, well, what happened? What happened next? Where was he? And I can't say, well, I didn't ask, right? Like I have to ask the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't. Yeah. I was just saying. like in general, not specifically.
Right. So if I ask a question, I'm not trying to like make you feel bad or anything else like that. I'm just trying to understand and make sure that we cover everything.
Right.
Okay. So you say that you hit your head again. You kind of don't know what happened next. Do you remember, or I guess, can you tell me how this ended?
I just remember like being out of it, but I could also, like in my mind, like I could hear, you know, like loud banging, you know, but I don't remember, I couldn't see, you know, like what was going on or anything like that. I just, almost like I could hear a little bit of a struggle, but I don't know what was going on.
Okay.
And that for me is hard because I need to know, like, and I hope that, cause like dreams, I'm like, maybe I'll dream and remember what was going on, or maybe I'll have like a recollection later of, oh yeah, I remember this, but I clearly have been pounding my brain to give it to you about like exactly what was happening.
Sure.
At that.
Sure.
That point in time.
What's the first thing you remember after this incident, after the attack, the second attack?
I just remember being like, where's Gannon? And I was freaking out because I didn't know where he was at.
Okay.
And I didn't see anything that would have told me. And I thought he was hiding.
Okay.
Like I thought maybe he was in the closet or, you know, somewhere hiding so that he knew, you know, like he would be okay, like away or whatever. I thought he was hiding.
Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened?
I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding.
Okay.
And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fix this.
Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding.
Well, because if I am saying to him that everything, that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my like sight, I'm assuming that he was hiding, you know, like in my mind. So like I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, you know, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, you know, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, or maybe he was in the closet or, you know, somewhere hiding so that he knew, you know, like he would be okay, like away or whatever. I thought he was hiding.
Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened?
I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding.
Okay.
And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fixed.
Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding.
Well, because if I am saying to him that everything, that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my like sight, I'm assuming that he was hiding, you know, like in my mind. So like I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, you know, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, where are you?
Okay.
So then when I realized Gannon would come out, or again, I can't say we do different things at different times, but if Gannon would thought it was safe, he'd come out. So then, in my mind, to be honest with you, when I said I'm gonna fix this, I thought Gannon was still hiding. So when the detective like searched the home, I really was hoping that that's what was going to happen, and he had been scared to come out because he didn't know if it was safe. Or maybe if he was like, you know, had hit his head or something after what I don't remember, he could have been, you know, hiding and maybe got, I don't know. I don't want to make assumption of how he could have maybe not been aware or alert. My thought process was when the guy said he was going to search the house, that I was going to find him, like, we'd find him, that's when it really set in that I didn't know where he was at.
Has Gannon ever hid in the house before?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, they play little like back and forth of like, you know, like hide behind the sofa or like boo, but it's only like, you know, a little bit of time. But but we don't have like a violence of, you know, him seeing another man hurting someone. So I would think in that moment he would have been hiding.
Okay.
But he wasn't, you know, prone to be like, I'm going to hide out. But his personality is very, in like actually getting along with people and that type of thing. So
yeah, I didn't think that somebody had talked to the school and like they had said that he was pretty laid back and quiet.
Right. And that would have been, you know, my thought. Again, Gannon was on his medicine.
Mm-hmm.
So he has a different, the way he acts is differently than when he isn't.
Sure.
So he would be a more hyper, you know, so that's why I would have expected, you know, that he would have come right out. But because on his medicine, he'd been more like zoned out, how to make decisions correctly, because he would have been, he's just like that. When he takes it, give it to him, he can't do any schoolwork like he has medicine.
Okay.
Like, I mean, reading off everywhere. So my mind was thinking he didn't take his medicine, you know, so.
What's his behavior like when he doesn't take his medicine?
It's not bad. Like, it used to be where you couldn't get him to focus on anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if he went to church, he could not sit in church without electronics. And I know that might have been a little bit willful, but it was, he needed something to have that attention. Because for ADHD, he needed something to have that on. So without his medicine, he could, and like on the hike, he might run way up there, and then we take up, you know, because like that much energy.
Okay. And is that what it was like on Sunday?
You mean at the hike? Yeah. It was like he had the burst of energy, but then his stomach was, when his stomach got hurt, and he didn't see him.
Mm-hmm.
That's when he took more of he was able to control it because he was focusing on his obsessions on cleaning his body. Okay. I mean, imagine like walking around.
Sure. That would be uncomfortable for
right.
pretty much anybody, I think. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the gun?
So the gun. This is how I knew. I didn't know in the time that the gun was out. I didn't know. I didn't know the time ago. I just assumed with the black colors that it was.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So remember, I said that I put the stuff back in the closet. I put everything back the way it was because obviously at that time I had told them what had happened because I was in that mentality of I'm going to fix it. So I put everything back in the position that it was, and he did not take the gun. Or he couldn't have because the gun when I left it would have been upstairs. But I didn't bring it downstairs, but that was our gun. So that's how I knew for a fact that he had to have our gun, or either he had it in the process of stealing it and somehow it fell and he maybe had another gun. I'm not sure about that part, but I do know that I put it back in it.
So where did you find your gun?
Correct. My gun or
after it was over and you said you were putting everything back where it belonged?
Yes.
Where was it whenever you found it to put it away?
So like at the carpet, because the carpet roll piece had like fallen off, so it was at the carpet.
Okay. And and you said the carpet was kind of
like leaned
in, but kind of had fell over coming out of that storage area.
Right. So it was like, I want to say it was in like pieces. I want to say it was
the carpet or the gun?
No. I want to say that the carpet had like, not necessarily multiple pieces, but I remember like maybe different directions. I don't remember, but I feel like I saw different directions.
Okay.
But yeah, it had fallen over, but the gun was there. I didn't see where Gannon was at. That's why I assumed in the situation that he was hiding.
Okay.
I didn't think that there was a concern, you know, at the time that, you know.
Okay. Describe for me what Gannon's room looks like after this happened.
I just remember putting it
put things back together. Like I say back together, but like I remember I had already like straightened out his room from before because when he had the like burns and stuff. And I do remember Gannon was I do remember Gannon was bleeding. And I think from the hospital could have been something with his arm.
Okay.
But I do remember he was like he did have like blood and stuff like that. I do remember at some point that he was bleeding. I want to say I remember he was on not just on me. I feel like at some point in that Anna might have when the first time he might have like landed on me or somehow I was like holding him, not necessarily holding him, but it feel like he was there.
Okay. Okay.
So I had that like knew he was here, but yet I was still taken advantage of.
Okay.
And but yeah, back to what you said about the ring. So I put like everything, back in its order. I want to say that it might have been 15 minutes or 20 minutes. I don't know. It would have had to been so because Harley would have gotten off at 4:30. It might have even been. Sorry. It might have even been a little bit longer that I remember being out of it. And the reason why is because just the time frame.
Okay. And the this all happened on Monday, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I had it all right. So you put this stuff back together. You found the gun on the floor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have to end this. Have to step out. I was trying to wait until she was done with this interrogation, but it seemed like it's forever. But thank you, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, for hanging in here. I appreciate it. This was a long one, and it was very draining. Just listening to her lies after lies after lies, and she just won't stop. And she comes up with these bogus stories like people's going to believe this. Really? All right, well, Sunday, I'm going to do a recap. It's going to be short. I'm not going to recap this one because I already, have it. But, recap anything else that's happening, during the week. And I'll try to keep it like under an hour live stream. Just recap clips of what happened during the week because I want to get into the brother when the brother was on the stand. It was so sad. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, y'all have yourself a great evening. A great one. This woman is completely insane. Oh my gosh. Really? You really thought you was going to get away with this? I feel that. Well, I'll share my thoughts on Sunday. We'll share it on Sunday. Alright, stay tuned for more. I have a premiere tomorrow, so if you can't come watch it, not you can watch it the next time. Alright? And check out some of my past commentary. And remember, date smart, not thirsty. Be careful who you bring in your life, because not everybody has good intentions, and especially when you have children. Be careful who these people that you bring around your kids, because he brought this monster in his house, and then now this little angel. Let me put the angel up. Now this angel, where are you, angel? This angel now is dead, and he died in a horrific way too. All right, again, date smart, not thirsty. Bye.